Good evening and welcome back to Will Bratton WX. We are live tonight covering, currently we're jumping right into it with this supercell up here in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan for a little bit of a zoom out to see where we're at. We are just east of Marquette or southeast of Marquette. Now this tornado threat has extremely fallen off in the last couple of minutes here, but we can still see it recycle itself as we can pull a few frames back and show you just how strong it looked a little bit ago here. So it initially started to form. This was like a half hour ago or so, and it really began to recycle just south of Trinary, where it really seemed like it wanted to put down a tornado, but it just dramatically died off here. Now it looks like we could be seeing a second updraft reestablishing on the back 10. I always forget to open the pen for some reason. Uno momento. There we go. We can see a second updraft might be trying to get itself established on the back end here, so we could be seeing a little bit of a handoff going on with a new updraft, and this thing could still get itself going and produce a tornado as it continues to roll through the UP. So we are going to stay with that one for a little bit here. As I see, man, all sorts of folks in the chat. We got Help Weather, who was first, Weather Wisdom in the chat. We got Caleb in the chat. And we did just hit 700 subs, which is awesome news. Yeah, apparently we must have hit that while I was out at dinner. That's why I'm late. I grabbed some dinner. We do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning down in Wichita right now. So we're going to jump over there and take a look at that. Or excuse me, Wichita County, Kansas, not Wichita, the city. It gets a little confusing out in Kansas. But we do have this destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-per-hour winds. We are expecting a significant wind bag to roll through really this entire area, but especially down in Kansas, as I can go ahead and show you what our outlook looks like for that wind threat. So we're kind of in the thick of it here. Load. I don't know why. I've been having a hard time getting my stuff to load up today. I don't know what the issue is with that. Okie dokie. All right, we're just not going to load it right now, but that's okay. We'll have that. I'll have that for you in a minute. I'll let it just continue to sit here and load. I don't know why it's been taking so long. Our tornado warning, though, is in Alger and Delta counties up here in the UP of Michigan here. We do have a large severe thunderstorm warning on that end ahead of it for this kind of cluster of thunderstorms that's just north of the supercell as well. So that is kind of right along the lake here. There we go. Okay, so we do now have an actual look at this. So out here in western Kansas is our greatest concern for that wind damage, where we do have a 30% Sig 1 risk for winds. So a lot of wind damage possible this evening here. As it looks like our tornado warning may have just been lifted. So we'll watch that here and see if it goes away. There it goes. So our tornado warning has been lifted. We are officially without a tornado warning. So we are only a few minutes in and we're without tornado warnings, which is fantastic news. I believe that's the only tornado warning we've had so far tonight. But I was just at dinner, so I have missed out on what's been going on the last few minutes or so. As it does appear, yeah, I think that storm is the only one that we've had a warning on today. Yep, okay. So good, that was our only tornado warning of the night. It doesn't look like it did anything, which is great news. So yeah, but again, this one is recycling here. You can see that rotation has uptrended over the latest two scans here, as it looks like we might have a little bit of a handoff going on. So this storm is not done. It's just not tornadic right this second. Down near Green Bay, we do have a large and relatively strong cluster of thunderstorms pushing through the area. It's about to push off into Lake Michigan here. And that one is tagged on the northern portion anyway for 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's also, again, tagged for 50-knot winds as it makes its way over the water. And I am expecting our supercell here in the UP of Michigan to stay south of Lake Superior. I think it's going to kind of ride the land here in terms of, I mean, we can literally watch its storm motion as it is just heading off in this direction here. So I think it's kind of going to ride right along the peninsula just like this. So definitely a concern as it recycles and heads towards other populated areas such as Sene or Sene. Seney, maybe McMillan, Newberry. Newberry is much more populated. Again, this is not a densely populated area here in the UP of Michigan, but something to watch for sure. Yeah, we've got all sorts of folks in the chat. I appreciate everybody tuning in. Make sure that you leave a like and comment if you can. It would be very, very, very much appreciated. Help Weather saying an 81 mile per hour wind gust was reported 5 miles to the east of Selkirk, Kansas. And we've got all sorts of people in the chat. Was the tornado warning what caused you to go live? Sort of. I was already planning on going live. I was just at dinner. So I had to get back home first. Otherwise, I would have gone live a little bit ago, maybe an hour or so ago. Mason in the chat saying congrats for the 700. Thank you, Mason. Logan in the chat saying storms are really popping off in Kansas, Oklahoma, and New Mexico. Lots of folks talking about the warnings out in Kansas. This is, yeah, it's been very hot outside as well for pretty much the entire eastern half of the country. Apparently, we have a tornado possible tag in Alabama. And okay. All right, I've caught up now. All right, let's check out what's going down in Alabama, where it appears as though we do have a tornado possible tag. It's definitely not with that thunderstorm. It must be this one down here. Yeah, we do have a tornado possible tag just near Mobile. And oh yeah, okay, so these storms are in fact moving to the west, which is unusual, but it does happen with these high pressure systems. So essentially what you have in the United States, you have higher pressure here, so you have clockwise rotation in your winds coming all the way around it, which is why you're able to get systems that drive severe weather up in the north, like we have in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan and up into the Northeast right now. And you also get storms that move from east to west in the south along the Gulf. So very, very interesting setup. Again, not unusual, not, nothing like anomalous, but it is uncommon or infrequent, maybe is a better word to use there. But yeah, perhaps a little bit of broad rotation going on just north of Stapleton, just south of Bay Minette. Nothing really impressive here, though. I'm going to pull a few scans back and see if it looked a little more impressive earlier on. Oh, yeah. It looked a lot more impressive a few scans ago. Yeah, that's why the tornado possible, tagged it. But it's not really looking concerning for a tornadic threat anymore as it heads out of Stapleton and Bay Minette and towards Saraland and just north of Mobile. All right, back in Kansas, we do have a handful of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, or really just two, where all of this cluster of storms is going to be tagged for those 70 mile per hour wind gusts. And then we have the destructive warning in there for 80 mile per hour wind gusts tagged as well. So this is in general going to be a pretty big windbag situation we have out in Kansas, which is what we expected this evening. We're not expecting much of an elevated tornado risk. Those storms like this one out here near Kirk, if they can get going, they could pose some sort of a tornado threat, especially in northeastern Colorado and into the Nebraska Panhandle region. But I'm not expecting there to be any kind of significant tornado threat. There may be one or two. Down in Florida, in the Florida Panhandle, we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm tag for 70 mile per hour winds. This is, again, these storms are rolling from east to west. So it is kind of backwards. But that one has downtrended a little bit. I don't think it's putting out 70 mile per hour winds now, which is why the downstream severe thunderstorm warning is just a regular severe thunderstorm warning. All right, we're going to try the Dodge City radar and see if I can get a picture on any of these hail core situations out here. We'll try it. Usually in these lines of thunderstorms, it's a little bit more difficult to get a good picture on it, but we can see there's something decent going on here. So possibly up to golf ball sized hail here, as we do have those magenta 60 plus DBZ values getting to around 30,000 feet in a couple of spots. Plus we have a very, very impressive peak going on here where we have 50 DBZ values making it to about 50,000 feet. So that is very, very impressive there. So again, nothing crazy here, but we could definitely see some hail. We could also see multiple spin-up tornadoes within this line of thunderstorms, by the way. I don't want to rule that out by any stretch. You can see areas like Wolf where it appears we've got a little bit of rotation going on. If we did get a tornado with any of these, it would probably be a pretty brief and weak tornado, just a QLCS embedded type of tornado. Usually that's going to happen with these bowing segments. A lot of the time it's going to happen just north or just south of wherever your peak is of the part that's bowing out. So essentially, if you have a cluster of thunderstorms that looks like a backwards C like this, it would be the bottom part and the top part right here, where the center part, where it bows out the most, is like that splitter there. Down here near Ulysses, we do have oh boy. We do have a little bit of rotation that could try to form here, as we have most certainly got some inflow headed into this thing. And this is the southern end Charlie here, where you most commonly will see these storms on the southern end of a line. Those are the most likely to become tornadic. So whatever one is the southernmost storm. And again, that's just because it's going to have cleaner inflow and it's not going to have competition from its south. Interesting. All right, we're going to check in back into the UP area if I can get there easily. Here's a storm in Wisconsin that'll help me get up that way. There is actually one in Michigan. I just didn't see the warning bubble. Why is it not? Oh, there it is. Okay, interesting. Anyway, our storm up here in Michigan does look to have really fallen apart. So it tried to recycle itself, and now it has really fallen apart. Now, it looks like it could try again to recycle, but in general, this storm is significantly downtrending, so it may be completely collapsing here. So right around now, if it is collapsing, is where you might see some isolated stronger wind gusts getting to the 60 or maybe 70 mile per hour range as it dissipates and you get those kind of downbursts going on out there. Maybe some very weak areas of rotation going on with the cluster of thunderstorms here, but the tornado potential with this cluster is going to be almost zero. All right, looking at our flash flood warnings around the map, we do have one down here in Texas from Balmaria, and Saragossa and Toyavale. So that one is going to be tagged for, let's take a look. So they've already got between a ½ inch and an inch and a half, and they're expecting up to another inch possible. So this is not a confirmed one, but it is there. All 4 of our flash flood warnings are going to be in Texas, by the way. So this one's down here. 2 of them are right here in Donnelly County. So these ones are just looking at 2 to 4 inches of additional rainfall. Between 2 and 4 inches have already fallen, with up to 3 inches possible. So a lot of rain in that area for sure. And then in Brewster County, Texas. Did we lose our Brewster County warning? Oh, okay. I see. So I think, if I remember correctly, I think this is actually Brewster County. But we do have another flash flood warning right down at the Mexico border here for Tilingua, Lajitas, and Castellon. This is down here in southern Texas, right along the Mexican border where they've already gotten about an inch of rainfall with up to an inch and a half more. All right, and then into the Northeast. I know we're jumping all over the place, but there's a lot of different areas of concern tonight. Near Binghamton, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. And to be honest with you, I've been pretty skeptical of the setup for today in the Northeast. I wasn't really expecting the Northeast to get much of anything, but there is an isolated risk for a tornado or two. And if there was one, I wouldn't really expect it to be anything crazy. Yeah, plenty of storms firing off into Vermont. But again, this is not really looking like anything super severe. We got a question from Logan asking about tomorrow. I'll just go ahead and show you. It looks like we are going to have a little bit more of a tornado risk going on tomorrow. As here's our tornado risk for this evening here. It's just mostly in Wisconsin, into the UP of Michigan, and then down into the Northeast here. But tomorrow, that's going to dramatically shift, as we are going to have a little bit more of an elevated tornado risk, up to a 5%. Now, I'm not expecting really the risk for any strong tornadoes tomorrow, at least as of right this second, or as of when I looked at some models this morning. But definitely the risk for some tornadoes tomorrow. Now, I will say I will not be able to go live tomorrow. Or if I do go live, I'll have to kill the broadcast pretty early on. As at 7 p.m., I have a date with the World Cup to watch USA versus Bosnia. And I'm not missing that. It's once in 4 years, and it's once in a lifetime, really, to see the US play on home soil. So I'm going to be watching that without a doubt. But I might be able to go live for just a little bit before that match, depending on what my plans are, or just after. If things are still super active around 9:30 or so, we could go live for maybe another hour or two tomorrow evening. All right, in New Mexico, in Lea County, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning tagged for some small 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We also have another one up here. This one is in Roosevelt County, where we also have just 60-mile-per-hour winds. No real risk of a hail threat here. Possibly a little bit of rotation just north of Bledsoe in the mid-levels. Nothing really impressive. And of course, back into Kansas, we do have a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings going on, with 1 destructive and 3 considerable tags. So we have 70-mile-per-hour winds possible with multiple of these storms. 2 of our severe thunderstorm warnings are going to be allowed to expire here shortly. That are 2 of the considerable, or one considerable, 1 destructive. Excuse me, my goodness. That's going to be these 2 polygons back here near Leody, Selkirk, and Marienthal. We could see this broader severe thunderstorm warning get upgraded to a considerable at some point if those winds look like they're going to continue to uptrend again. Yeah, in general, this is our main area of concern out here in the western half of Kansas. even into eastern Colorado, really, where we could see some significant damaging winds, really all throughout this region here. Now, to be fair, we could also see damaging winds as things grow a little bit upscale later on and even push all the way out towards Nebraska and other areas to the north. But our destructive and considerable severe thunderstorm warnings that are the furthest west here are going to disappear here in just a couple of minutes. We do have two more recent considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, though, and those are going to remain in place for a little while. And those are including Logan, Wallace, and Wichita counties. As one of them is right here, and the other one is right there. Our most recent one, though, is going to be headed up towards Russell Springs and Winona here. Back in Yuma, Colorado, we did have what appeared to be an uptrending hail core near Kirk, and this storm was not moving very quickly here. It wasn't very impressive either. Definitely some small hail, maybe an inch or an inch and a quarter or something possible with that. They have it tagged for an inch and a 52 knot winds or 60 mile per hour winds. That storm looks to be downtrending though, which is good news. So again, a little refresh. Our destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Kansas was just lifted, and we're going to have another considerable severe thunderstorm get lifted here in just a second. So we're going to be down to two considerable severe thunderstorm warnings on the map, and just a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings scattered all over the place after that, all the way from Kansas, Colorado, Texas, New Mexico, Florida, even Alabama and Michigan getting in on the action. We'll check in on Michigan up here with our cluster of storms and our dying supercell near Steuben. We did actually just get a severe thunderstorm warning in New York. Actually, pardon me, this one was already there. And it does have 16 minutes remaining. And this one's near Binghamton. And areas like Vestal Center and Conklin as well. Endicott, Endwell, Johnson City, Port Dickinson, Vestal, all sorts of areas out here in New York. Again, obviously, New York is a very, very populated area. Possibly a younger cell starting to develop just south of Auburn in New York. So that's something to watch. In general, though, I'm not expecting anything crazy. A lot of ground clutter up there in Buffalo. As our considerable, okay, so our map has been cleaned up a little bit here out in Kansas. So we are just down to two considerable severe thunderstorm warnings for this cluster of storms. And I'm going to check in and see if we've got any rotation trying to still get going here on the southern end. It looks like it's probably weaned off a little bit. Maybe a little bit of rotation trying to get going just south of Lakin. Possibly near, no, that's not really concerning. Near Scott City. Possibly something going on between Lakin and Ulysses, though. I see Weather Wisdom mentioning Adrian in the chat. Speaking of Adrian, we may have him here to do a live hit with us not too long from now. All right, back into Kansas. This Boeing segment is still pushing out and possibly firing off a couple of semi-prefrontal cells here. So this one out here just to the southeast of Goodland maybe has a solid hail core starting to develop. It's pretty weak. As we have gotten a new mesoscale discussion. Okay. So it does look like we are going to have the Storm Prediction Center anyway has issued a mesoscale discussion. For northeast Colorado and into the Nebraska Panhandle, where we could see a little bit of a tornado risk begin to develop. Now, this was forecast, by the way. There was just there was very low confidence in this happening. And so that was why there was not a 2% region introduced on the map in terms of our tornado outlook. But this was something that was forecast, and actually one of our storm chasers based in Colorado considered chasing this tonight. We may see a little bit of a tornado risk begin to develop in northeastern Colorado into the Nebraska Panhandle, kind of this region up here, for the next maybe 2 hours-ish. Maybe just a little less than 2 hours. So we will continue to stay with things. It's a little bit of a shorter broadcast tonight, primarily because I wasn't able to get started as early as I was wanting. But we are expecting to stay on air here until probably about 10 p.m. tonight. Somewhere between 9 and 10 seems the most probable. And we've only been on air for 30 minutes thus far. We did just get a pair of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings down in Texas. And they're both unrelated to one another. This first one here looks like maybe it's tornado possible tagged. It is not. There is a little bit of broad rotation at the mid-levels. We are looking at 5,000 feet in the air. But really, this is a wind producer. 70-mile-per-hour winds tagged and some small hail possible on this guy as well. So this one is eventually headed towards the Lubbock area, or perhaps to the north of the Lubbock area, like the northwest, kind of up the highway here. It's going to be impacting areas kind of like this. So areas like Sudan, Earth, Muleshoe, Enox, Olton, Hart, Crest, Tulia, Dimmitt, all sorts of areas up there. And then we had another considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Brewster County. So that's down here for Marathon, where this one's tagged with 70-mile-per-hour winds and $half sized hail. So definitely an interesting one. This is, unfortunately, we don't have good radar coverage down here in southern Texas. The closest we can get is 15,000 feet. All right, we're going to check in on our storm near Binghamton in New York, which might be trying to hook out? Question mark? Possibly a strange supercell here. Unfortunately, we're right next to the radar. So this is really the only good look we can get at it. So this is interesting. Definitely one to watch. I'm going to turn on my METAR here and see if I can get a picture on what direction the surface winds are coming in this area. I think this, again, we're dealing with a lot of clutter in the radar here. You can see all sorts of areas not getting highly resolved radar data. Yeah, it's just a little bit messy out here, but it's possible that this storm is trying to take on a little bit of a hook echo morphology. So I'm going to try and let my METAR load up. I did enable it, so I just kind of have to sit here and wait, and hopefully it'll load up for us here not too long from now. Oh, okay. Maybe we just don't get METAR in New York? Question mark. Just not going to give us METAR in the Northeast. Why am I getting METAR in Canada, but I'm not getting any on the US side of the border right now? Interesting. Perhaps I just don't get METAR in this area. What if I go back to... Okay. So like what happened there? I had METAR for a second and then I didn't. What's up with that business? Ah, here we go. Okay, we're starting to get METAR up here. So our winds are weakly coming out of the south, maybe slightly to the southeast. You see some of these winds are just barely backed enough. So this is a storm that maybe could do it, and the dew points are favorable. I mean, 72-degree dew points here, 75, 76, or 68, 74. Just north of the storm itself, though, we are looking at 71-degree dew points. So this storm's got a pretty favorable environment, and obviously it's pretty surface-based. We can see we're looking at 300 feet in the air here, and we're seeing pretty strong targets. So this is definitely an interesting one if it starts to tighten up with its rotation. It's definitely rotating, though. I mean, this is at the mid-levels, at 3,000 feet. So possibly a little bit of a supercell going on out here in New York, just about to cross the border into Pennsylvania. So this is something to watch. We're going to continue to come back to this storm, but we do have possibly a little bit of a supercell getting going here in New York that's just kind of diving straight south. So a strangely oriented supercell. Again, it's one of those things, it's not, terribly anomalous. It's just, it doesn't happen frequently. It's very uncommon. But it's not particularly weird or like, things that we've never seen before. It's just things that don't happen very much. All right, back to our severe thunderstorm warnings down here in Kansas. You can see this METAR plot was taken like 6 minutes ago, 8 minutes ago, I think. And you can clearly see here that this storm is holding 20 knot winds consistently here. So definitely a wind bag pushing through here where we could see some localized stronger gusts. As it looks like behind this thing, pressure is rising rapidly, which would make sense. Plenty of moisture out here too. Again, a spin up tornado cannot be ruled out with this cluster of thunderstorms, especially on the southern end. But it's definitely not something I'm expecting by any stretch. All right, back to our considerable severe thunderstorm warnings out here in Texas. We do still have 70-mile-per-hour winds tagged on this guy out here for Bailey and Cochran counties. And then down in Brewster County, still tagged for those 70-mile-per-hour winds as well. Plus some hail going on with that one near Marathon. And I can take a picture of this hail core, but we're just not going to see much. We're kind of just seeing the tippy top of it, but we are seeing 60 dBz values getting lofted 25,000 feet in the air, which is impressive nonetheless. Even down here in Texas, you can see these dew points are still somewhat high. I mean, into the 60s, which can get a little uncomfortable. When you get into the 70s, it's really uncomfortable with your dew points. I mean, it's quite humid out here. I bet you down in Mississippi and Louisiana, it's infinitely worse. Yes, 78-degree dew points here in Ruston. I mean, that's just unreal. 82 near Jackson, Mississippi. Down near New Orleans, we have values all up in the 70s. Crazy. Really high dew points. 86 up here near Corning, Arkansas. Unreal. In the Ozarks, not quite as high, up to 75 near Lebanon. And then when you get up into the corn region, we are getting into those upper 70s and even into the 80s. In Iowa, a lot of those values getting above 80. All right, I'm going to check in on our possible supercell out here in New York. It is really close to the radar, unfortunately. But it won't be long till it is not close to the radar, as it is going directly away from it due south. All right, back in Kansas, one of our severe thunderstorm warnings was downgraded from a considerable to a regular, and our last considerable severe thunderstorm warning is probably just about to get reduced, lifted off the map here. It's only got about 2 minutes remaining. I'm sure they'll just let it expire naturally. So we are going to be down to just standard severe thunderstorm warnings all around the map here tonight, as we do, of course, still have the 2 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings in Texas, though. And yep, there goes our Kansas one. So back in the Central Plains, we're down to just regular severe thunderstorm warnings. And all across the map, just regular severe thunderstorm warnings all over the place, except down here in Texas, where we have a couple of wind producers. Like this one here headed towards Morton and Enox, areas like Needmore, Sudan, Amherst, Littlefield, Lums Chapel, Witherall, Lehman. 70-mile-per-hour winds on that one. Seeing a question about Pennsylvania, I can go ahead and check in on Pennsylvania. Why not? I'm assuming you're talking about the storm coming out of New York, because I'm not seeing anything going on in Pennsylvania at all. So it's pretty likely, I would say, that we'll see a severe thunderstorm warning slapped here into northern Pennsylvania, something like this. It is a little difficult to tell with this storm. It's just so close to the radar. The winds don't look like anything crazy, but it was tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. And yeah, this Hail core or I mean, this updraft is still pretty young, so I'm not really seeing anything that would signify large hail here, but we could definitely see 1-inch hail come out of this for sure. But unfortunately, we are a little bit close to the radar here. Up in New York, our severe thunderstorm warning has just been allowed to expire, though. So we will find out if we're going to get a new warning with this one in just a couple of seconds here, really. Yeah, the storm definitely looked a lot more powerful when it was near Johnson City. It's definitely weakening. You can see the upper level shear is there, though, as all these targets are just being yanked all the way to the southeast. So a pretty sheared environment there. Various other cells trying to get themselves going right now, popping up in New York. So we could definitely see a little bit of a cluster of thunderstorms start to pop up out here in central New York. We'll continue to watch for that. This is an area where there is a shear environment that is conducive for a tornado or two. So we'll continue to monitor it, but it's not the most favorable environment in the world. Got a question in the chat saying, what's a windbag? Great question. I'll show you what a windbag is. This is a windbag. A giant cluster of storms that just bows out into a bowing segment like this and just produces widespread wind damage for a large region. I lovingly referred to it as a windbag. That's not really a technical term we use in meteorology, but that is a term that I use in meteorology. Which, of course, obviously makes it an extremely technical term. Sort of like a derecho, yeah. So a derecho is definitely a windbag, in my books. But like a derecho is a very specific thing. A lot of people think you can look at a radar and say, that's a derecho right there, but you can't. That's not how it works. A derecho is a series of damage assessments. So it's the damage that's left behind a storm can get it classified as a derecho. So you can't ever look at a storm and say that a derecho is ongoing. It's not possible. That's just not how it works. But yes, it is like a derecho is definitely a windbag. Yeah, so derechos have to be at least 250 miles long or something like that, where you have consistent wind damage reports or observations, I should say. I think you need to be like 70 miles per hour or greater or something for all of those reports. Yeah, like Tim just said in the chat, a derecho is a windbag, but not every windbag is a derecho. This is true. Jenna, welcome to Kentucky. Or welcome in from Kentucky. Excuse me. Yes, I welcome you to your residency of Kentucky. It should be a great honor. The last 2 days, I've really been struggling with my words. I don't know what it is. Maybe I just need to get more sleep or something. Change my routine up. Logan saying, I think that might be what we had in South Dakota. So the one in South Dakota was actually not wide enough to be a windbag. That was just an MCS. A lot of people were calling it like a giant supercell. It was not a giant supercell. There were multiple updrafts in there. That was not one cell with one updraft that did all that damage. It was a cluster, a giant bowling ball of storms that was rolling through South Dakota. And so, yeah, it bothered me when I saw reputable sources in the game talking about this one supercell that caused all this damage or calling it a derecho and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, man, like, you guys have a big following. If you've got a big following, you need to be careful with the words that you use. You know, you can't just be mislabeling all of these weather phenomena and just throwing buzzwords out there because people will click on it. Oh yeah, no, that storm was absolutely insane. I am not at all taking away from that storm. It was nuts. I'm just simply saying that it wasn't a derecho technically because it wasn't big enough. I saw some literature that was posted online from a couple of years ago talking about it being a mini derecho, but that's not technically a term that's like classifiable in meteorology, or at least widely accepted anyway. We do have a little bit of rotation just west of Enoch starting to form and wrapping up quickly here, where we could see a brief tornado. It wouldn't shock me if we get a little bit of a tornado warning, a short tornado warning here on Enoch's. So we'll see what happens with that. Yeah, a mini derecho is like not technically a meteorological term, but it has been discussed in different literature by people who have looked into derechos a little bit more. Derechos are not something that I have studied intently by any stretch. All right, we're going to wait for this next scan here, and if it uptrends, I think we might get a tornado warning for a brief, like, spin-up tornado here between Needmore and Enoch's, and possibly, maybe even another one too. Well, that's not. I'm not concerned about the one just north of Norton. Or Morton, excuse me. Okay, so we might see a tornado warning for a very brief tornado. Southwest of Needmore and northwest of Enoch's, but we are looking at 5,000 feet in the air, unfortunately. So I don't know if we have spotters out there or anything. Not really. There's a couple of people out there who might be able to get a look at it. Yeah, exactly. Just like Blake showed with that command out there, a mesocyclone is a rotating updraft in a thunderstorm. And the definition of a supercell is it's a single cell that has a rotating updraft. So a cell that has one mesocyclone to it. Now they can have multiple, they can develop multiple and go through cycles and all of that. But in general, one supercell has one mesocyclone the majority of the time. Or it at least starts with one mesocyclone. And, you know, you get a lot of splitting supercells and things like that too, which is very common, especially in more congested atmospheric kind of regions where you have a lot of storms going on. Yeah, all sorts of wind going on out here with our wind bag. I am curious to see what's going on near Page City, as it looks like we do have some low-level rotation. Or at least low-ish level rotation. As we are looking at about only 2,400 feet in the air. It's a tight couplet, but it's not super expansive or powerful, but no, if I did my whole thesis on derechos, I would lose my mind, bro. You can only learn so much about a categorical event that's just like, it's just a threshold event. I mean, literally all a derecho is just a word that's applied to post processing of damage reports, basically. The derecho itself is not its own weather phenomenon. Whereas, like, of course, wind is a weather phenomenon, or a hurricane, or a tornado, or a snowstorm, or whatever it may be. A derecho is just simply a label. Got a question saying, what website is this? It is unfortunately not a website. It is a paid program called GR2 Analyst version 3. It's a Gibson Ridge product. It's the best in the business. Oh no, Logan, you're absolutely right. Derechos, you don't want a derecho. That is derecho's literally the threshold to have a derecho is a lot of damage has to be done over a very long distance. So you definitely don't want derechos ever if at any point if you can avoid them. All right, back to Bailey and Cochran counties in Texas. I am going to check in on our little bit of rotation that we have had down here over the last few scans. It's still there, but it is at about 5,300 feet. Did you guys see that happen? I took a drink from that can, and as I like put the can back down, it like splashed up and hit me in the face. I don't know how that even happened. We are going to get another velocity scan here in just a second on this storm to the southwest of Needmore. Should be in any second here, possibly 3, 2, 1 right here. Maybe there it is. And it looks like it's gone. Okay, so that's good. Again, this is still a very powerful thunderstorm, by the way. That could be producing those 60 or 70 mile per hour winds. I don't think anything has been observed. But that is our only considerable severe thunderstorm warning on the map, as everything out here in Kansas has weakened at least a little bit for the time being. Oh, we want to know where we're looking at in Texas. We are just west of Lubbock. That's where our considerable severe thunderstorm warning is, right on the border of New Mexico here. There's Albuquerque. Got a question. Are we going to get a tornado watch today? Probably not. I'm not expecting things to be very tornadic today at all. We could get an isolated tornado or two, though, which is why we're live. We actually do have a warning, a severe thunderstorm warning that was put in place for the cell that just moved out of Mobile a little while ago. It's moving now through Jackson County, Mississippi, towards areas like Biloxi and Gulfport that have already been absolutely blasted with tons of precipitation in the last like 2 weeks or so. I mean, they've gotten, genuinely an unbelievable amount of rain there. So much flooding has been going on down there. And now they're getting storms coming in from the other side. They're getting hit from the back. They have storms now coming in from the east and moving to the west. And for those who weren't here when I explained it earlier, the reason that we have that is because we have this high pressure system in the United States that is bringing all that heat up to New York and in the Northeast and everything. But around a high pressure system, you have clockwise rotation here. So on the south side of this high pressure system, you have all of these storms firing off near the Gulf that are actually moving east to west. So it does happen. Storms do move east to west sometimes. It's just pretty rare. And again, this high pressure system is forming a ridge in our jet stream at 200 millibars, and that is what's driving our severe weather in the northern Midwest and the Northeast, both today and tomorrow. Just went outside. It's wet and hot. Sounds exactly right. As we do still have plenty of winds rolling through Texas here for Bailey and Cochran counties west of Lubbock, right at the border of New Mexico. I don't remember exactly where Sam is from. I think he's from Ruidoso. He's somewhere near the mountains. I just don't know exactly where. I don't know if he is in northern New Mexico. I really don't remember where he is. I feel like I remember hearing Ruidoso, though, from him. Yeah, Blake, this one down here in Jackson County, Mississippi is headed right for you, bro. You better get yourself ready. Blake lives down here on the coast of Mississippi. It's coming right for you. Are we going to get a tornado watch in Wisconsin? I don't think so. I don't think we're going to have any tornado watches tonight. I don't think we need any. The tornado risk is very, very slim. Nah, Blake, I didn't say where. The Mississippi coast is very large. Breaking news, Blake lives in the United States. I've doxed him, it's over. You're about to get swatted. I don't think tomorrow is there going to be one. I don't think so. Yeah, tomorrow's severe weather. You could see a tornado watch in place in Wisconsin tomorrow. It's definitely possible. Again, that's not what I meant to do. A quick look at what's going on tomorrow. How do I manage to keep clicking every wrong button? Here's what we're looking at tomorrow. So up in Wisconsin, we do have a 5% tornado risk outlined right now. I don't think tomorrow is going to be a huge day. But we'll definitely see some storms capable of producing a tornado. We also have a very large wind damage risk. That's going to be our primary risk for tomorrow. And here's that categorical outlook where you can see Wisconsin and Michigan and parts of southern Minnesota all in that enhanced risk. And the nice thing about this is you can just view this right on our website here, which I'll link in the chat. You can just view this right on our website. You can download these images and share them with your friends and family. It's really easy. You just click a button. You can do it from your phone or your computer. If you haven't checked out our website, by the way, definitely check it out, especially the forecast and outlook pages. I'm not trying to sell you anything. Our website we don't gain anything from people visiting our website, but it is a very useful tool with the forecast and outlook pages. And I think it's really valuable for a lot of folks as it helps visualize the severe weather risks that may be coming to you or your friends and family. Whereas a lot of other websites don't allow you to do that cleanly and like looking so good. So I definitely recommend checking it out. Our web designer has done such an incredible job with it to realize the vision that we had for it. Yes, if you're in Madison, Wisconsin, that is tomorrow is the day to be more concerned. I'm just realizing that you guys can hear that clicking noise when I do that. I can do it again. Well, okay, I can't make it happen again. Kaysen saying, I hope you get a verification badge and play button by the end of the year. You deserve it. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. That would be a dream come true, man. We just hit 700 subscribers. We are on the road to 1,000 right now. And let me tell you, man, The fact that we've grown as quick as we have has been really, really awesome. It's just been incredible. Yeah, I would love to stream for a long time tomorrow, but unfortunately, I've got a date with the World Cup, so we probably won't be broadcasting for very long, if at all, tomorrow. That's just one of those things I'm not willing to miss. Logan saying people are probably tired of all the exaggerated forecasts. I would agree. That's literally why I'm doing this page, by the way. Is we do have some storms firing off like crazy near Burlington and Stratton here in Colorado. This is just, I think, south of Yuma, right? Yuma should be, yeah, there's Yuma and Ray. So definitely a little bit of a concern here with some of these towering supercells that are just beginning to get going. They're so young, I can't even get a good scan on them yet. They're firing off very, very quickly. But yeah, I tend to agree. I think that a lot of folks are tired of being fear-mongered and I don't know if I would say lied to, but they're being manipulated into driving revenue for these other folks creating things on YouTube. And I think that people are getting tired of that and are starting to see through that. And so I figured, I can help be the solution to that. So I may as well try. And that's what we're doing here. Evan did not send everyone here, but he definitely sent a lot of folks. I think he sent us a good 200, maybe 100 to 200 of our 700 subscribers probably came directly from him. His shout out was so helpful for us, and I'm really grateful for it. He's a good guy. Rain saying, I'm getting tired of the severe weather. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, I don't blame you there. Unfortunately, it's not going to go anywhere. It doesn't matter what we do as human beings. We're always going to get severe weather. So the best thing that we can do is try to help people stay aware so that they can stay safe. It looks like I can finally get a little bit of a picture on these storms here, as these updrafts are just spawning in and building rapidly. So if any of these cells can stay discrete here, we could see an isolated tornado risk develop with one of these. Now, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Logan, Morgan, and Weld counties up here in Colorado for this little cluster of storms. And this is just north of Fort Morgan. And we do have a stronger-ish hail core south of Briggsdale, potentially. It's not looking like anything crazy. Yeah, Kason, I understand what you're saying. I do understand what you're saying. I myself used to consume their content a couple of years ago. And maybe about a year and a half ago to 2 years ago, I stopped looking at any of that stuff because it just drove me absolutely insane. It is really, really bad for the space. It's not good for residents. It's not good for people that are in the path of these storms. So I think Madison, Wisconsin is already in that enhanced risk, or maybe it's Madison's just south of it. So Madison is south of the enhanced risk, so it might get expanded down southward a little bit. But honestly, just with the way this ridge is set up, really north of Madison, Wisconsin is going to be a greater concern. So I wouldn't be sitting there panicking about tomorrow in Madison regardless. But tomorrow is definitely a day where you could see a little bit of severe weather and maybe an isolated tornado. But especially to your north is where I'd be more concerned. Magnetic North saying, I came from Evan Shoutout. I like the concept of the severe index on the thumbnails, and the thumbnails being the Storm Prediction Center risk areas and not half the country every time. Yeah, it blows my mind that people are okay with that. Just seeing half the country look like a nuke's gone off for every thumbnail they click on. I can show you guys something funny. My graphics designer was messing with me and made And he's in the chat, by the way. That's Blake, who's down in the Mississippi Gulf. He was messing with me, and he was like, I created the thing that I sought to destroy or something like that. And it was like the most brain-rotted thumbnail. I see if I can find it. Oh, I can't show this because because he put I can't show it, unfortunately, but oh man. But yeah, there have been some funny meme thumbnails that have been made about that type of stuff. So, oh, hold on a minute. I don't know how I didn't notice this. Thank you to Tim for pointing this out. As it looks like this MCS here produced a strong outflow boundary off to the northwest somehow. And so that's kind of what's kickstarting some of these storms out here. So that's why these have fired off, and they're probably going to get going looking good. I didn't realize they were interacting with a boundary here. So this is definitely going to be a little bit of an elevated risk for that large to very large hail and potentially a tornado. Rain asking, am I expecting, or Logan first saying, why do they have to include the general risk areas that don't usually get anything? Well, the more people they can include in the thumbnail, the more people will click on it, and the more ambiguous they make the thumbnails, and the less clear they make the thumbnail, the more people will click on it. It's all revenue driving tactics. And don't get me wrong, it's brilliant. The stuff they're doing is smart. It's just unethical and wrong. But that's just my opinion. Rain is saying, are you expecting a moderate risk is either an MCS or the derecho, anything but that? I don't know about a moderate risk tomorrow. Honestly, I don't know. It's definitely possible. Evan saying, you can show my meme thumbnail. Oh, I forgot. You sent me one as well. Dude, Evan, you have no idea, man. Everyone's been screwing with me with these thumbnails. They've been making these mock thumbnails of like the most ridiculous stuff. Yeah, okay. Look at this one that Evan made and sent to me. So, okay, so Evan made this. He was messing with me and sent this to me. He was like, he sent me this. Oh my goodness. He was like, you got to use this on your next broadcast. Like, obviously he's messing with me. We're joking around, but yeah. I mean, listen, the reality is a lot of people would click on this thumbnail, but that's what the problem is. It's super unethical. It's just wrong. I think there was another one, or maybe multiple, that he made. There were some funny ones, man. Like Blake, the one that Blake made is really funny, but I can't show it because he wrote. Okay, actually, Blake just made me a better version. The first one I couldn't show for reasons unknown that I'm not gonna go into, but I couldn't show. But this is the one he just made and sent to me. It's like, dude, come on, bro. They were slapping my face on these, like, just hilarious, like, reaction photos as well. Just really funny stuff. But everybody's been screwing with me and just making these stupid thumbnails and sending them to me. Putting my, like, they'll like clip, they'll like take a picture or a clip of my face, like while I'm saying like mid-sentence or something. And then so I look really goofy, and then they'll slap it on these thumbnails and put like some crazy text on it and send it to me. It's been really funny. What's up, Adrian? Okay, Levi saying, I have a good question. Tomorrow, is the weather going to shift, like enhance or what? I'm not sure exactly what you mean. We are seeing a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk tomorrow in Wisconsin and Minnesota, as well as Michigan. I don't know if I'm expecting a moderate risk tomorrow, to be honest with you. It's I'm not a huge believer in tomorrow's setup, but that also could be a little bit of bias from me not wanting anything to happen when unfortunately I can't go live to cover it. Yeah, we definitely have a little bit of a rotation starting to form southwest of Hale. So potentially a couple of supercells getting going, interacting with the outflow boundary from our wind bag going on in western Kansas. And these storms are just across the border into Colorado, south of Ray and Yuma. Timothy saying, we love boundary shenanigans. Yes, we do. Yeah, I can hear you, Adrian. Okay, sounds good. Let's see. Everyone's shouting out Nebraska. Wait, did I say, what did I say? When did I say Nebraska? When did I even say Nebraska? Nebraska is just becoming a bit now. Like the real OGs who are here from the start will know the Nebraska lore when we get really big and start having a big audience. All right, so we are seeing some hail cores getting going here, throwing 60 dBz values up to almost 30,000 feet. This is near Famer and Stoneham, or Raymer, excuse me, Raymer and Stoneham. And that severe thunderstorm warning is tagged for 1-inch hail. Evan saying greed is the root of all evil. It's sad to me. Yeah, I agree with you. I do agree with you, Evan. But I think the public is going to really stray away from that. I don't think they want that. They're genuinely, the public's being taken advantage of. Like, I don't blame the people consuming that content. Those thumbnails are really like, they use the people doing that stuff, and the social media engineering is brilliant. I'm not discrediting that. Like, it is very smart what they're doing. It's just unethical and wrong, you know? Like, I can't take away from the genius behind it. Everything they're doing hits the algorithm really well. Psychologically, it makes people want to click on those videos and watch them. But it's just wrong. It's bad for the space. People like get desensitized and fear-mongered, and then people start getting hurt. And that is the opposite of what we want. So I think the public's going to start to catch on to that. The public are not stupid. Like, general people are not stupid. A lot of people will take advantage of the public for things that they don't really know a lot about, but they'll always catch on. You know, the public, the average person is not stupid by any stretch. Someone should make a meme thumbnail, Texas covered in red with large text saying everyone in McKinney is dead. You know, it's funny, Kaysen, that you say that, because someone on our team, I can't remember who, maybe it was Blake, said that exact same thing. Maybe it was Adrian. God, I don't remember. I don't remember who said that. Evan saying the fastest way to rob or to get money is by robbing a bank. It's also quite unethical. Or, hear me out, put all your money on red, and then I'm just playing. I'm not a gambler. I'm not a big fan of gambling or sports betting or any of that stuff, but it is funny to mess around and make jokes about it. Kaysen saying, take a listen to Wake Up Mr. Crow by Switchfoot sometime. Really matches what's going on today. Interesting. Is that a podcast or is that a song? Logan saying, luckily it was just a glitch and the temperature was actually 101 and the heat index was 105, which is still. Yes, I know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe the temperature really was 105,100 or whatever they said. 101,105 or something going on in McKinney. Evan saying, I just noticed the cities are finally bigger. All that's left is getting the polygons thicker. Yeah, I mean, I can do that. And by the way, Evan, when you pointed that out to me to make the cities bigger, I did that instantly. And it just didn't save, I guess, and I never noticed until the other day. And I finally someone else gave me the exact same feedback, and I was like, I already did that. And then I realized, no, I didn't do that because it must have not saved. But now the font also matches our branding, which is nice. So everything works pretty well now. We're still watching this supercell southwest of Hale that could potentially get going and do something. And then a little bit of a hail core developing near Willard and Raymer. I should move to Willard, Colorado. It's like the promised land for me. Willard. It's awesome. 60 dBz value is getting lofted upwards of 25,000 feet. So definitely a strong updraft there. Still getting going, still developing, still young. But I'm still going to keep Evan in my subscription feed, as you should. I appreciate that, Evan. As we did just get a severe thunderstorm warning slapped on this storm out here firing off near Hale and Adalia. This one is going to be tagged for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Down in Amarillo, or just southeast, or just east of Amarillo, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that is getting near expiration. It's got 60-mile-per-hour winds tagged on there. And obviously, our considerable severe thunderstorm warning down west of Lubbock has been lifted and just replaced, or downgraded, I should say, not lifted, downgraded down to a regular severe thunderstorm warning. And then we're still watching this hail core beginning to develop near Stoneham, where any of these storms could ingest a little bit of rotation and try to spit out a tornado. I'm not expecting any kind of an elevated tornado threat with any of these storms in northeast Colorado into the Nebraska Panhandle. But especially if they can interact with outflow boundaries like we saw with this one south of Ray is trying to do, those would be our greatest storms of concern. One of my favorite things to do is to go to messages that people send me and then just reply with GIFs. And I like to find like the dumbest GIFs imaginable. All right, give me my METAR. Show me the surface winds. Show me the moisture. Show me the surface winds. Tell me everything. I need to know. Please load. My METAR has just not really wanted to work super well for me here lately. It's a little hit or miss. Tech only does what it wants. I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. Listen, all I'm saying is a computer is only as intelligent as its operator, and unfortunately, I'm the operator, so we're cooked. I'm just playing. All right, we're going to check in on Jackson County, Mississippi, where we did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning not terribly long ago for this wind-producing event that's now rolling through the likes of Biloxi. There's my METAR. Wait. Take me back to Kansas. Show me my METAR. This is driving me nuts. Evidently, I'm hearing we had a new 62-mile-per-hour wind gust that was measured on our MCS down here. So I reckon that we might have a report of that in one of these severe thunderstorm warnings. Oh, yeah. Here we go. A 62-mile-per-hour wind gust was reported in Campus at 8:01 p.m. So that was 8 minutes ago in Campus. I don't know where Campus is. No idea. Campus, Kansas, though. I sure would love to see my meteor. That would sure make me happy. There we go. Ask and you shall receive. Okay. So we do have decently favorable surface winds. I will say our dew points are a little bit low out in this area, it appears. So maybe slightly more elevated storms that wouldn't be able to produce a tornado, but it's possible. Meanwhile, our hail cores going on here in northeastern Colorado are still building. Still nothing crazy. This is probably the most impressive one near Briggsdale. So that one might get severe thunderstorm warned pretty soon here as it's starting to get up into those 70 dBz values. So that's probably going to get severe thunderstorm warned here within a couple of seconds. So that one's just east of Briggsdale, headed towards Keota, maybe Buckingham. It should stay west of Buckingham, though. Headed right towards Keota in Colorado here. So a little bit of a zoom out. This is where we're at. See if I can thicken these warning polygons a little bit. So go to like, oh, what was it? Hang on. What are all of these? That's 2 pixels. These are, okay, so they're all 2 pixels and it's just the border that changes. Okay, so let's just double them. Let's just double everything and see what happens. Okay, we'll see how you guys like that. So now these warning polygons are a little bit thicker and easier to see. Tell me what you guys think about that. I also may change my tornado emergency to be like white instead of a pink with a red outline. There we go. So here's that considerable severe thunderstorm warning now been upgraded with 70-mile-per-hour winds. These were estimated 3 miles west of Gove City at 8:11 p.m. here. Yeah, I will say pretty much the first tornadic chase I ever did was the tornado emergency in May or April. When was this? Back down in Bogachita in Mississippi near Brookhaven. I'm pretty sure it was like, I think it was May 6th. I don't know. Maybe it was in April. I think it was May 6th. Okay, I am going to, I think, increase the border thickness of these warnings as well so that those can be seen a little better. So bear with me. I'm just going to increase them all by like 1 pixel, I guess. So that goes to 2, that goes to 3, and that goes to 4. That'll go to 2. That'll go to 3. That'll go to 4. And this one is kind of different here. Maybe we go like that. Tornado emergency is a weird one in terms of the polygon. So yeah, hopefully these polygons will look a little bit better for you guys, where you can see that considerable severe thunderstorm warning here. It definitely looks a little bit different. I'm thinking though, maybe for general severe thunderstorms, we lower these down to 3 pixels in thickness. So this way the considerables will pop even a little bit more. I know we're doing a little bit of troubleshooting like live on air here. So I apologize for that, but yeah. So just our regular severe thunderstorm warnings will be just slightly less pop on the screen here. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think this helps? Should I make more changes? Talk to me. What do you think? Here's what it looks like zoomed all the way in. This is a regular severe thunderstorm warning, and this is a considerable right next to it. But again, not to take away from what's actually going on. Again, this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning here for Gove, Logan, Sheridan, and Thomas counties in Kansas, tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds, which have been estimated by the public. And then back at the Colorado border, we have this storm near Adalia, hail north of Burlington, which could definitely produce some decent hail. Nothing crazy. Maybe up to ping pong ball sized hail. And then we did just get a severe thunderstorm warning for the Kyoto cell that I was talking about. Was probably going to get one. I know I looked away from it for a while, but that hail core is beginning to bubble up and start to tower here. So we're going to continue to monitor this one pretty closely. As we maybe... Yeah, I don't know. That one's getting to around 20,000 feet with those 60 dBz targets, so... Rain saying, I guess if there's no live stream tomorrow, then I'll just have to watch the radar. Logan saying, or you could go watch the other small creators that don't exaggerate. Kaysen said, maybe my webcam should be a little bit bigger. Interesting. We could think about that. That would require a lot more work than changing the presentation of our radar, though. This I will say. Definitely still looking at very strong winds coming out of these storms here. Possibly in the 70-mile-per-hour range. That is what the northern half of this is tagged for. But the southern half, especially down here, southwest of Beeler, northwest of Calvista, maybe is an area where we could see some of those stronger winds as well. Down in New Mexico for Lea County, we do have another severe thunderstorm warning that's been put in place a little bit ago, just west of Eunice and northwest of Eunice. This one's tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar sized hail. As we can see, doesn't look like any of that's been observed. All radar indicated here. And we do have a considerable flash flood warning here as well. So that's interesting. So we can see what that looks like compared to a regular flash flood warning over here. They kind of look about the same. So perhaps I need to up the border size on these. So up to like 3 pixels there. I think that does help. Yeah. Actually, I think I just messed that up, and it was supposed to have done that already. And I just messed that up. That's okay. And I think actually this should go down for our PDS tornado warnings. I mean, just our confirmed tornadoes. Okay, so I think we're in a pretty good spot here. with what all these colors look like. Here's what I'm doing, by the way. I know it was just off the edge of the screen there, but this is what we're doing. I'm sitting here playing with the thickness of some of this stuff. As we did actually have a landspout report from like 12 minutes ago. So that was where we saw that rotation a little while ago that I was talking about. And we did have an observed wind gust of 65 miles per hour. So this is associated with this outflow boundary that I'm drawing here on the radar. So that outflow boundary is pushing through, bringing those 65 mile per hour winds, and evidently there was a landspout just west of there as well, which doesn't really surprise me. Out there in Texas, it's very, very common. Logan saying a landspout is a tornado that starts from the ground. Technically, a landspout is actually technically not a tornado, but it is very similar to a tornado. A tornado originates from the mesocyclone and connects to the ground, whereas a landspout, of course, like you said, originates from the ground and connects to the cloud deck. So a landspout is not a tornado, but it is very similar. It is still a rotating column of air that can produce some damage. So generally, landspouts are not very strong, though. All right, going back to our considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Kansas and our storms going on up here. We do have a little bit of a merge beginning to happen near the Kansas and Colorado border. And then we have a couple of cells up here, one near Stoneham and another near Kyoto. Neither of these, well, the one near Willard actually might be beginning to develop some inflow and rotation. So this is definitely something to watch near, I didn't grab my pen, here near Willard. And this one is moving off towards areas like Padrone or Sterling, maybe. So that's definitely one to watch for a possible tornadic threat in the next few minutes here. We did just get another severe thunderstorm warning downstream of our cluster here. So this one is going to be for Finney, Lane, Ness, and Trego counties. Tagged for 60 mile per hour winds and 1-inch hail. All right, I'm going to check in on what's going on in the Northeast, as we did have all sorts of convection starting to bubble up in that area. First, I'll stop in the Midwest and see if what's going on with any of these storms that are still rolling through. We do have those storms that left Green Bay and now crossing Lake Michigan into Michigan itself. And all our storms out here in the UP of Michigan have pretty much dissipated. In the LP of Michigan, we do have a storm near Presque Isle, which does have a little bit of rotation. It's very, very weak. And then, like I said, crossing Lake Michigan from Green Bay. These storms are going to be moving into Michigan. Could produce some gusty winds out in that area. And I will jump on over to the Northeast now, where our original strange supercell looking storm is pretty much dead as it has continued to move to the south. But we have all sorts of other convection starting to fire off in New York. And we did just get a new considerable severe thunderstorm in New Mexico. That's going to be out in Leah, Andrew, and Gaines counties. Okay, so this is actually just crossing the border into Texas. So Andrews and Gaines counties are in Texas, whereas Lea County is in New Mexico. So this storm is tagged with 70-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail. We do have another cell just beginning to fire off near Ropesville to the southwest of Lubbock. What operating system do I use? I use Windows 11. We might be getting Adrian on here soon to talk about the environment up there in northeastern Colorado for those storms that could be moving into an environment where we could have a tornado or two. Of course, back in Kansas, we do still have our considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. I think I might go ahead and lower these back down to 1 pixel. Will there ever be a Windows 12? Probably. I have no idea. Adrian, what is this clip? Oh my gosh. Oh man. That's funny. So Adrian has been in the background while I've been looking at storms on the radar. He's been looking at the environment they're moving into. So we are going to have him hop in here live and do a live hit with us in just a little bit to give us a little bit of a breakdown of what he's seeing from model outputs and model guidance, as well as observations for northeastern Colorado and into the Nebraska panhandle. So up in this region where some of these storms are headed. All right, our cell near Kyoto, still going strong. Let's take a picture of that hail core here. And it's not looking insanely impressive, so definitely some small hail in there, but nothing crazy. I'll go ahead and zoom that in so we can take a better look at it here. You can see some of those magentas making it to around 20,000 feet, so nothing crazy impressive at all. I will say with these storms here in our MCS ongoing, our Boeing segment, it's possible that we get the introduction of the rear inflow jet with any of these storms, really. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Man. Sorry, I'm still sitting here messing around with the settings on these warnings to try and make sure that the correct message can be accurately portrayed to you guys when we get warnings. Rain asking, what do I got going on tomorrow? I am watching the World Cup tomorrow. Watching USA versus Bosnia at 7 p.m. So before and after that, we could potentially go live for shorter broadcasts, both before and after that. But that is a little bit to be determined. As it does look like this cluster of storms up near Sterling is still rolling strong. But it is becoming more of an MCS type of looking thing, as opposed to a memento, as opposed to a supercell. Though it may still have some rotation going on at the mid levels. Again, we're around 8,000 feet. It's the closest picture we can get on those storms, unfortunately. The Nebraska Panhandle is a giant black hole for radar, unfortunately. It is where storms go to hide. Yo. All right, let's go check in on what's going down here in Texas and at the New Mexico border as well. As we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning and a considerable flash flood warning going on straddling the Texas and New Mexico border for Lea County, New Mexico, plus Andrews and Gaines counties in Texas. And our considerable severe thunderstorm warning back in Kansas was just lifted. So we are downgraded, I should say. It was just downgraded and slightly shrunken down. So we are no longer looking at 70 mile per hour winds here, just around 60 miles per hour. Okay. Up here in northeastern Colorado, I am definitely still pretty concerned about this storm as it tries to recycle the one near Sterling, as we could see some strong rotation begin to develop here. So I am seeing according to Tim, we do have these storms in northeastern Colorado, especially the ones near Yuma or south of Yuma and Ray, are moving into an area with plenty of cape and 35 knots of 0 to 3 shear. So interesting. Definitely interesting. As we have well past 700 subscribers now, so that's exciting. Yippee! We have hit 708 subscribers. How about that? I appreciate anyone who is new here and has subscribed. If you haven't, definitely leave a like on this video, as it's the #1 thing that you can do to help us out right now is to like and comment on everything that we post. It is by far the most helpful thing that can be done. Down in Texas, we did just get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This one's going to be tagged for 70 mile per hour winds as well. This was, it's all radar indicated here, but a strong looking cell between Arno and Barstow here in southwestern Texas. Isn't that how every panhandle is? Kind of, yeah. kind of. Not really the Florida Panhandle. They've got radar. More severe weather on Friday, just lovely. According to Rain, I honestly haven't looked that far ahead yet. Kaysen saying, I'll be 16 in October. I hope I can join your stream mod team then. Already a mod for Leighton, Varnell, and Cruz Haynes, so I have experience. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Rain saying, then after Friday, it's finally going to be a flip in the pattern leading to dry conditions just in time for Independence Day. Yeah, we'll see. To be determined. Long-range models are definitely hinting at a situation similar to what you're describing. Just west of Lubbock, we do have multiple cells beginning to fire off, which are going to interact with the outflow boundary of the MCS ongoing to the northwest of Lubbock. So this is going to be interesting down here to see what happens as any of these storms begin to ingest this vorticity that's about to smack them. So that'll be something to watch. The Oklahoma and Idaho panhandles need radars too. Messages in the chat. Once in a lifetime experience, can't wait. There's a all right. We are going to jump back into Kansas for a moment and take a look at these. This cell near Sterling looks pretty strong. It is looking pretty strong here. And we did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for that for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. Yeah, this storm is definitely looking decently concerning here, as it's got a lot of really strong inflow coming into it. I mean, really strong inflow. So one to watch, to say the least here. Marcus, I see you in the chat. How you doing? Tell me something good. Oh, there's Adrian. I see you. Okay, so we're going to try and get Adrian in here in just a second. As I got to set this up, so bear with me for a quick second here. As we're going to get Adrian in to do a little bit of a live hit and give us an update on what's going on in the Texas Panhandle, as we're seeing this storm near Sterling starting to look more and more concerning and could be worthy of a tornado warning pretty soon here. So, Adrian, we're going to bring you in. Okay, can you hear me?
Will, you doing all right?
Yes, yeah, I'm doing great. It's good to see you.
How's the audio? Is the audio okay?
Yeah, you're sounding good.
Awesome. So
your AirPods are doing that like that noise that I don't know if you watched back the other live hit that you did. I don't know what causes that.
Hold up. I'm about to solve this problem. We're just gonna go.
So yeah, while Adrian fixes his microphone really quick, he's just going to be giving us a brief update on what's going on in the Nebraska Panhandle and northeastern Colorado, which is where these storms are moving into. Some of them that have fired off of the outflow boundary from our MCS in Kansas. Those are the ones that are near Adelia and Hale, and they are headed up to the northeast. And then, of course, our ones out in northeastern Colorado near Sterling, which is looking more and more concerning.
Yes, well, can you hear me now? Is that a little better?
Yeah, okay, maybe it's actually Video Ninja then that's causing that, because it's still doing that audio thing. Anyway, you can talk. There's just going to be a weird noise that cuts in like every 2 seconds, but
okay. Well, we'll make it work best we can.
Absolutely.
So what we're noticing is in central to northern Colorado, there's a surface low actually strengthening and drawing in some of that back winds that you were showing earlier on stream. But we're getting effective bulk shear values of roughly 50 to 60 knots all the way through northeast Colorado into southwest Nebraska, right on the edge of that sort of higher terrain gradient as you get a little bit higher. Um, there's a surge of dew points just on the northern side of the ongoing bow echo, right there in northwest Kansas, where you can actually see mid to upper 60s dew points trying to draw up into that higher terrain area, right just a little east, maybe 20, 30 miles east of the ongoing cell cluster. So if those ingredients can meet up just right as those ongoing supercells continue to mature in that 50 to 60 effective bulk shear environment, you definitely will have those LCLs kind of lower as that temperature dew point spread starts to come down. And we're getting towards sunset, so naturally you get the temperature to drop. Some of those originally mixed profiles are becoming much more saturated. We're getting lower cloud bases. We're getting basically the whole shebang you'd need for a brief tornado or two as these storms continue.
Yeah, I am seeing those dew points in southwestern Nebraska right now on METAR getting around 64, 66, even up to 68 or 69 degrees for North Platte and Lexington down in Nebraska, excuse me. But those are a little bit farther out from where these storms are currently at. The closest METAR to where they're at is out of St. Francis, which was showing a 59-degree dew point. So a little bit lower than the storm would need for a tornado. The one near Sterling, though, those dew points are even a little bit lower too, as some of those dew points, especially near like Sydney, so in the far western part of the Nebraska Panhandle, those are in the 40s. But a little bit east of there, this may be like some sort of a dry line that's set up. Like near Ogallala, we do have 66-degree dew points, which is where this storm, by the way, they did just upgrade this to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds on our storm near Sterling, Colorado. So that is definitely something we'll continue to watch.
Absolutely.
And they tornado possible tagged it.
Yeah, that area just on the Kansas-Colorado border right there. Not sure which exactly one that is. I'm looking at it through mesoanalysis, but that one would have the best tornado potential, at least in the short term, as those different boundaries and those different air masses try to mix right at the right time as we go into sunset.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Is there anything else you want to tell us about the environment or anything else that you've noticed?
Something else that the ongoing MCS that's ongoing in west central Kansas, as it continues east, it's only going to get into a better environment. It's starting to encounter roughly 60 or upper 60s to low 70 dew points as those surface temperatures are coming down to the middle 80s. So you're getting 86 over 72 via surface obs and mesoanalysis right ahead of that ongoing Boeing segment. So uh, instability is still very strong. You're uncapped. You have 5,000 joules per kilogram surface-based CAPE still ongoing in front of that bow echo. And yeah, that one should be remaining severe for a long time.
Yeah, I'm looking at METAR right now and I'm seeing about 15 to 20 knot winds coming out of the south, slightly southeast, mostly just southerly in that region. And I'm seeing a lot of 84 over 72 just east of where this MCS is. Almost every METAR plot is showing pretty much exactly 84 over 72, a couple of 86, 88 over 72, a little further east where the sun has not fully set yet. But those temperatures are all going to begin to cool off towards the dew point. And like you said, plenty of CAPE. Now, apparently we have had a funnel cloud reported just now out in Colorado.
Would not surprise me at all. When I get a second, I'll show you a little observed, or not observed, but a proximity sounding from the RAP that I was able to pull right out ahead of that cluster. And as you can see, it's a very stark difference between elevated and mixed, and then surface-based and very unstable profiles very close to the surface, especially given the high terrain.
Yeah,
Compensates
absolutely.
for it a little bit. But yeah, absolutely. If I can find anything else for you that might be relevant, I don't mind at all to come back on. But for now, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, Adrian, thank you very much for hopping in. We are going to jump right back into things as we do have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning in place now that you guys haven't seen yet. It's been there for a couple of scans, and we did have a funnel cloud reported about 10 miles west of this point along the highway, which is east of Sterling here, between Sterling and Fleming. So we are looking at a considerable severe thunderstorm warning here. This is tagged for that golf ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds, heading right up the highway from Sterling towards Julesburg, essentially towards Iliff and Crook as well. And you can see what Adrian and I were talking about is all of these METAR plots are pretty small on the map, so I know it's difficult to see, but what we are seeing here are these dew point values in the lower 60s up here in southern Nebraska Panhandle in the northwesternmost corner of Kansas. Values around 64, 66, even 68 towards North Platte. So those dew points are going to be a little bit higher, and those surface winds are a little bit more backed the further up to the north you go. As you can see, we have 15 knots in Grant coming out of basically the due east. So definitely a decently favorable environment in that area. And again, this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning up here in Colorado. We do have another one that's straddling the border of Texas and New Mexico down here as well. This one's tagged for those 70 mile-per-hour winds and small hail. And that is for Lea County, New Mexico, and Andrews and Gaines counties in Texas. And then down here for Loving, Reeves, Ward, and Winkler counties in Texas, we have another considerable severe thunderstorm warning for small hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds as well. Back in Colorado for Logan County, that is where our funnel cloud was recently reported. And this storm is increasingly beginning to move off into a radar hole, by the way. So this rotation is looking really strong here, but we're looking at 8,500 feet. So it's you got to take it with a little bit of a grain of salt, as that mid-level rotation doesn't always transfer to the surface. As Adrian just sent me a couple of images here so I can see some of these dew points better. And yeah, he's absolutely right. Really, the most favorable region on the map is probably going to be right through here. So this storm is actually kind of going to ride the edge of that region. So it's not in the most favorable conditions, but it is the strongest storm on the map right now. And I am seeing a modeled sounding from that area as well that has plenty of upper level support. We're not seeing the most incredible curved photographs, as the mid levels are looking like a little bit of an issue. However, the mid-level moisture is definitely there. It's really just the winds there. We're not getting a whole lot of speed shear in the mid-levels. And yeah. So Adrian, I appreciate all of that stuff that you have just sent me. That is definitely very helpful. Logan says, I have to log off. It's almost my bedtime. Yeah, I get that, my friend. Enjoy the rest of your nights. We are going to be staying with things here near Sterling, Colorado, as we do now have this tagged for baseball-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. So this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now. It has just been upgraded to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. I think I might upgrade this one more pixel. Yeah, that looks a little better, I think. What do you guys think? Can you see that all right? Okay, we do have our first report of a tornado on the ground, evidently 1 mile north of the location of Michelle Mendoza. So this storm is tornado possible tagged, but it has not been tornado warned. We might get a tornado warning on the storm and have it be confirmed within just a couple of seconds here due to this storm report. So we do have what we believe to be a confirmed tornado. It is not fully confirmed, but we believe we have a tornado on the ground. This is just near Sterling here, headed towards Iliff. It's definitely possible. I don't think we could confirm this with radar by any stretch here. But it is definitely possible that we are looking at a tornado on the ground, just basically right along the highway headed towards Iliff. And there it is. We just had a confirmed tornado warning put down here with a confirmed tornado located near Iliff. So 9 miles northeast of Sterling, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. It's also paired with that baseball-sized hail. So this is definitely a very threatening storm here. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground right now near Iliff. And here's a look at that hail core, by the way. This thing is a monster, an absolute monster of a hail core. And that bounded weak echo region, you can see this cave going on in here. This is a very strong storm. You can see this cave right here. So a very, very strong hail core here, producing baseball-sized hail, and also a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is in Logan and Sedgwick counties here in Colorado, northeastern Colorado. So we're going to continue to stay with this for the time being. We do still have a couple of cells that look a little bit concerning here as they head into southwestern Nebraska. So this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning and a confirmed tornado on the ground right now. Near Iliff and headed towards areas like Proctor, Crook, and eventually towards Sedgwick. It's literally moving up the highway with at highway speeds. It's moving at 55 miles per hour. So if you're in the path of this tornado, you need to get to a basement immediately. Okay. So, whoa. Okay, the latest scan on this hail core looks ridiculous. Like genuinely ridiculous. And this could be a confirmed tornado right here, just southwest of Iliff. So we could have a tornado debris signature here just southwest of Iliff. So this is definitely a concerning situation as we most certainly have baseball-sized hail in this hail core, an absolutely monstrous hail core going on here near Sterling. And again, a confirmed tornado on the ground. Possibly lofting debris. And you can see just a couple of those silvers and grays sneaking into here. When we get the latest radar scan that we can visualize, we're having DBZ values getting up to around 75 DBZ. So some very, very strong hail, or some very large hail, potentially up to baseball or even slightly larger than baseball-sized hail, and a tornado just near Iliff going right up the highway at highway speeds headed towards Crook. So it is possible that this is a tornado debris signature that we're looking at here on radar right here near Iliff. Weather spotters have confirmed this tornado as of a couple minutes ago. Yeah, to answer your question, putter patter, there are a couple of chasers out there on this one. I believe it is Michelle Mendoza who's been the one who able to confirm this for the National Weather Service. Look at this hail core. All of these silvers and grays and even whites getting thrown into the mix here. These are extremely high DBZ values in this core. getting up to around 20,000 feet. So this is a very, very strong updraft that could easily be producing baseball-sized hail, if not even slightly larger than baseball-sized hail. So this is definitely a very concerning storm near Iliff, where we could easily have a tornado debris signature ongoing right at this moment. I'm going to see if I can get a cross-section look at it now. See if we can figure some things out. As, yeah, it definitely looks like we had at least some debris being lofted to possibly around 10 to 15, maybe even 20,000 feet, but probably around 10 to 15,000 feet with this storm. So I believe we have a tornado that we can radar confirm as well. But of course, we do have a visual on this storm. To answer the question in the chat about the difference in weather from France and the United States, the main thing is that the United States is massive. And you can get very different weather all over the country. For example, the other day we had snow up in Idaho, and we had like 110 degree Fahrenheit temperatures down in the East Coast. So again, this is a definitely a very threatening situation here, where we definitely had a tornado on the ground, at least briefly, near Iliff. And it's looking like that tornado debris signature has fallen off, but that rotation is still there. We could easily have a tornado still on the ground here. And again, this storm is looking with baseball-sized hail. You are more than welcome, Amy Quickjaya. Thank you for stopping by. And enjoy your time in the States. Again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground near Iliff and headed towards Proctor. It may have lifted here, but it could still be on the ground. We do not know for sure. Regardless, though, we do have strong winds associated with this storm, at the very least. Upwards of 70 mile per hour potentially. And then we also have baseball-sized hail. So this is a tornado going on and a destructive severe thunderstorm warning up here in Colorado. So this is for Logan and Sedgwick counties. Kaysen, to answer your question, technically it's possible for hail to fall into a tornado and get launched at high speeds, but generally, a tornado, if it's within the hail core, is going to completely collapse due to the downdraft essentially becoming more dominant in that area. So technically it's possible, but I wouldn't really expect that to happen much. I don't know if I've ever seen that happen, but technically it could be possible. And again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground just southwest of Proctor now, or at least was on the ground momentarily. It might be back on the ground again. Potentially a very small tornado debris signature here. Definitely nothing that we can confirm on radar, but we could very easily be seeing a tornado on the ground still between Iliff and Proctor. And even if there isn't one, you're still going to be getting smacked by potentially 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and baseball-sized hail. So this is, again, a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. I can't reemphasize that enough. If you're in the path of this storm at all, you got to be taking this one very seriously, as we're getting those 60-plus DBZ values launched to almost 40,000 feet in the air. And you're going to see all of these 70-plus DBZ values, all these silvers and grays and whites getting thrown into the mix here as well. So this is a very, very, very powerful thunderstorm, producing large to giant hail and a tornado. All right, we're going to check in really quickly on our cells down here near Adalia and Hale, as it looks like they are beginning to fall off and possibly dissipate or near a recycle. But there is a new cell that is developing, almost moving south, northwest of Goodland. So a little bit of a messy setup going on there near Kansas. But if any of those cells can emerge from the ruckus and make it towards this portion of southwestern Nebraska, we could definitely be looking at an elevated tornado threat there. And again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground near Iliff and headed towards Proctor. Now, it may be recycling. It may not be on the ground right now, but it was on the ground moments ago. And it could easily put down another tornado. This is still a very, very strong thunderstorm here. And it is headed towards areas like Crook, as it looks like our rotation has kind of cycled itself down to the south a little bit of the highway, and now we'll be headed up towards Crook. So hopefully not riding along the highway and hitting traveling pedestrians. In case I have a Wu-Ting keyboard. There's a little key clicking for you. And down in Texas and New Mexico, we do still have this pair of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings for Lea County, New Mexico, and then Andrews and Gaines counties in Texas here. This one's got only 12 minutes left, tagged for those 70-mile-per-hour winds, and is probably going to be allowed to expire soon. Same thing for the considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Loving, Ward, and Winkler counties in Texas down here. This one is between Barstow and Arno and Wink. And it is probably going to be allowed to expire as well in 12 minutes. But of course, we are going to mostly focus our attention here on the confirmed tornado from not long ago in northeastern Colorado here. And again, we're looking at a little bit of a radar hole. We are looking at 10,500 feet in the air. So it's hard to get the clearest picture on this storm. And again, this is just another reason why storm chasers are so incredibly important. The National Weather Service didn't even have a tornado warning on this cell until a storm spotter reported a funnel cloud and then a tornado briefly after. And they immediately were able to put a tornado warning on here and confirm that tornado, which could be potentially life-saving information. So this is exactly why storm chasers matter and why we need them. Fiddle Eyes saying, I'm in Sterling and the storm is bad. Yeah, it should be moving out of Sterling now. So hopefully you are going to be freed up from the pain. But this thing definitely blew through Sterling, possibly dropping baseball-sized hail. Yeah, we are getting those 70-plus DBZ values sneaking in here at the mid-levels around 20,000 feet in the air. So this is still a storm that could be producing baseball-sized hail near Proctor and Crook. Now, our tornado warning has just been downgraded to no longer a confirmed tornado, but a storm capable of producing a tornado. And this is still centered around Proctor. Headed right up the highway, though I will say, just to the south of there looks like arguably the most concerning area of rotation, just south of this polygon. The polygon's basically splitting that rotation in half. as here is where it would be. But at the mid levels, of course, this is at the upper levels, right? And this is a tilted updraft with this storm. So where you have your couplet at 10,000 feet is not exactly where it would be at the surface. Amy saying, I'm in Colorado and just climbed a mountain in the parks. That's awesome. I hope you enjoyed that a lot. This is northeast of Colorado by quite a bit, so this one's not going to be affecting you. We did just get another severe thunderstorm warning, a considerable one in Texas for a very large area. So this is just a giant windbag pushing through Texas now as things are becoming linear and growing upscale very quick here in Texas. So this is just tagged with 70-mile-per-hour winds. Not really any kind of a hail risk, but definitely a lot of blowing rain. This one is going to be for Castro, Floyd, Hale, Hockley, Lamb, Lubbock, Swisher, and Terry counties in Texas. It's going to last for 40 minutes here. So if you're anywhere out here in Texas, definitely a concern for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So make sure that you are staying weather aware out there. Now, out in Logan County, we are still looking at everything here as we get towards the Crook and Sedgwick areas. Our tornado warning polygon has been significantly shrunken down, though, as the storm is going through a little bit of a recycle, and it's also in a radar hole. So we have to rely on storm chasers here a lot. And unfortunately, there aren't a ton of them out tonight. But again, this is still most likely producing baseball-sized hail regardless of the tornado threat. Rain saying, I'm close to 1,000 followers. Maybe I can help with that. Yeah, dude, if you could subscribe, like and subscribe, I would appreciate it, man. There's a number one thing that can be done to support us is just liking and subscribing and commenting on everything that we post. That is all I ask, and I'm not even asking that. That's just the thing that you could do to support us if you so desired. But again, this is a tornado warning for Proctor and Crook here in Logan County, Colorado. This is moving out of the Iliff area right now. And it's still a very, very powerful hail core going on. As you can see, our destructive severe thunderstorm warning was just shrunken down a little bit. Which is going to relieve out of it areas like Sterling and Padrone. So if you're in Atwood, Sterling, Willard, Padrone, you are now excluded from the severe thunderstorm warning as things are moving off to the northeast. So in the longer term, this is going to be headed towards areas like Sidney, Chapel, and Big Springs, Nebraska, as well as Julesburg right at the border. So here's a quick zoom out on the map so you can see where we are at. Here is Colorado, of course, and Denver right here for a little bit of a reference point. And here's Cheyenne, Wyoming, state capital. And this storm is going to be generally moving out in somewhere in this direction over the next hour and a half or so. So if you're in the path of this storm, this has already produced a tornado and is moving into a more favorable environment. So it could continue to recycle and try to produce multiple tornadoes. And it is still producing that baseball-sized hail regardless. So definitely a very, very powerful storm here. Not all too dissimilar to the storm that we saw down in South Dakota this morning, or yesterday morning. All right. So again, our rotation has definitely weakened a good amount here as our inflow has kind of been occluded a little bit. But this is still a very, very powerful thunderstorm. And I mean, while I say the inflow has been occluded, I mean the inflow being used for the updraft in that tornado as things became a little rain wrapped and that inflow became contaminated with the precipitation from this cell. So essentially, it was poisoning itself. But now we are seeing it begin to recycle a little bit. So we could see that tornado threat ramp back up. It is possible. I wouldn't say it's likely, but it's definitely possible here. Regardless, it's still dropping baseballs made of ice out of the sky. So you got to be taking it very seriously, and it could produce 70-mile-per-hour winds as well. Down in Texas, one of our considerable severe thunderstorm warnings has been lifted. That's the one that was straddling the border of New Mexico as well. And our other one as well down there in Texas, I forget which counties those were in. That one has been lifted as well. It was down here near, where was this at? Forgive me. Yeah, it was near Marathon. That one has been lifted as well. So we're down to just in Texas, these considerable severe thunderstorm warnings on this line of thunderstorms. One of those is about to be lifted as well. So we're just going to have one severe thunderstorm warning tagged with considerable for 70-mile-per-hour winds rolling through areas like Lubbock and Plainview, Petersburg, Underwood, Alley, Hale Center, Abernathy, Finney, even halfway down here in Texas. But of course, in Colorado, this is our primary concern right now. We do still have storm chasers on this, as a new downstream destructive severe thunderstorm warning has just been added. So this has been put here for 70-mile-per-hour winds and baseball-sized hail. And it is tornado possible tagged. And they also have it tagged at moving at northeast at around 50 miles per hour. So this is now going to include Logan and Sedgwick counties here in Colorado. For a little bit of a zoom out, this is where we're at. You can see those thick borders on the polygon up here. And as a reference point, there is Denver, and there is Scott City, Kansas. As this storm really looks pretty impressive. The environment that it's in looks kind of ridiculous. The only thing lacking is the surface moisture. And I'm turning on METAR here to show you that here's an example of what I'm talking about. So down here back in Sterling, we have 54-degree dew points. But up here in Ogallala, we have 65-degree dew points, and that's where this is headed. So as it moves up into Nebraska, the storm could recycle an uptrend again and try to become more tornadic as it taps into an area with a little bit more cape, a little bit more energy for it, a little bit more instability. It's already got a really good shear environment for it. And it could be tapping into better low-level moisture as well. So again, what we're going to be watching here is near like areas like Ogallala, the sun is now pretty much down. Or close to going down in those areas. So these temperatures are going to drop, but the dew points are going to stay the same. So this storm is just going to roll right on into some of these favorable conditions for storms to develop and potentially become tornadic. So it is rolling into a very favorable area, as our tornado warning has been shrunken down a little bit, but maintained as of a minute ago. And I do want to go ahead and show, I'm going to pull some older frames. We can show a little bit of a time-lapse radar loop here of what this storm has been like during its progression. And that notification you're seeing at the top of your screen is not a new warning. It's just the current one being shrunken down. So here's what the storm kind of looked like a little while ago. Maybe I see if I can pull even a few more frames further back. Okay, that's as far as it's going to let me go. But you can see this storm in its progression here, as it just really bubbles up, and it put down that tornado near Iliff. And just continued to roll right up the highway. So definitely a very, very powerful storm. I need to remember how to okay. So I need to kill the radar for 1 second here and see if I can adjust this. Okay, I already have it set as the max that I can, unfortunately. So that is unfortunate, but it is what it is. It'll only do up to 24 frames. Sometimes I forget that. Anyway, pull these older frames back so we still have them. In terms of our flash flood warnings, by the way, I know we had a lot going on in Texas. Now we just have the considerable flash flood warning going on out here in Lea County, New Mexico. And then in Texas, we also have Jeff Davis and Reeves counties, excuse me, in a flash flood warning. So here's that considerable flash flood warning. And then down here is your regular flash flood warning. And I am going to go ahead and change that to something like that. That should help differentiate between the two. We did actually just have reports of a funnel cloud. Interesting. That was a while ago. I wouldn't really expect any kind of a tornado threat out here near Lubbock. All right, let's go back to Logan County, Colorado here. As, again, we are moving off into a radar hole, unfortunately, but the closer this thing gets to the Tedford radar, the better. They have issued another considerable downstream severe thunderstorm warning. So this one's tagged for tennis ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. It could easily get upgraded to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. To be determined as it crosses the border into Nebraska. I will say it kind of looks like the rotation is trying to reorganize itself a little bit here. If we did get a tornado, it'd be kind of on the backside of the storm. So it would be kind of rain wrapped. But we are looking really high in the air, around 11,000 feet almost. So this is going to become, and especially as the sun goes down, it's going to become increasingly difficult to track this storm. Thankfully, though, we do have some chasers out there who I believe are going to try and stay with it. And yeah, the sounding I was just sent from Adrian looks quite impressive for that environment. It just doesn't have that surface moisture. But again, as things cool down when the sun goes down, and it moves into the Nebraska area, which has slightly better surface moisture as well, this thing could really start to ramp up again into the evening hours here. So we might stay live for a little while and watch this storm. Oh my goodness. Some of these forecasted photographs that I'm seeing in this area are also insane. So essentially what that means is the wind profile from the top of the atmosphere to the bottom is looking really impressive and favorable for tornadoes really throughout the area this storm is moving through. So definitely a pretty concerning one here. And if we can get another cell to fire off, especially just to the south of it, near somewhere like Ray, and then push up into Nebraska as well, that would be a very favorable region as well. So lots of concern here for this evening. And unfortunately, we are still too far from the Tedford radar. We need to wait another like 20 minutes before we can start using it more effectively. We do have 10 minutes remaining on our tornado warning here. I assume they're going to remove this within the next few minutes as the rotation does move out of the polygon. We may see a new tornado warning issued ahead of it. So that would be something along the lines of this type of shape. Something like that. Maybe not quite that large, but something along those lines. Maybe a better drawing would be something more like this. Maybe something like that, headed pretty much right up the highway from Crook towards Sedgwick, Ovid, and Chapel, Julesburg as well. But to be determined if the National Weather Service will decide to do that or not. Regardless, this is still a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with baseball-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It's one that you got to take seriously, at the very least. I'm going to pull some older frames here and look at the progression of these echo tops a little bit. Okay, so the storm definitely has weakened a little bit, which is good. But again, it's moving into a more favorable environment, and the more that sun sets, it sounds counterintuitive because a lot of times you need the sun for these storms, but in this case, the more the sun sets, the better, because those temperatures are going to drop closer to the dew point. And there is plenty of moisture in southwestern Nebraska where this storm is barreling towards right now. So definitely a threatening situation with this storm, as we do have, again, a destructive severe thunderstorm warning dropping baseballs made of ice out of the sky in 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well. This is headed towards areas like Chapel, Big Springs, Brule, Julesburg, Ogallala, Oshkosh, Llewellyn, Lemoyne, even eventually towards Keystone in Nebraska here. It's just about to head out of Colorado and into Nebraska. Down in Kansas, by the way, we do still have this large line of thunderstorms continuing to roll through towards central Kansas. It has weakened a good amount, but still a giant wind bag that could be producing damaging winds for anywhere in this region over the next couple of hours. So definitely something to watch. If you're anywhere in this area that I've boxed in white, just be on the lookout for some possible severe gusts, maybe up to 70 miles per hour. Most likely topping out around 60 miles per hour, though. We did just get a new tornado warning put down here. So this one is tagged for, it's going to have 22 minutes on it. So a new tornado warning has been put in place, and it's also tagged with 2-inch hail. So I imagine that our destructive severe thunderstorm warning may get downgraded, as that hail core has definitely weakened a little bit. But regardless, this is still a tornado-producing storm that is trying to recycle and potentially produce a second tornado. So this is now going to be moving northeast. It is slowing down too. Only moving at about 35 miles per hour now. It was moving almost 60 miles per hour earlier. So again, this is a new tornado warning in place, but it's for the same storm. Our original tornado warning is probably going to get lifted up within just a second here, as the rotation has moved entirely out of that polygon. So if you're in Proctor, you are now out of the woods. And we did get a hail report here as well from Dan Fitz, which was just quarter-sized hail. So nothing crazy going on there. Where he is at, though, is not where the storm was producing the most significant hail. I'm going to pull some older frames and look at this NROT progression here for my own curiosity. Yeah, you can see some of those green values, even those oranges sneaking in on your NROT. Those are going to be those stronger values. And that rotation is still there. It's just a little weaker. You can see it right here, just up the highway from Crook. So it has fully recycled at this point. We do have one distinct area of rotation now. It's just weak. So we're going to watch it and see as it progresses. And it could potentially tighten up here. We're going to get a new velocity scan in just a second. Possibly right now. Nope. Okay, probably in about 10 seconds here. We will get the next update on this velocity scan as it's barreling literally right up the highway towards Sedgwick. Okay, maybe in another 10 seconds. Just a second here. Next update coming now, and see if we got it. There it is. Okay, so it actually has downtrended. It really has downtrended on all of the latest 3 scans, which is great news. But that rotating couplet is still there, and we could still see a tornado get put down from this storm really at any point. And especially as it crosses the border into Nebraska and that sun sets, this thing could still recycle and try to get going again with a new tornado risk. All right, and there we go. That original tornado warning has now been lifted. So we are down to just 1 tornado warning on the map here. And this is literally just right along the highway, essentially near Crook and headed towards Sedgwick. Or at least just north of Sedgwick. As here's that rotating couplet, and it's headed right up this direction. Eventually towards areas like Chapel, maybe Big Springs, into Nebraska. And again, I'm expecting this storm to continue to uptrend, or I should say, start to uptrend again, because it has been downtrending a little bit lately. But I am expecting it to begin to uptrend as it moves into Nebraska, as we are seeing more favorable conditions in Nebraska. You can see 66-degree dew points in Ogallala, for example. And that was recorded just 11 minutes ago. So I imagine that temperature of 82 degrees is probably going to drop off there as well. But regardless, this storm is still going to have strong inflow coming from the east and bringing in moisture and warmth directly into this thing. The most warm air is going to be to its east. So this is definitely a particularly concerning situation here. But no tornado on the ground as far as we know right this second. Still that rotating couplet there nonetheless. One of our severe thunderstorm warnings on the northern part of this cluster of storms was just shrunken down. It is still tagged with that quarter-sized hail and a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. And meanwhile, we do still have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning up here for Logan and Sedgwick counties in Colorado. But I'm not expecting that this is putting down baseball-sized hail at the moment. It most certainly looked like it was a little bit ago. It is probably downtrended a little bit, though it will still have the potential to uptrend and put down that type of hail in the near term here. Even if it's not putting down baseball-sized hail, it still could be producing like golf ball-sized hail. It still could be producing significant damaging hail. So don't take it less seriously just because I'm saying that. This is still a very concerning storm. Okay. Down in Texas, it looks like one of these severe thunderstorm warnings that was upgraded. So we did just get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning, actually. I think this is somewhat new, sometime within the last like 10 to 15 minutes on the southern portion of this line of storms. So this one is going to be down here for Lynn and Terry counties in Texas. For areas like Meadow, Brownfield, Tahoka, Wilson, O'Donnell, eventually towards Post. And that is for those 70-mile-per-hour winds. Again, just a lot of blowing rain down here in Texas. Nothing in terms of a major hail risk, not really any kind of a tornado risk, though it's possible with storms like this, these lines of storms, it's always possible that we get a brief, weak spin up tornado. You can never fully rule it out. But up in northeastern Colorado and headed into the Nebraska panhandle is most certainly our greatest area of concern right now. I think that I don't know why it keeps trying to go to the Goodland radar. I think the Cheyenne radar is the closest. They are somewhat similar. If only the Cheyenne radar would use a tilt angle that was a little lower than 0.6, like maybe a 0.5 or a 0.4, that would definitely be helpful, but that is okay. Again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that has 29 minutes remaining on it. It's probably not going to last that entire time, and it may get downgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm. But we do have 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this storm, and it was dropping baseball-sized hail earlier. It may not be now. Regardless, we do still have rotation going on in here where we could see an embedded tornado, potentially rain-wrapped in here at any point, really. And this is now northeast of Crook, so I imagine that both of these warning polygons are going to get shrunken down here pretty soon to cut off kind of the backside. That looks maybe a shape something like this. So anything west of that white line might get kind of cut out here. Not too long from now. And again, this storm did produce a confirmed tornado not terribly long ago. So our latest scans do look like that rotation is broadening out, at least at the upper levels here at around 12,000 feet. So kind of the upper part of the mid levels. And again, this is a storm that produced a tornado and was dropping baseballs made of ice out of the sky. It is probably not dropping hail that large now, but it is still tagged as a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, and it easily could be producing those 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So we are going to continue to monitor this storm. Again, I want to reiterate the point that it is moving into an area, into Nebraska, where you have more favorable conditions here for a tornado. So this is an 82 over 66 on this METAR with winds coming out of the east-southeast at 10 knots. So that's what we're looking at here near Ogallala. So this is moving into an environment where as these temperatures cool off, we're going to see things continue to potentially redevelop and try to strengthen again. As it's moving into an area with better low-level moisture, better wind shear, and more effective inflow. And warmer inflow too. You will notice that temperatures down in just south of this storm are a little bit cooler at the surface. And that update that you just saw at the top of your screen was not this tornado warning being canceled, but rather it was the tornado warning being shrunken down. And it was not a new tornado warning either. They have opted to keep this tornado warning live, though, despite that rotation weakening. And that is mostly due to the fact that it's already produced a tornado. Now, our destructive severe thunderstorm warning polygon is probably going to get shrunken down a little bit here soon to cut off this whole area that I'm highlighting in white. So if you are in really around Crook or anywhere to the west of Crook, you are pretty much good to go at this point. It looks like there is another cell firing off near Iliff, which was the town that got hit by this tornado not long ago. So we're going to watch that one as well to see what it does in the wake of our MCS here. Chrissy Geyer in the chat, I see you. How are you? Okie dokie. Yep, we have surpassed 700 subscribers, so I appreciate the congratulations. We are rolling deep. Continuing to grow. And the number one thing that can be done to help us grow is liking, commenting, and subscribing. Like and comment on everything we do, and subscribe. It doesn't cost you anything. That's the number one thing that can be done to help us right now. And I greatly appreciate all the support that we've had. It's been absolutely incredible. And again, this is a tornado-warned storm just to the northwest of Sedgwick. And it's about to cross into Nebraska not long from now. And it's really on the back end of the storm where the rotation is. It's really along this area. We may have a little bit of the introduction of the rear inflow jet going on here, which is causing this MCS to kind of bow out into this arch shape. It is possible. I don't know what our observations look like at 850 millibars in terms of our wind. I guess I can look at that sounding that Adrian sent me. And yeah, but this storm is, it looks like it's along some sort of a warm front boundary as well. So this storm is really, it has all the ingredients. And unfortunately, it's in a radar hole. That's just one of those annoying realities. But it is starting to move closer to the Tedford radar, so we're going to start to use that one as it's going to become the best radar pretty soon here. It's closer to the Cheyenne radar, but the Cheyenne radar uses a higher tilt angle. So essentially the radar beam goes up faster with height. All right, and there we go. So that destructive severe thunderstorm warning has now been shrunken down significantly. And it has been downgraded to a considerable. So we are tagged now for ping pong ball sized hail, but still 70-mile-per-hour winds. And as we should be, this is a storm that could easily be producing 70-mile-per-hour winds. Meanwhile, the considerable severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of it has been maintained at baseball or tennis ball sized hail potentially. It'll probably get downgraded on the hail risk as well. But the storm could easily uptrend as it moves into that polygon and start to produce larger hail again. That is one of my concerns because that low level moisture is going to be more prevalent and it's going to have a better, warmer, cleaner inflow coming into it. Okay, I did not see that, but thank you, Adrian. There was a new mesoscale discussion out here in Kansas talking about how This cluster of storms is generally expected to weaken, but there could be localized areas where it does intensify, and we could see up to those 60 or maybe 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts as it continues to blow through central Kansas. Yeah, I did not see that. Take a quick look at this. Adrian just kind of relayed some of that information to me. I'm going to very quickly skim through this discussion. Oh, that's not the right mesoscale discussion. Let me try. This is probably the right one. Nope, that's not the right one either. Okay, what am I doing? Okay, yeah, I see it. Okay, so we are expecting this one to continue to roll through Kansas. Again, this is what Adrian was just telling me about, so I appreciate that update. This is going to continue to roll through this direction in Kansas. It is a little bit of an MCV, which I did not realize, which does kind of make sense, actually. So essentially what you're seeing here that confirms that is these storms moving up this direction, whereas these ones are moving down this direction. So essentially what you have, and you can see those surface winds too as they change. They're kind of going in a giant circle here. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you can see those surface winds are all going in different directions around this MCV. So, and in the chat, if you don't know what an MCV is, thank you, Blake, for pointing that out. There is a little bit of an update there. We did just have our tornado warning get lifted for the time being. Again, I am expecting that this storm may recycle as it crosses into Nebraska. So we are not out of the woods yet for a tornado threat right now. We are just currently, we just currently don't have a tornado threat really, but we could still easily get one. So we are still looking at ping pong ball sized hail with the storm and 70-mile-per-hour winds as it starts to move into the Nebraska panhandle. Ben, thank you for answering that question in the chat. I really appreciate that. And yeah, what Artemis said in the chat is absolutely correct. What is this? Power outage for the southern half of Sterling in a 3-mile radius. Wow. So a lot of power outages going on in Sterling right now. It seems like the southern half of Sterling is without power. And that's where this storm just came from. So this is a very significant cluster of storms that's now moving into Nebraska. And I mean, just to reiterate that point, look how massive the precipitation field is out to the north of this thing. Very, very strong thunderstorm here. And it is barreling to the northeast at about 30 or maybe 35 miles per hour. So we are going to continue to stay with this one for now and watch it closely to see if it's going to kind of recycle and strengthen as it moves into a more favorable environment in southwestern Nebraska, where we have better surface winds, we have better temperatures, better dew points, the whole shebang. And as that sun goes down and those temperatures start to even drop a little bit closer to those dew points, the storm could become even a little bit more surface-based, and that tornado threat could briefly ramp up during that time. Oh yeah, I will do that really quick. Thank you, Ben. Good reminder, but I can do it really quick. It takes me 2 seconds. Thank you. All right, I've just changed our stream title out to be more accurate, as I forgot to change it back when that tornado warning was lifted, or that confirmed tornado was lifted. Okay, so just north of Goodland, Kansas, we do have this cluster of thunderstorms going on here, which is starting to push off to the north. So that's something to watch as well. Because especially around the southwestern corner of Nebraska, not in the panhandle, that is where some of our most favorable conditions are. So if we can get a storm that pushes through that area, it could be one of the most concerning storms on the map, as Adrian filled us in on earlier from his live hit. So looks like, I don't know what's initiating this. Possibly some sort of a boundary initiating this cluster of storms. It looks pretty photogenic. And this is just north of Brewster and Goodland, Kansas, and northwest of Colby. West of the nice little town of Oberlin, which has a phenomenal barbecue spot called the Wild Frontier Barbecue. Yeah, what's up, Adrian? Said 131 without power. Okay, so it seems like we have 131 homes without power in Sterling right now. So yeah, Sterling's not a tiny town. So I'll let this data resolve a little bit so we can take a look at what Sterling looks like here. But apparently it's in the southern half of Sterling here. We do have confirmation from local officials that we have, I think he said 131 without power. And it's very residential to the southwest of town. Yeah, Scott knows. Scott knows about the Wild Frontier Barbecue in Oberlin, Kansas. As it looks like we might see a little bit of a rotation beginning to try to redevelop southwest of Chapel. We're looking so upper level here, it's so hard to tell exactly what's going on with this storm. As our considerable severe thunderstorm warning in the northeasternmost corner of Colorado. This is now entirely within Sedgwick County, as it has been shrunken down. The hail risk has decreased, but we're still looking at 70-mile-per-hour winds nonetheless. Again, this is a storm that produced a tornado and also produced up to baseball-sized hail not long ago. So we're going to continue to monitor it very closely as it continues to blow through Nebraska. It's just now getting towards fully exiting Colorado here. So it's headed towards areas like Chapel, Big Springs, Julesburg, Brule, Ogallala, Lemoyne, Keystone, Llewellyn, Oshkosh. And if I turn on METAR here, you can see these temperatures are starting to drop near Ogallala. That was 83 not long ago. It's now 81 as that sun is just now set. And then a dew point of 67. So still very, very moist air in that region. So again, this cell is moving into a very, very favorable environment with very good wind shear, very good moisture, good surface winds. It's got the whole shebang. So we got to watch it pretty closely here over the next 30 minutes to an hour. And maybe even into the overnight hours. Now, I'm expecting it to pretty drastically drop off once it gets towards around Tedford. And into maybe this area in Nebraska. It might stay a little further south of that. So maybe this is maybe a more indicative circle on the map. I think by around that point, it might drop off a little bit and turn into just a giant wind threat for the most part. Kind of like what we saw in South Dakota the other morning. Mods ban this guy. Oh, man. All right, this storm is, again, just about to fully exit Colorado and be entirely within Nebraska here. And the closer we get to the Tedford radar, the better off we're going to be in terms of being able to get a decent look at this storm out here. Yeah, I can hear you, Adrian. Yeah. So here's in Sterling right now, a map Adrian just sent me of some of those power outages. This is from a local power provider in the area. So this is one of their outage maps that is public. You can see just tons of power outages all throughout Sterling, even out north of town as well. So this was a very, very powerful storm that has left a lot of folks without power in the area. And it is now moving fully into Nebraska. Thank you for sharing that with me, Adrian. That is a very good visual to see just how strong this storm is. So this is why we use serious language here when we're talking about these types of storms, because they can leave a lot of folks without power. They can drop baseball-sized hail on your head. You can get tornadoes. You can get the roof blown off of your building. These are very dangerous storms, even when there's not a tornado risk. I see Cruz Haynes in the chat. Good to see you as well, my friend. Again, it does look like we have some rotation recycling just southwest of Chapel. Now, again, we're looking really upper level here. This is around 12,000 feet and it's weak. So we would have, it's going to take a lot of time before this would be able to produce a tornado if it was going to. It's not an immediate tornado threat, but it could become a tornado threat in maybe 15 minutes or so, just depending on how this storm is able to ingest all of this better atmospheric ingredient that is out ahead of it. I don't like using the magenta there. We'll do the white. Again, in Ogallala, you can see that 81/67 with those winds coming literally out of the due east at 10 knots, which is around like 11 miles per hour. Adrian is telling me he just saw another map saying more than 4,000 are without power throughout the entire county. That should be Logan County in Colorado, if I remember correctly. Oh, yeah. 3,997 apparently without power, which is out of the customers that are being tracked by this map, that is like 33% of all the customers there. So this is what I'm looking at. Courtesy of Adrian here. We made it to zoom out on that just a little bit so we can see it. There we go. As you can see, here's Logan County up here. And we are looking at 3,997 without power out of just about 13,000. So basically 4,000 out of 13,000 that are being tracked are without power. So again, this is the reason I'm showing you this is because this is a very powerful storm, and it's now headed, it's about to become a nocturnal storm as the sun is pretty much down here, and we are headed right into Nebraska in full force. So again, we are looking from the Tedford radar now as we're inching closer to that radar. So we're going to have a better picture on the storm in a little while. This could still be producing some medium-sized hail, nothing insane. But we are seeing 60 dBz values inching towards 30,000 feet, maybe just hitting 30,000 feet here. So still some strong hail cores capable of producing ping pong ball-sized hail. But nothing excessive. We're not looking at that baseball-sized hail or tennis ball-sized hail that we were seeing earlier. And again, I'm not seeing any type of immediate tornado threat here, but this thing could easily recycle as it moves into a more favorable environment here in Nebraska. So this whole area is much more favorable. In North Platte, for example, 68-degree dew points, and all these temperatures are dropping quickly as the sun's going down. So we're going to have even better low-level relative humidity. And that is going to significantly aid in this storm being able to recycle and try to be yet again a hail producer and also a tornado producer. And again, this storm did put down a tornado earlier, right near Iliff. We do have a couple of storm spotters who are staying on this storm. So that'll be interesting to see. As it looks like Michelle Mendoza, she's the one who originally confirmed this tornado. She was the only one who was there to be able to confirm this tornado. This is why storm chasers are so important, as this storm was not tornado warned when she was able to confirm this tornado. So the public would have had no way to know. The National Weather Service was able to see that report of a tornado on the ground and instantly issue a confirmed tornado warning. And as a result, it's possible that in a situation like that, lives are directly saved. So that is why storm chasers are so incredibly important. Let's see if I can pull enough frames back to see when exactly that happened. I can show you. And it's not going to let me go far enough back. That's unfortunate, but yeah, we can literally watch this storm's progression, by the way, as it just continues to barrel. And it's looking, it's starting to take on that shape, more of the traditional MCS. As you can see, a little bit of convection, some cumulus starting to fire off to the south of it and forming that big arc kind of shape there. Yeah, Kason, I do chase, and I am Skywarn certified and on Spotter Network. But I agree with you. Anyone watching, man, we need more eyes in the skies. You can take a very brief little course to learn how to confirm severe weather. And then you can get yourself Skywarn certified so that you can help all of us help each other stay safe. The reality is, and I'll show this map again really quickly while we don't have any tornado warnings on the map. Give me 1 second. So the reality here is that we have an issue in the United States where we have so many areas that have radar holes. I'm going to put some dots in magenta here where we have radar holes. Anywhere you're seeing that orange, blue, or white, we don't have good radar coverage. So like here in South Dakota, here in southern Missouri, northern Missouri, up in northern Iowa, out in Minnesota, also in southern Oklahoma, in eastern Texas, in the Mississippi Delta, and then back towards the Oklahoma Panhandle. And then also where we're at right now today, the Nebraska Panhandle. So when we don't have as good of radar coverage, it's hard for us to understand exactly what's going on with these storms and issue good warnings to the public. And by us, I mean the National Weather Service, not me. So it's really important that we can get better radar coverage. But since we don't have that, and it's really expensive to build and maintain these radars, the most important thing that we can do is have as many people with eyes in the skies. That's why we need chasers. That's why chasers aren't an optional thing. They're very important. And again, there is very, very weak rotation at the mid levels near Chapel. So this storm could still continue to try to recycle. It is actually uptrending, as it looks like a cell that originated just south of I keep switching to magenta and then not switching back. A cell just to the south of our main cluster is now being ingested. It's being pulled up north into the main cluster here. So that is going to continue to further intensify this storm. And again, I can't say this enough. It's moving into more favorable conditions near Ogallala, 67 degree dew point, 81 degree temperature, and that temperature is going to continue to drop. So our relative humidity at the surface is going to continue to increase. The last time we had a METAR reading was, what is that, 24 minutes ago? So it's been a little while since we've had an updated reading. I guarantee you that temperature is not 81 anymore. It's probably around 76 or something like that as the sun goes down and we begin to get some cooling going on. I will say, I will say all of our severe thunderstorm warnings that were considerable tagged in Texas have been lifted, but we do have one severe thunderstorm warning polygon remaining for 60-mile-per-hour winds on the southern part of this line of thunderstorms, moving through areas like New Home, West Point, Union, and Welch towards O'Donnell, Tahoka, and Wilson. And you can literally see the outflow boundary from the storm kicking up all sorts of dust. That is what this big blue line is that you're seeing on the map. That's dust being lifted up, being wedged up by this cold air in the outflow of this thunderstorm. And it's kicking up enough dust that the radar is registering it. Back into Nebraska here. This is the storm of the night. This is the one we are watching here without a doubt. And again, we're going to stay with it for a little while here. We're going to be staying live for a little while. Yeah. You can see that melting layer clear as day too. So we can find the height of the melting layer is going to be around 24 to 25,000 feet, just about 25,000 feet there. So the reason we're looking at that is because when we look at these hail cores, for example, and you see that red line there, that is the estimated melting layer. But when we get to seeing these magentas that are above that red line, those are your biggest areas of concern for, like, you're pretty much most certainly looking at hailstones. So when you're getting those large DBZ values returned so high in the atmosphere, you have a strong updraft that is maintaining large hailstones aloft. So here we have magenta values above 30,000 feet, and those are 60 DBZs is what the magenta indicates. The red indicating 50 plus DBZs. So these are very, very strong storms that are beginning to uptrend once again. So could be producing near Julesburg that ping pong ball or maybe even 2-inch sized hail. And then as it moves into Nebraska, I am still expecting it to uptrend a little bit even more. Right now, it's only tagged with ping pong ball sized hail, which is 1.5 inches. And again, 70-mile-per-hour winds, so it could still knock out power anywhere that this thing blows through. And as Adrian showed us a little bit ago, we've seen thousands without power in Logan County, where this storm came from, near Sterling. Yeah, to answer your question, Kason, it pretty much is. Yeah, it pretty much is, because it is really difficult to learn how to use and master, but it is the cream of the crop in terms of radar interpretation. It's very customizable. It gives you all the tools you need. It's the industry standard for the National Weather Service and the private sector, really. It's kind of the best radar program that you can get, but there's a steep learning curve and it has its limitations, without a doubt. You're not going to get certain integration like having the feeds of your chasers like in the program, for example. Okay, so we are continuing to uptrend with this hail core near Julesburg. This polygon here in Sedgwick County, Colorado, really ought to be upgraded back to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for that hail. We're going to continue to stay with it here. Chukasobo, welcome back. Good to see you. Oh yeah, Scott. I mean, the volumetric visualizations that you can do here in GR Analyst are absolutely incredible. I mean, I believe there are other programs that offer it, but it's not as good as this. I mean, the fact that I can get a beautiful visual like this of this storm's hail core and updraft is just pretty unbelievable. And being able to take cross sections is also extremely valuable. Although not when you're this far from the radar, it doesn't really do anything for you. You can kind of see the tilted updraft though. You can see that those tilted values there. But that's the most you can get out of it really when you're this far away from the radar. We did have a severe thunderstorm fire off near Oakley. And this one perhaps has a tiny bit of very, very weak rotation here to the southwest of Oakley. But it's associated with this MCV down here in Kansas. So it's kind of on the backside of it. And sometimes that is where you can see a tornadic storm or two form with that localized vorticity maxima, essentially, in that area. And then rolling through central Kansas, we do still have these storms that are kind of weakening out a good amount, which is good. But they could uptrend a little bit as they move into central Kansas. We could still see a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings get put on these. And matter of fact, we did actually have like 30 knot winds measured on METAR here. .35 miles per hour with gusts at 62 miles per hour. So yeah, still a severe thunderstorm producing some 60 mile per hour winds out here in Kansas. This is going to be for Logan and Thomas counties in Kansas, as well as Barton and Russell counties. I actually think this is the Logan and Thomas counties one. Yeah, it's actually Oakley. But the Barton and Thomas counties is going to be that wind producer for areas like Russell, Galatia, Susank, Wilson, and Lucas here in Kansas. And then back to Nebraska, we do still have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which is beginning to uptrend again as it moves into these more favorable conditions. So this is what we've been talking about and what we've been a little worried about with this storm. While we have a minute, I do want to show off our website if I can get it to load. I don't know why I've been having an issue making it load. You can see where we have the outlooks here that are really easy to visualize. You can zoom in and interact with this map, drag it around, look at all the county lines. As you can see, for the rest of the evening out here in Kansas is where our enhanced 3 out of 5 risk remains. And you can also see it down here at the bottom of your screen when this was last updated. So this was issued at 8:06 p.m. Central Time. So just about 2 hours ago, almost exactly 2 hours ago. It was 2 hours and 2 minutes ago. And you can see that severe weather risk for tornadoes back up into the northern Midwest and into the Northeast was reduced down to nothing. And I wasn't really expecting anything there. We only had one tornado warning on the whole night, which was in the UP of Michigan. And then tomorrow, you can also see the categorical outlook. And the coolest thing is you can just click this download button and easily share it with your friends and family. You'll get this image. It'll give them the risk level so they can see everything in great detail. It's a great way to help keep your friends and family safe. And I'm not promoting this because we get anything out of it, because we actually don't. We get literally nothing out of anyone using our website. We just made this tool because we want people to stay weather aware and be able to share it with their friends and family as quickly as possible. We did just see this severe thunderstorm warning polygon near Julesburg get shrunken down again. It is tagged with ping pong ball sized hail near Julesburg, and it would not surprise me at all to see that. And yes, like Adrian said in the chat, the number one thing you can do to support us is a like and subscribe and comment on the videos that we post. I really want to get a new METAR rating from Ogallala. Actually, I think we did. It's cut off by this vector, which is annoying. But it looks like the dew point is still around, or the temperature was still around 81 degrees. And those winds are blowing literally due east at 12 miles per hour. So clean inflow of warm, moist air coming into the storm here. So still a very concerning storm, as it looks like it might be kind of turning slightly northward. Let me pull a few frames back and see if I can get a better look at this. Yeah, it looks like this storm might be turning slightly northward. So it may be following something along, where'd my pen go? It may be following something along the lines of this trajectory here. Something like this. I might have over-exaggerated that turn just a little bit. More of maybe something like this. So we are still going to stay with this one, but the most favorable conditions are, of course, down here in southwestern Nebraska, but it is still moving out of less favorable conditions into more favorable conditions as we get towards the sand hills north of the river. Rain Mave saying, I watched your video. Thank you very much. Yeah, definitely make sure that you stay weather aware watching our coverage. Our tornado probabilistic outlook for tomorrow from the Storm Prediction Center does have a 5% region outlined in Minnesota and Wisconsin. So you got to stay safe with that one. We're probably not going live tomorrow because of the World Cup. But there is definitely a severe weather risk tomorrow. You can see a very large area under a SIG 1 wind risk tomorrow, as well as another large area in a SIG 1 hail risk. I'm expecting tomorrow to be kind of similar to today, where the main risk is really wind damage over anything else. But we could definitely see some tornadoes in there as well. And we have a 3 out of 5 enhanced risk on the map at the moment for tomorrow. And then looking ahead to Thursday, we're expecting a little bit more severe weather atop this ridge. Again, all these systems are just riding this big ridge in our upper level winds over the entire eastern part of the country, where we have high pressure there, which is causing storms to come out of the east and move west in the south near the Gulf Coast. And it's causing our severe weather to be kind of stuck in the northern part of the United States here. And it's also causing us in the eastern half of the United States to just bake in these hot temperatures. And again, you can visualize all of this for yourself on our website, where you can share it with your friends and family as well. I'll drop the link to that in the chat. What is the World Cup? The World Cup is only the largest sporting event in the world. Nothing major. And it is, in fact, in the United States this year. It's a giant soccer tournament with across all the nations in the world every 4 years. Okay, it does look like we have a bunch of cumulus starting to fire off near Tedford. So you're going to see all these little pop-up cells starting to get going near Tedford. That could be interesting here, as it is all ahead of this MCS. We could see more cells like that fire off closer to our storm as well. I got to buy me some new earbuds. I need to put that on my list of things to worry about. Okay, meanwhile, it does look like we're having a little bit of rotation beginning to uptrend down here in our storm, which would be completely rain wrapped. Nothing tornadic right this second, but all right, let's check in on our METAR observations here. Nothing too insane going on, nothing too out of the ordinary out in our path here. Whoops, my bad. Loud noise, loud noise. All right, I can't believe that this storm is still clipping the corner of Colorado here. But again, it does look like over the last couple minutes anyway, we have been uptrending a little bit. As the storm is getting a little bit more powerful here. And we do have some rotation going on. And yeah, we have all sorts of little bits of cumulus trying to fire off and drop some showers, just some showers here, mixing up the atmosphere to the southwest of Tedford, and that's along all of this aided ascent that's going on out there, just enhanced rising motion, as Adrian told, I almost said Julian for some reason, as Adrian told us about not long ago when he did his live hit. Okie dokie. Let's check in on our storm near Colby, Kansas, down in Oakley. As this one could be producing some small hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, but nothing crazy with it. Okay. Again, we are tracking this large thunderstorm, which is under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning right now for Dual, Garden, Keith, and Perkins counties in Nebraska here. It's tagged for ping pong ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. I don't think we have Braden in the chat tonight, but he would love this conversation. I'm going to ping him. What about Indiana? Indiana's not really under any kind of a threat today, or even the next couple of days. Indiana's just going to be hot. Not anything really going on there in Indiana. I have seen some of you guys going back into some of our other forecast videos and our documentary, and liking those videos and commenting on those. So I do want to say I really appreciate that. That is the number one thing that you can do to support us. View our content, leave likes and comments. That is the number one thing. We did just get a new downstream severe thunderstorm warning out here in Kansas. These storms are starting to move a little bit more northward here. And these are just tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Nothing crazy out here. But in Kansas, we are in Ellsworth, Lincoln, Russell counties, as well as Logan and Thomas counties. And that's the Oakley storm down here. So this one is in Logan and Thomas counties. And then, of course, back into our storm up here. We are still clipping Sedgwick County, Colorado, but we are dealing mostly with Dual, Garden, Keith, and Perkins counties in Nebraska here. We did just get a flash flood warning not terribly long ago in Lubbock. So about a half hour ago, this was issued. I don't think I caught this. But again, Lubbock is a very large town here. I can basically disable our radar, and we can look at just how large this town is. So very, very large town there in Lubbock. And a nice town, too. I liked it a lot when we stayed there a couple of weeks ago. Very nice town. So Lubbock, Texas, under a flash flood warning there. Plenty of rain has fallen, and there's been a lot of wind in that area as well. And you can see they're still getting plenty of rain. Very nice how you can do that with town and or city names. What do you mean? What'd I do? What did I do? We do have another little cumulus bubble going on just to the west of North Platte. This one looks like it's going to get going a little better than any of the other ones thus far. And again, if it gets merged into our cluster of thunderstorms here as it continues to blow through into Nebraska, it will just add more fuel to the fire. Excuse me. Just north of Ray, Colorado, we do have another storm starting to develop as well. I'm going to pull a few frames back and see when this started. I didn't really notice this. So not terribly long ago, north of Yuma, this thing started firing off like crazy. So this has been really over the last hour. It has really bubbled up. So if this catches up to our storm as well, it could cause another issue as it collides with it and provides a little bit more energy as well. That's if it's able to catch up. Most likely it will not catch up to it. Though we could see some storm training where we get multiple storms firing off in this area, and it connects it all into one big line segment and Boeing segment that takes on that kind of C-looking shape. That would look a little something like this. Definitely something to pay attention to here. Okay, I'm getting some good maps from Adrian here to help me get a better understanding of the environment in this area. It is looking like we may have a little bit of an MCV kind of developing, sort of, where this cluster of thunderstorms might have surface winds kind of spinning around it. So essentially, we'd be looking at something like this, where winds are going kind of like this. So you can see winds going this direction there, coming in from the east here. Now on the northern side, the winds don't come from the north until all the way into Wyoming. And then here near Fort Collins, they come down off the mountains like that. So possibly a little bit of an MCS here, or an MCV, excuse me. And Adrian is sending me some maps, and it does appear as though the southern part of this cluster of storms here, so basically any of this that can get going, is still going to be in a pretty favorable environment for the potential to become tornadic. We are seeing a lot of height falls. So essentially decreasing pressure in those areas. Yeah, lots of good maps there. Oh, yeah. Okay. So on this map that Adrian just sent me, you can see it even a little clearer than what I was looking at. And with our METAR, you can kind of see it as well, where you can basically see the edge of this MCV through here. As the winds to the south are coming out of the south, coming right at it, and the winds behind it are going in this direction at the surface. And these winds are coming out of the east at the surface. So you can literally see the edge, basically, of this MCV, where winds are going like this. So we will continue to stay with this thing and see how it progresses here. And the one nice thing, too, is that we are moving closer to the Tedford radar. So we're beginning to get a little bit of a better picture on this thing. We are looking at about 8,500 feet now, whereas earlier we were looking at like 11,000 feet. Lots of cape in this area as well. And I think the second map that you just sent me, Adrian, is sheer. So it is still a pretty highly sheared environment, especially really throughout like this area is the most highly sheared environment. And so really these storms are going to pose the greatest risk for becoming potentially tornadic. But our main cluster of storms up here that is still under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning is going to continue to pose a significant risk for wind damage as it moves off to the northeast. But if any of these storms to just on the southern part of this can get going and get sustained, that would be kind of where our greatest concern for tornadoes is. Okay, yeah, you gave me labels, Adrian. I'm stupid. I didn't see those labels. You literally told me what they are. Bulk shear 0 to 6, which was exactly what I expected. And that is actually a helicity map. Okay. Yeah, definitely. Okay. So I really do think that the most favorable environment, if we were going to get a tornado, if any of these storms get organized, kind of like right through here, this is definitely going to be our most favorable environment. Maybe just like kind of like that. That is our most favorable environment. If we can get a cell in there, we could have an elevated tornado risk. We did just get a destructive severe thunderstorm warning put in place for Arthur and Keith counties here in Nebraska. So this is tagged with 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts now, which makes sense. As you can see this Boeing segment coming out here and those winds just beginning to intensify. You can see this little knob coming out of the cell here where you have this curve. So that's that Boeing segment. It's going to continue to push through Lemoyne and towards Keystone as well through Arthur and Keith counties. So this is tagged with 80-mile-per-hour winds plus some small hail as well. Not really any damaging hail, but 80-mile-per-hour winds nonetheless. So this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here. And yeah, I really do think that like basically like right near Grant or Madrid, or maybe it's Madrid, depending on where you're at. This area right here, if this storm can near Holyoke can really get going, that storm is definitely going to have the greatest potential to produce a tornado when it crosses into Nebraska and enters a much more favorable environment. Like literally, the environment ramps up significantly as it moves a short distance here from these maps I'm seeing from Adrian. And I'm not downplaying what this cluster of storms is going to do. We're still seeing a destructive severe thunderstorm here producing 80-mile-per-hour winds. And again, this is does have a larger considerable severe thunderstorm warning around it as well, which is tagged with 70-mile-per-hour winds. So this whole line of storms could be producing 60 or 70-mile-per-hour winds with localized areas that could be getting up to 80 miles per hour. The iPhone 15 actually has a decent camera. Yes, it does. Cell phone cameras are getting pretty good, man. They are getting pretty good. Honestly, it really wouldn't be bad to have another radar here in central Kansas. It's not like super necessary, but it wouldn't be bad. Somewhere near like, I don't know, Russell or Lucas, any of these areas. That would be a nice place for a radar. And again, it's not super necessary. There are a lot more places that need a radar, a lot more than central Kansas. Anyway, we are going to cross the river into the Sand Hills here not long from now. And so that is a much less populated region once you get into the Sand Hills. I can disable the radar and you can see there is not a whole lot there. There are some towns, but they're very, very small. So once you cross that river and you get north of North Platte, population falls off quite a bit. We haven't had any spotter network storm reports here in a while, which is to be expected. I'm going to wait for our METAR to get updated here. Again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm blowing through Nebraska. I will say it is trying to develop a little bit of rotation here at the mid levels. Nothing crazy, but a little bit of rotation here at the mid levels we can see. So again, this is quite a concerning storm, and it's moving into a more favorable region, as I've said. Again, especially if this storm near Holyoke can get active, this is the most favorable region where we could see a tornado. Meanwhile, our main cluster of thunderstorms here is moving into a more favorable region as well, but it's also less populated, which is good. So this one is going to continue to produce significant wind damage as it rolls through Nebraska. Okay. I'm going to go to the Goodland radar here and check on some of this convection. Nothing crazy going on in Kansas. Our storm near Holyoke here is continuing to uptrend. And again, if it can organize itself, let me pull a couple frames back. But if it can organize itself, man, as it crosses the border into Nebraska over here near areas like Grant, that is the most favorable conditions we've really seen all night for a tornado. So, and again, we did have a tornado not long ago near Sterling. It was only like an hour or two ago. So yeah, if the storm near Holyoke can get organized, it will be definitely concerning. We did just get a new downstream considerable severe thunderstorm warning up here in Nebraska for our main storm. That is going to include Arthur, Garden, Grant, and Keith counties. I did a road trip of the path of the famous tornado. Would be an interesting video. Yeah, I don't know. Again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that is tagged with 80-mile-per-hour winds rolling through Lemoyne right now in Keystone. Could drop some small hail with it as well. And we're also looking at 70-mile-per-hour winds really anywhere ahead of this storm. So a very, very concerning storm here. Braden's in the chat, Kaysen. There's your guy to talk about Rocket League with, as he is a semi-professional Rocket League player himself. Rain saying, thinking I might call it a night. Understandable, dude. It is getting late. I do not blame you. We will be staying here for at least a little while longer, though, as this storm just continues to roll into Nebraska, and it is moving into some more favorable waters here to potentially produce a tornado with this storm near Holyoke, which is, again, on the trailing edge of this cluster here. It is moving towards areas like Grant and Wallace, where the most favorable conditions for a tornado lie. So we are not out of the woods yet. So I'm going to stay on air at least until we figure out what happens with this storm near Holyoke as it crosses into Nebraska here. Then we'll figure it out from there. All right. I'm going to go back to the Tedford radar here in Nebraska. Yeah, I mean, look at this thing. It is, again, we're looking mid-level here. We are getting now about under almost 6,000 feet. So again, we're getting closer to the Tedford radar. We're getting a better picture on this storm. But I mean, we're seeing sustained winds at like above 60 miles per hour in this storm. So this is a very powerful storm. And it does look like it's got some pretty strong rotation, actually, that's just developed here. Just kind of east of Llewellyn. So that's definitely something to watch. We could see a new tornado warning get put on this, and it's on the northeastern part, really, of this Boeing segment, or the northern part, anyway, of this Boeing segment. Kaysen heading out, no problem. Thank you very much for dropping in tonight. Stay safe. We will see you very soon, my friend. Same thing with you, Rain, if you have to head out. And it does look like we're continuing to uptrend with the storm near Holyoke as it heads into Nebraska. Again, that's the most concerning one. In terms of that tornado risk as it's heading into that environment. Oh, excuse me. My goodness. Just about died. And again, we are seeing some pretty strong rotation here at the mid levels. The storm is coming out of north of Lemoyne, where we have this rotation, and it's headed up towards areas like Arthur and Flats. It's possible that we see a tornado warning issued on this one. Definitely wouldn't blow my mind. Look at these colors, by the way, on the storm relative velocity, just near the radar where some of these targets, this clutter is being detected by the radar. Really, really cool. Completely irrelevant. I was just distracted by the cool looking colors. Yeah, our cell near Holyoke is continuing to uptrend. We are getting echo tops upwards of 40,000 feet. So the storm is continuing to bubble up and grow very quickly here. Meanwhile, our storm down here in Nebraska has some really towering echo tops, getting up close to 50,000 feet. So very tall, very powerful storm. Not quite cresting that 50,000 mark, but the one near Holyoke could very well be a hail producer pretty soon here. It may already be producing some small hail. Yeah, it likely already is producing some very small hail. So definitely a concerning storm. Again, it's getting organized and moving into the most favorable area on the map for a tornado. Really of the entire night, to be honest with you. And it is now a nocturnal threat. Meanwhile, we do have some pretty strong looking rotation at the mid levels here. Now we are dealing with some interference associated with bright banding in the radar unit. So essentially the freezing layer causing issues with the radar beam. Okay. We have just had 74 mile per hour winds reported from this storm not long ago. Braden, you read my mind. Yeah, it does look like we have very, very strong rotation here, though, in the mid-levels. This is kind of ridiculous. 137 knots, 147 knots, 153 knots? I'm not really convinced that these are accurately being measured here. But I am seeing values of 153 knots at around 6,000 feet, 6,500 feet or so in this storm. This is pretty insane. I'm not going to lie. Again, we might be dealing with some radar interference and therefore inaccurate data here, as we are right around the melting layer, or at least part of the melting layer, where we had seen some bright banding again not long ago. Yeah. I mean, well, yeah, definitely a very, very strong storm regardless if this rotation is an artifact or if it's real. If it is real, though, that is some very, very strong rotation here. But it is at the mid-levels. Our storm down near Holyoke is more concerning, in my opinion, for that tornado threat. As it is literally just now about to move into the most favorable areas that we've really had all night for tornadoes. So near areas like Grant and Wallace. And this is coming out of surface observations that we've seen very recently here, where there's 250 plus 0 to 3 kilometer storm relative helicity, plus pretty high values at 0 to 1. I can pull these maps back up that Adrian sent me and get some better numbers here. Yeah, like 200 or so, 150 to 200 meters squared per second squared storm relative helicity. We did just get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning put on the map here. Or sorry, that's actually been there for a couple of minutes. I just somehow missed that. This one is tagged for 70 mile per hour winds and some smaller quarter-sized hail, or half-dollar-sized hail, I guess, on the southern end of the storm near Ogallala, Roscoe, kind of riding the highway towards North Platte. But it should end up going north of North Platte, which is, again, a very populated area, so hopefully that is the case. Meanwhile, it looks like we may have a bounded weak echo region developing here on our storm near Holyoke. Whoa. So let's check that out. And we may have it. So we may have a rotating updraft. Again, if it is a rotating updraft, it's very weakly rotating here. Regardless, we definitely have a bounded weak echo region. Unfortunately, we're just kind of in a radar hole, so it's kind of hard to get a tough picture on this. And yeah, I'm still not 100% certain if this is actually measured data or if we're getting some radar interference here. But we are getting values coming in that are showing winds of like 110 to 115 miles per hour. I think a lot of this is radar interference. There is definitely rotation here at the mid-levels, even if some of it is being skewed by radar interference. So again, an extremely powerful storm blowing through Nebraska right now, bringing 70 to 80 mile per hour winds for large portions of the state in the western part of the state, including Arthur, Keith, Garden, and Grant counties in Nebraska. Really, if you're anywhere in this general vicinity, you need to be concerned, or maybe not including North Platte, just like kind of something along these lines. If you're anywhere between those lines, you definitely need to be concerned about this storm into the overnight hours. Again, I know it's late. It's almost 11 p.m. Central Time out in Nebraska. I think this is like just crossing into Central Time there as well. Let me look. I forget exactly where the boundary is. Okay, so it is like literally crossing into Central Time right now. So it's literally on the border of Mountain Time and Central Time. So for the storms that have or the folks that have already been impacted by this storm, we are definitely seeing Mountain Time for them. So for them, it is only 9:51. It's only about 10 p.m. But for everybody that's in the path of it right now, it's basically getting into the later hours. They're just across the time zone barrier. So looking to about 11 p.m. and even getting into midnight later on here as the storm continues to progress. So like a nighttime threat here. So very, very concerning threat for the folks that are in the path of this storm. And again, if this storm near Amherst can really get itself going, again, it's in the most favorable conditions that we've had for the entire evening towards Grant and Wallace. So that one would pose the largest threat that we've had for a tornado if it gets going. That's a very conditional if. Meanwhile, our northernmost considerable severe thunderstorm warning just has been shrunken down just a tiny bit. They shaved off the butt of it by a few square miles. Nothing crazy going on there. This is a very powerful storm here, though. Possibly a little bit of anticyclonic rotation going on here, too. And I think a lot of this is kind of some radar artifacting going on, just because we're kind of near the melting layer where we're looking at. But, I mean, I guess I can just increase my tilt angle a little bit to avoid that. But yeah. Definitely quite the concerning one here in Nebraska. Again, if you are new, the number one thing you can do to support us would be to like the broadcast and subscribe. I would really greatly appreciate it. But obviously, that is not the main concern right now. Our primary concern is, of course, watching this cluster of thunderstorms here that is dealing significant wind damage in Nebraska. Could also be dropping some smaller hail as well. Okay. Now, our destructive severe thunderstorm warning has just been shaved down a little bit as well. That was the update you saw at the top of your screen just a moment ago, but it is still tagged with those 80 mile per hour winds. So again, this is a very, very, very powerful thunderstorm that's blowing through Nebraska right now. It's most likely going to stay north of North Platte. So that would be a good thing, is that's a pretty densely populated town. But really, if you're anywhere within these two white lines, definitely want to be on the lookout for this storm impacting you. And a little bit of the look at the map here from the Storm Prediction Center of areas that are within this slight 2 out of 5 risk in Nebraska. This is, where this storm is blowing through right now. So, kind of, man, my drawing skills are so bad. Kind of something like this is where this storm is just continuing to blow through. So these are all areas where the conditions are pretty favorable for this storm to survive. And you can visualize this for yourself and share it with your friends and family on our website, which is linked in the chat. And again, we gain literally nothing out of people using our website. It's just a good tool that can be used to help communicate the weather with your friends and family. I'm not trying to sell you anything or make any money off of you by telling you to visit our website. That is purely for informational purposes. Norman's saying W drawing skills. That is one of our incredible storm chasers, Norman Smith, in the chat. Give him a subscribe if you haven't. He does a phenomenal job with us. My drawing skills suck, though. He is lying right now, so maybe you can't trust him. Whoa. Okay, our storm near Lamar now is beginning to uptrend pretty rapidly. So we need to watch this one very, very closely here, as we may have a bounded weak echo region forming. Yeah, it looks like we do have a bounded weak echo region that is trying to form here and might already be partially formed. So this storm is starting to take advantage of this environment. And we got to watch it very, very closely here. So very, very weak, very broad rotation going on here. I don't even know if you could call it rotation, really. Okay, it is donut holing now for some reason. So yeah, this is still one to watch. Again, it's moving into the most favorable conditions for a tornado that we've had all evening here. Yeah, I can hear you, Adrian. Yeah, I see that. So Adrian has just given me a little heads up to take a look at the outflow boundary that is essentially from our MCV here. And it looks like our storm over here is going to start to potentially ingest some of that vorticity, which could, again, enhance the spin. And it's moving into the area with the most enhanced spin that we've had all evening near Grant and Wallace. So this is where we have values of 200 plus 0 to 1 kilometer storm relative helicity. Pardon me as I scroll through some of these maps that Adrian has sent me, some of these observations that we've had. But yeah, this is definitely a concerning situation with this storm here. If it can take advantage of this environment, that is still to be determined. Either way, we do have 2 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings and a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And I imagine these are going to be extended downstream here as the storm continues to propagate out towards the northeast through central Nebraska out of the panhandle here. So here's where we're at for context. This is a storm that started out near Sterling and produced a tornado there and has grown into a significant, massive cluster of thunderstorms that is now blowing through Nebraska and producing very, very significant straight line wind damages and just general wind gusts in general. General wind gusts in general. That's incredible. I'm using the word general twice in that sentence. A lot of wind gusts, upwards of 70 miles per hour, potentially reaching 80 miles per hour, especially within this destructive severe thunderstorm warning polygon here. We've seen measured gusts upwards of 70. We already saw 72 miles per hour not long ago as well. I am going to see if we can get a look at the possible hail core going on here near Lamar, now that that data has had a few seconds to come in. So it is still pretty young. It's not towering super, super tall. but it is getting those DBZs up there. We're seeing those magentas at 60 DBZs getting to almost 20,000 feet. So it's not the most impressive hail core in the world, but it's probably producing some small hail. Weather Wisdom says they are off to bed. See you tomorrow. Alrighty. Have a great night. Thank you for tuning in and stay safe. Well, I guess you are pretty much safe. If I remember correctly, you said you're in New York. We did just actually have a severe thunderstorm warning put in place in New York for Jefferson and Lewis counties, as all those storms that were near Ottawa earlier are now pushing into New York. So that is definitely something to watch. I don't know where you're at in New York. It's a pretty big state, but make sure that you are aware of the possibility for some straight line wind damage coming your way, maybe a little bit of flash flooding as well. And you can't rule out an isolated tornado getting spun up within all of this mess. I don't know. I assume that's a compliment, Weather Wisdom, but I'm going to take it as one regardless. In Iowa, we do actually have a random severe thunderstorm warning that has popped up here. This one is near Emerson for Mills and Montgomery counties as well. I haven't looked around the map in a while because we've been so focused on our cluster of thunderstorms that has been quite destructive. But this is just southeast of Omaha here in Iowa. All right, back to the main event. Okay, I have a pretty big update here. We just had an 85 mile per hour gust observed on the mesonet. So this storm is continuing to put down some incredibly powerful winds. So this may be upgraded to a 90 mile per hour destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So we're going to watch for that closely, as we did just have a wind gust exceed 80 miles per hour, up to 85 miles per hour now. Tim, can you tell me where that was exactly? ASMR is not happening. Hate to break it to you guys. Okay, this wind gust was just north of Ogallala. So that's pretty insane, actually. This is not. Yeah, so, wow. Just unbelievable. So we had an 85 mile per hour wind gust recorded somewhere in this circle right here, just kind of around this area, just west of Keystone, just north of Ogallala. So again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm producing 85 mile per hour wind gusts blowing through Nebraska right now. An extremely, extremely powerful storm here. Oh, 85 miles per hour. Man, my drawing skills are just truly otherworldly. So this is a very, very powerful thunderstorm here. And this was observed by the mesonet. Or actually, it was estimated by the mesonet from an observation. We do have broad rotation going on near Arthur. So, and this is only at 4,000 to 5,000 feet. So if that tightens up, we could see the risk for an embedded tornado in this storm as well. Things are also beginning to ramp up on the northern part of this storm. Now, the winds are not as much there, but it has been uptrending a little bit. So the northern part in kind of the outflow region of this storm, we could see that uptrend and become severe as well, but it's not there right now. And of course, our storm that is headed towards Grant and headed right into a radar hole is my primary concern, as it is what I am most concerned about in terms of a tornado risk. I keep accidentally hitting my control key, which deafens me in Discord, so then I can't hear Adrian when I do that. As Adrian is one of our storm chasers, and he's helping us out, pulling up some observation maps for me to look at so I can continue to have a good handle on exactly the environment that these storms are moving into, as I can't really multitask and pull up all those maps on my own. The best I can really do is work with my METAR data that I can get here. Speaking of, by the way, these temperatures are continuing to drop. You can see where this storm just passed through in Ogallala. This was 81 degrees over 62-degree dew points earlier. That temperature plummeted to 64 degrees, but still over a 61-degree dew point. So all of this energy is being eaten up by the storm. It's taking advantage of this environment very well. Out in Tedford, 76 degrees as of what? Like 12 minutes ago or something. So very, very, very juicy, warm winds with lots of moisture coming into this storm, which is why it's so concerning. Derek Wagner saying, I live in southeast North Dakota. My area got hit by that storm that had the 130-mile-per-hour wind gust. Thankfully, the wind wasn't near that strong here. We did have some tree branches down. Yeah, that's crazy. That was a very scary storm. I'm glad to hear that you and your family are okay. That was a very scary storm. I was literally sitting there tracking it while we were filming our forecast video the other morning. Really, really scary storm. Yeah, a lot of folks will underestimate a lower end hurricane, as we did just have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning put downstream of our considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the northern part of this. So the National Weather Service is growing increasingly confident that this is going to be producing 80-mile-per-hour winds as it continues off towards Tedford here. So again, this is a very, very destructive storm that is continuing to blow towards Tedford through Nebraska here. I did see that we just hit a new peak of 61 viewers on the stream, which is insane. So I want to just quickly thank everybody for tuning in. The number one way that you can support the work that we do here is just simply liking and subscribing and commenting. That's it. It's all that's needed. I do believe our considerable severe thunderstorm warning, the southernmost one anyway, that includes Ogallala, Roscoe, Sarben, and Paxton, is probably going to be allowed to expire naturally in 20 minutes. But if you're in Ogallala, you are pretty much, you're out of the woods at this point. Roscoe as well, you're pretty much out of the woods here. Paxton and Sarben, you might still be getting some strong winds, but in general, this thing is continuing to push right on through the middle of Nebraska here. And again, this is an expansive storm, a very, very large storm. Yeah, I did. I was a little bummed that I had to miss the Ecuador and Mexico game. That was definitely a bummer, but that's okay. It is a small price to pay for giving good weather coverage here. You never know. We might have folks tuning in from Nebraska right now, and I might be the only one live that they trust. So it's really important that we're able to get this weather information out the best way that we possibly can. All right, our cell out near Grant, still looking like it wants to maybe take advantage of this environment here. So we're going to see over the next like 5 to 10 minutes if it starts to wrap up. And again, this is in the most favorable environment right now. Like it is literally like just tapping into that environment here, and it's starting to show that hook a little bit. So if it can wrap up and get itself going, it's going to have the greatest risk for tornado potential that we've really had all night. And keep in mind, this cluster of thunderstorms that is producing significant 80+ mile per hour winds in Nebraska right now did put down a tornado when it originated, when it was a small cell back just north of Sterling. All right, Weather Wisdom. I know out in New York it is past midnight, so get your sleep. It is a work or school night, whatever you do. And stay safe with those winds coming your way as well, that cluster of thunderstorms. I'll go ahead and check in on that really quickly while we have a second. The severe thunderstorm warning in Iowa was lifted, by the way. But here in New York, we are watching this giant line of storms coming out of Canada, which is going to continue to push through New York here. We could have some isolated storms popping up as well that could produce maybe some gusty winds or some very small hail. Nothing super concerning here, but in New York, we could see a very brief spin up tornado in anywhere along this line, embedded in the line. It's a pretty low risk for that, but you can't rule it out. Tina coming in from Ogallala, Nebraska. Just north of you, we had a 85-mile-per-hour wind gust as estimated by the Mesonet. How was it for you? Let us know in the chat. Thank you for tuning in. Thankfully, you are pretty much out of the woods now. Yeah, Tina, you may be elated to know that Nebraska is something we're pretty fond of around here at WillBrattonWx for reasons unknown. Tina saying it wasn't too bad here. A few high gusts and a little rain. Most of it hit north by the lake. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected. It kind of just clipped you guys, but it wasn't too far north of you, just west of Keystone, where that 85-mile-per-hour wind gust was developed. You kind of just grazed it there. So super happy to hear that you're okay. And if you have any friends or family up there in the more heavily hit areas, I hope they are okay as well. Again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that is tagged for 80-mile-per-hour winds here. And surrounding it are considerable severe thunderstorm warnings tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So a very threatening storm pushing through Nebraska towards Tedford. And again, I think you're going to be safe if you're in North Platte. I know that's a very populated area where a lot of folks may be tuning in from. But if you're in that area, I think you're going to be okay. I think it's going to stay just to your north. But this is kind of the main corridor of concern that we're looking at here. And for your reference point, again, here is North Platte. Tina saying, I feel sorry for everyone at the lake. You should come visit sometime. I actually stayed in Sydney not terribly long ago, and North Platte. It's I like Nebraska a lot. It's a nice area. Okay, so two of our severe thunderstorm warnings have just been lifted. So that was our original destructive severe thunderstorm warning, and one of our considerable severe thunderstorm warnings have been lifted. So the National Weather Service here cleaning up the map a little bit, lifting the warnings that were in this white circle. I imagine the one down near Ogallala will be lifted within a second as well. It has 13 minutes remaining until it would naturally expire. And there it goes. So all of these, here's what this looked like a second ago, by the way. These 3 warnings here, 1, 2, and 3, all were just completely lifted off the map as the storm is now pushing out of those areas. So you're going to see as I go 1 forward frame, boom, we're down to just this 1 destructive severe thunderstorm warning out here. So this new destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Nebraska is going to be for Arthur, Grant, Hooker, and McPherson counties. Will, what's your top 3 favorite U.S. states? Oh, don't get me started. Nebraska. I'm playing. I will say, I'm from Missouri and I love Missouri. I think it's an awesome state that has like so much, and it's really, really underrated. So Missouri is going to be in my top 3, but there's a bias there, and I'm aware of that, and that's okay because it is my list. South Dakota is going to make that list too. South Dakota was absolutely gorgeous. I mean, genuinely stunning. Mount Rushmore was incredible. The rolling green hills are just beautiful. The Missouri River, of course, comes through, and it's just gorgeous. They need to put a radar unit in Chamberlain, though. Lorian is here. We are saved. Let's go. My goat is back. Lorian is one of our meteorologists here, and she just returned to the United States from a trip in Europe. Yep, I got you, Adrian. Okay, so from the Storm Prediction Center's storm reports page, that 85-mile-per-hour wind gust that we had earlier on the Mesonet was actually downgraded to a 76-mile-per-hour wind gust. It was corrected. So we did not see any winds exceeding 80 miles per hour as of this point, which is good news. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Adrian. And again, the voice in my head telling me this is the voice of one of our incredible storm chasers, Adrian. He is helping out on the broadcast tonight, looking at some observation maps as well as modeled maps for us, as I can't look at everything at once. Norman saying that he's jealous of Lorian going to Europe and hopes that she had fun. He wants to go to Italy and Greece. Myself too. I've been to Europe, but I have not been to Italy or Greece. I am saving Italy for my honeymoon if I can ever find a wife. So we'll see. To be determined on that one. Okay. So here's that screenshot here from the Storm Prediction Center. I'll zoom in really tight here so we can see corrects on the right-hand side of your screen here. You're going to see that wind gust has been corrected from down to 76. So it's white. I'll circle it in magenta. Here's that 76 where previously it was recorded as 85. That circle sucked. There we go. 85 it was previously recorded at, and then downgraded to 76. So that's what we're looking at here. So thank you very much to Adrian for sharing that with us. We have Scott in the chat saying diving in from Ogallala also. Get off the interstate and go north. We have the world's largest hand-planted forest, and we're also definitely not flat around here. The wind knocked my hat off for sure. Man, the sand hills in Nebraska are no joke, man. It was really cool to drive through. There's not a lot out there, of course, but it was really, really unique. I'd never seen anything like that in my life until about a month ago when I drove through there. And spent a lot of time in Nebraska about a month ago. Lorian saying Amsterdam was awesome. London is the place if you like history. Greece or Italy would be too. There's casually a hat shop in London that is older than the entire United States. That's crazy. That is just actually insane. Yeah, they got to have some really good hats to be in business for more than 250 years. Okay, I will say we're having some rotation developing at just north of Bucktail here. So this is something that... Hang on. Now, I don't think this is a tornado on the ground because we have such low DBZ values here. But man, that is resemblant of the CC drop indicative of a tornado. Excuse me a moment while I continue to analyze the situation here. It is possible that we could have a tornado on the ground, but unlikely. Okay, I'm not getting the latest scan on my cross section, unfortunately, which is going to stop me from getting a view on this, which is extremely annoying. We do have strong rotation here and a CC drop that you cannot use to confirm a tornado here because those DBZ values are so low. I mean, the ZDR is even near 0. Everything is there except the high DBZ values. You have your couplet. I mean, everything is there. That is definitely interesting. I'm sure the National Weather Service is looking at this closely as well, wondering what in the world is going on there. So that's definitely a concern. Adrian, if you see anything about that, let me know, please. I don't know if you're seeing this also. Yeah, I agree because it's out ahead of the storm, but that couplet is there. You definitely couldn't radar confirm that because the CC drop is not correlated with your DBZ values of greater than 40. So you would never be able to confirm a tornado there, but definitely a very interesting radar presentation at the very least. Scott saying, looking north at this moment, I sure wish we could post videos. It's very bright. Definitely a beautiful storm. Yeah, you could actually send in videos to us if you want me to show them on either Twitter and just tag me in them or on our website. I can drop the link on how to do that in the chat here. Or you can drop them in our Discord server if you have Discord. Really, whatever is easiest for you. There's the direct link to how to report severe weather that I just dropped in the chat. And the link that Blake sent also will work as well. You just have to navigate to the report weather tab. If you'd like to send a video, you could drop it in there and I can show it. Derek saying, thankfully, I found this channel this past week, was a Freiberger guy and can't stand the other two. This will be my go-to weather coverage channel now. Well, thank you and welcome to the show. We're trying to do things the right way here. The way things should be done. And we did just get a tornado warning. Yep, we just got a tornado warning here on this cell. So we do now have a tornado warning in place for a cell capable of producing a tornado. And this is embedded here in our cluster of thunderstorms. Is just north of Flats. So this is out here for Hooker and McPherson counties in Nebraska. So we do have a tornado warning live on the map. And yeah. Yeah, we are getting measured winds of over 80 miles per hour here. in these deeper blues, regardless of whether you have a tornado or not, you're having some pretty insane winds going on in the storm. Now, when you look storm relative and look at that rotation, it is still there. And it's possible that we could have like something along the lines, oh my gosh, I didn't switch back to white, of a tornado here and then a possible satellite type of thing just to its south. So a couple of areas of concern. And again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that is bringing 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts regardless. So this is an extremely powerful storm that is moving through Nebraska, just continuing to roll here. I am going to take a look. I think things might be slightly downtrending. Give me just a minute. I'm pulling some older frames. We're going to take a look. Sherlock is on the case. Do not fear. Yeah, things are definitely downtrending a little bit. Our echo tops are dropping. Scott saying, unfortunately, I don't have those two social media platforms. Hopefully those ranchers, hopefully no ranchers, suffer from it. And it just goes through the hills there. Yeah, that is what I'm hoping as well. The tough thing about the Sand Hills, man, is because it's so like sparsely populated, it can take a long time for emergency response to get to any folks that may be impacted out there. So it's definitely a concerning region when you have weather like this that rolls through it anyway. But yeah, definitely strong rotation. When you look at our NROT, which is a derived product here that helps you identify areas of rotation, you can see some strong values up to around 1.7 sneaking in here, those yellows. This is a very strong rotating couplet here. And we're looking pretty low in the atmosphere. This is less than 3,000 feet because we're getting closer and closer to the Tedford radar. All right, our last severe thunderstorm warning around the map has been lifted. So we just have our one storm is our only thing going on the map right now. Our last severe thunderstorm warning in Kansas, I should say. So all we're watching here is this destructive 80-mile-per-hour wind bag rolling through Nebraska, and it's got an embedded tornado warning as well. This thing is moving east northeast-ish at about 45 miles per hour. It's going right towards areas like Tedford, and it looks like North Platte is going to be entirely spared from this, thankfully, as that is quite a populated area. When we look at our velocities here, I mean, this storm, we're seeing at, what is this, around 2,500 feet, we're getting measured velocities of over 80 miles per hour here. So again, the higher up you get, the less friction you have, right? So those winds are naturally going to be faster the higher you go. So that doesn't mean we're seeing sustained winds of 80 plus miles per hour at the surface, but you could definitely be having those winds hitting some very, very high values at the surface, maybe gusting around 80 miles per hour or just above 80 miles per hour. So again, this is a very, very strong storm that is pushing through Tedford. Scott saying it's pretty calm around here now, and he's checking in from Ogallala. Said it was a nice little rain. Our police department is flooded. Wow. That is insane, dude. See, this is a part of severe weather that isn't talked about enough. It's that people are like, man, you know, all these homes get hit and destroyed and businesses. But you got to remember that there are first responders that get hit by this too. Fire departments and firehouses, police stations, all sorts of first responders get impacted by weather too. And when that happens, they can't get to you. You know, they can't get there when you have an emergency. So that, you know, that is a part of severe weather as well, as things do look like they might be uptrending here to try and produce a possible tornado north of Flats. Yeah, Scott's saying it's normal and it drains around here. Yeah, which does make sense. But my point is that there's a reason that we need storm chasers because a lot of times they can be the first ones on the scene. Now, storm chasers are not first responders, and they obviously are not obligated to do that. But the ones who are in it for the right reasons and want to help can a lot of times get there and help in that immediate search and rescue right after a storm, because they're going to be the first ones there. First responders, it takes time for them to get to those calls. And that's no fault of the first responders. It's just kind of an artifact of the way it works with storm chasers in these types of storms. So yeah, storm chasers are extremely valuable. And again, it's the ones who are in it for the right reasons. If you're out there chasing adrenaline, you shouldn't be chasing, in my opinion. That's just me. Okay, this destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been tagged by saying automated weather sensors have reported multiple 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts across Keith and Arthur counties. So again, this storm is producing some destructive winds. I mean, you can see, this is ridiculous. This is 80.6 knots that we're seeing measured here by the radar, which is like 90 miles per hour. And again, this is, elevated, right? We are looking at 2,500 feet in the air. That's not the winds that you're getting at the surface, but that does translate down. Like, you are seeing those 70 to 80 mile per hour winds at the surface without a doubt in this storm. And Scott's saying it only floods in the street about 2 feet every storm for about half an hour, and then things are good. And I can agree on the storm chaser statement. Yeah. Yeah, very much so. As things look like they want to wrap up here in our tornado warning. So we could definitely see a tornado spawned out of this. Meanwhile, our storm that was in the more favorable conditions down near Grant really was never able to get going. So it looks like that's not going to really pose a tornado threat at all, which is great news. As I was very concerned about that one with the environment it was moving into. A very, very brief check-in on Texas. Again, we do have a flash flood warning in place in Lubbock. This one is going to last for another 26 minutes, so it's getting near its expiration. And then also in Jeff Davis and Reeves counties in Texas, southwestern Texas here for Ball, Maria, and Verhalen. We also have 26 minutes remaining on a flash flood warning there as well. But of course, that is all we have going on around the entire country right now, by the way. Outside of this destructive windbag that's rolling through Nebraska and the tornado warning that is embedded within it. And we did just get that warning polygon shrunken down here. That's the notification you're seeing at the top of your screen right now. We are still including both Hooker and McPherson counties here. You can see the county line literally right in the middle of this polygon. That's the county line there. And again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that is producing 80 mile per hour winds, possibly a tornado, and some small hail. The greatest hail risk is going to be out here kind of in the middle of nowhere, south of Whitman. So this is kind of the greatest hail risk, and it's headed out in this direction. Although, again, the areas with hail are going to be more volatile and will change with this storm here. Scott saying, check out Canada. I actually can't access radars in Canada in this radar program, unfortunately. I know Ottawa was getting it earlier, and now that line of storms that was near Ottawa is now moving through New York. I can look at Canada on my phone, though, really quick. Just to see what's going on up there. Definitely does look like there are some stronger thunderstorms up in Canada. north of Grand Prairie, for example. And near Toronto as well, heading over the lake. That's that line of storms pushing into New York. They're also getting some stronger storms out there as well. I mean, I can tap into that really quickly. It wouldn't hurt as I humbly travel all the way over that direction. Okay, thanks, Adrian. Yeah, so this is that line of thunderstorms that is rolling through New York. I can switch between the two radars here. You can see it pulling right over the lake. And so Toronto, of course, a major city just across the border here, is kind of relieved from this. So it appears anyway. Yeah, it looks like Toronto's not really getting anything at all. So this line of thunderstorms is going to blow right across the lake and into New York. And then out in Nebraska is where our main area of concern is. Again, we do still have a tornado warning here where those velocities have increased, but it looks like the rotation is not as tight as it was, though the velocities are stronger. Okay. See that. All right, so here is the, okay, I'm all zoomed in from earlier. Here is the mesoscale discussion that was just issued by the Storm Prediction Center not terribly long ago. And so this is tagged for a possible weak tornado here on the left-hand side of your screen. I guess I ought to use a better color like a magenta here. So a possible tornado here. It would be a weaker tornado is what they have it tagged for anyways. Here's that cluster of thunderstorms we're looking at in the direction it is moving out towards. Hail not exceeding golf ball sized here, but the winds are the most concerning thing, reaching up to 80 miles per hour. So what they have said here is a swath of potentially damaging wind gusts probable with storms overspreading the region through midnight to 2 a.m. Central Time. Yeah, I see that. Yeah. So a lot of moisture there. We do have out of North Platte, 68 or 69 degree dew points. So very, 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 very moist air in this region. So again, this cluster of storms has got the potential to stay active for a while here. Tina saying she sent me a link on my website. Okay, let's see if I can get a hold of that. Oh, yeah. As we do have a little bit of a video here. It's a little bit grainy, but we can see these winds blowing like absolute crazy. This is near Lake Mack in Ogallala. And it was taken by Island Olson. I mean, you can just see those winds blowing from left to right across the screen here, like absolute crazy. That is a very, very powerful storm there. I'll let it roll through about one more time. And Tina, thank you very much for sending that in. Okay, so we got another question is, are there going to be any potential supercells in the Twin Cities, essentially? Tonight, no, but tomorrow, yes. So on our website, you can actually go to the Outlook page here. And you can go to the day 2, that's for tomorrow. And you can see up near the Twin Cities here, they are included in that enhanced risk. And in the tornado map, you can see in that probabilistic outlook that they are in a 5% risk for tornadoes. So there's the Twin Cities. And that is for tomorrow. And you can view this on your own on our website and share it with your friends and family. I'll drop the link for that in the chat. It is it doesn't support us in any way. This is not, I'm not profiting off of you if you do that. This is simply a good visualization tool to use for your friends and family and get real-time updates with good visual quality from the Storm Prediction Center's outlooks. So again, you can view the tornado risk, the wind risk, the hail risk, and the categorical outlook for the entire United States for days 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. As you can see, the risk will come back to the Twin Cities on Thursday as well. Hopefully that will answer your question there. Again, we do still have this tornado warning in effect here. It has 18 minutes remaining on it. As that couplet has tightened up again. This is probably the best it's looked. We just got a new tornado warning on it now. So we just had an extension on this tornado warning. This has 33 minutes on it. It's headed eventually towards Seneca and Tedford. This is now for Hooker and Thomas counties. So exiting McPherson County here. If you're in McPherson County, you're no longer in a warning, as I'm sure this older polygon will be lifted within just a second. So if you're south of the county line in McPherson, you are officially good for a tornado risk. But you are probably still getting blasted in the face with a bunch of wind. Look at these measured winds here at 1,600 feet. 94.2 knots. That is almost 110 miles per hour, by the way. So this is a very, very strong thunderstorm here. And you can see these NROT values. This is just measuring algorithmically anyway, how much rotation is estimated by the radar program. This is looking at some very, very strong rotation here. So this is probably the best that this storm has looked thus far. All right. I know we're getting late here. It's almost midnight Central Time, but this is a very, very powerful storm that we want to stay with here. Just to make sure that anyone who may be awake in this area and needs to get a weather alert can get it. As we are, okay, so things did just downtrend slightly on the latest radar scan, which is good news. But this is still a tight rotating couplet here where we could easily see a tornado develop. And again, I know this looks like you're seeing a debris ball here on radar, but you're not, because when you go to your reflectivity, you can see it's not co-located with 40 plus dBz values. So you would need yellow or higher dBz values where you have that couplet, where you have these blue values here. So when I switch to reflectivity, if you had yellows, oranges, and reds in that white circle, you could confirm a tornado there. But right now, we cannot confirm a tornado at this time. And I'm hoping that there is not one. And in the chat, Blake has posted some definitions for some of these terms I just threw at you in case you don't know what they mean. I know meteorology is a really complicated topic here. And the number one goal is not necessarily to learn the meteorology. It's for you guys to know the risks that are coming so you can stay safe. But the reason I tell you this is so that you can stay weather aware to the best of your ability. Scott saying we have sirens now. You've sirens in Ogallala? That's very surprising. You definitely should not. You are safe. Oh, fire sirens. Okay, I got you. Yeah, so first responders going out there in Ogallala. So assuming there was some sort of wind damage in Ogallala based on that. Isla Geyser Girl in the chat saying, happy to be here. We're happy to have you here. And I hope that you are staying safe tonight with these storms. Scott saying that something has happened in Ogallala and they are headed towards the lake. Yeah, I would assume it's got to be towards Keystone or Lemoyne, as those areas got absolutely blasted just north of you with those winds. All right, our latest scan here, things are tightening up even more, though the velocities did downtrend just a tiny bit from where they were a couple of scans ago. But it is definitely tightening up again on the most recent scan. So again, this could produce a tornado at any point, and we can't confirm one really at all at any point because this tornado warning is out ahead of this line of thunderstorms, or this rotating couplet, I should say. It's like on the leading edge of this line of thunderstorms. So we can't really confirm a tornado at any point right now. And again, we are looking pretty close to the radar. We're looking at 1,500 feet here. We did just get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning downstream of our main warning polygon here. So this is now going to include Cherry, Hooker, Logan, McPherson, and Thomas counties as we get towards Tedford here. So again, this storm is just continuing to roll on through this area in Nebraska. I guess I really ought to draw these more like this. So yeah, large areas of impact here. And the storm is not stopping right now. It's just going to continue to blow through. Oh, it is actually Thedford. Okay, interesting. I thought it was actually pronounced Tedford and the H was silent. Pardon me on that. So this is Thedford. I apologize. But again, yeah, this tornado warned storm is headed towards Thedford in Nebraska here, central Nebraska. And I just want to talk again about how this is the same small supercell that came out of Sterling, produced a tornado there, and then grew into this giant cluster of thunderstorms around the time that it crossed the border into Nebraska. And it is now just a massive wind-producing event that is rolling through Nebraska. So if we do get a tornado here, it would not be the first tornado that this storm has produced. This has been a very powerful storm tonight. And really, we could have two different areas where you could see a brief tornado spun up here. This is probably not the greatest circles. That's probably a little better. Yeah, it's a little better co-located with our NROT values there. I mean, we are seeing measured velocities at 1,300 feet in the air, almost reaching 110 miles per hour, which is absolutely insane. So this is an extremely powerful storm here. And it's just continuing to roll through Nebraska right towards Thedford right now and Seneca. Also going on in southern Nebraska, we do have some general precipitation and maybe a couple thunderstorms down there. I can turn on lightning for a second. You can see a couple of strikes of lightning popping up out here in southern Nebraska and into northwestern Kansas with some of these residual thunderstorms from the earlier MCS. You can see that lightning there. And if I turn on lightning up here in Nebraska, you can see this thing is a light show. An absolute light show. Really, really powerful thunderstorm up here. Very electrically active. It's got a rotating couplet that may produce a tornado at any time, and it's producing destructive winds. All right, so now we have essentially an entire line here. So this is where things get a little spicy with this storm. So we have this entire line in white here, where you see this transition from red to green in there on our velocities. That whole area, you could have a tornado spawn anywhere along that line. In fact, you could even have multiple little tornadoes spawn on that line. So again, this is a very concerning storm here. It's a very, very threatening storm. It is tagged with a tornado here. We could get a tornado at any point, and it is moving to the northeast at about 45-ish miles per hour. And again, we are out here in Hooker and Thomas counties in Nebraska. This is headed towards Seneca and Thedford. And I appreciate everyone tuning in and making sure that you stay weather aware this evening. I know it is really late here. It is almost midnight Central Time. And for the folks in the path of this storm, actually, I believe this has fully crossed into the Central Time Zone now here in Nebraska. I need to look at my time zone map again. Yeah, I think we have pretty much fully crossed into Central Time for where this storm is impacting here. So all these folks are out here at 11:52 p.m. right now. So it is really important that people can tune into this if they're in the path of this storm, as this is a definitely a very concerning storm here. Yes, to answer your question about the Twin Cities, you could definitely get hail again. I'm not saying you're going to get hail again, but you're definitely at risk for getting hail tomorrow night. For everyone tuning in tonight, I will say the number one thing that you can do to support us is just to like, comment, and subscribe. So I would greatly appreciate that, but it is obviously fully optional. And that is nowhere near our primary concern right now, as we do have a tornado warning in effect here headed towards Thedford and Seneca. C. Gray in the chat, I see you. How you doing? Good to see some of our regulars in here tonight. And it's also good to see so many new faces. Okay. Tailored Paper says, I just subscribed. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. We are one like away from hitting 100 likes on this broadcast. That'd be the first time we'd ever done that. And there it is. We had 100 likes on the broadcast. Well, thank you guys very much for that. That does mean a lot, and it does really help us in our growth here. We've peaked at 62 viewers tonight. And again, that is not for a good reason. The reason is that there's been a lot of really strong storms tonight. But I do really appreciate everybody trusting us here at WillBrattonWx to bring that good coverage and ensure that you can stay weather aware and stay safe tonight. But yeah, thank you guys very much for tuning in tonight and trusting us with that coverage and liking and subscribing and sharing and everything. It really does mean a lot. I greatly appreciate it. It's hard to it's hard to want to talk about that right now with the tornado warning on the map. I'm just really hoping that everyone is staying safe in the path of this. And thankfully, it's rolling through the Sand Hills where there isn't really a ton of population. The towns are a lot more spread out. Like Thedford is a pretty populated area, but it's not there yet. It's got a long ways till it gets in that area. And again, it is midnight here. We've been rolling live for about 5 hours here, and I wanted to go live earlier. I didn't expect this to be such a long broadcast, but with how strong this storm is, I couldn't justify going to sleep and leaving people in the dark here tonight. Scott saying you can't trust our weathermen around here. They say it's sunny and it'll be raining out. The only thing I'll say is cut them a little bit of slack. That's all I'll say. A lot of local meteorologists do actually do a decent job, and I have a lot of respect for them. A lot of my friends do local meteorology in various markets. None of them in Nebraska. If my friends were in Nebraska, it would always be accurate. Now, let me tell you. I'm just playing. But no, I understand. There is a lot of there's a lack of trust in meteorology lately. And I get it. I do get it. So it's important to have sources that you do trust, because weather is the one thing that impacts everybody every day, no matter what. So it is important to have a good way to receive that weather information to ensure that yourself and your family can stay safe and weather aware. I will say we are probably going to see this destructive severe thunderstorm warning chop down a little bit. Areas like flats no longer need to be included here. So that is something that we might see happen in the next couple of minutes here. And the storm is continuing with a downstream considerable severe thunderstorm warning tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds towards areas like Mullen, Seneca, Thedford, and eventually towards Halsey, Purdom, and Ellesmere. Scott saying, have you ever seen snow on the 4th of July? We've had it here more than once. I have not seen snow on the 4th of July personally, as I'm from St. Louis, and we don't get any snow on the 4th of July. Or at all in the summer. We do get snow. Certainly have had our fair share of snow. As I have officially kind of busted my left earbud here. It was on the verge of breaking. I don't really put the left one in my ear often, but Derek saying, I'll talk the guys I mod for into rating you if you're live when they're ending. Oh, well, I appreciate that. And of course, that is not our number one goal. Our number one goal is to bring good weather information to people. Our own growth is a secondary thing. We just want to do the absolute best job that we can to help try and keep people safe and give them reliable weather information. And we do really genuinely have two areas that could produce a tornado right now. I'm going to circle those here in white, and you can see those NROT values do correspond. Those are these couplets that we have on the map. These are to the southwest of Thedford and Seneca. And they're headed up that direction. So still a very threatening tornado warning on the map here. And we did just get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the southern end of this storm, which has been tagged with 70-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail as well. But man, look at these measured winds coming in at only 1,000 feet in the air. I mean, these are about 100-mile-per-hour winds at 1,000 feet in the air. That's insane. This is an extremely powerful storm. Again, this is still a concerning tornado warning. It has 15 minutes remaining naturally, and it does include Hooker and Thomas counties. I see, Derek. That's awesome. Yeah, definitely direct them to our Discord too, because we have a lot of collaboration that goes on in there with storm chasers and meteorologists. We have like 50 plus degreed meteorologists in there, where we do a lot of forecast discussions and all sorts of stuff. And we also have signed a lot of chasers of our own. We have Adrian Roncahan. We have an announcement coming out tomorrow for a pretty well-known chaser named Jessica Moore, who we just signed. We have signed Norman Smith, and we've signed the guys with Midwest Weather. So we've got all sorts of chasers. As our destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been removed entirely. So we are down to just a considerable severe thunderstorm warning here. In fact, a pair of them. So this is going to include Logan, McPherson, Thomas, Cherry, Hooker, and that's it. Counties here in Nebraska. So headed towards areas like Stapleton, Thedford, Seneca, Mullen. Mullen's really kind of getting into the thick of it now. Also eventually headed towards areas like Anselmo, Dunning, Halsey, Brewster, Purdom, Ellesmere. Those are going to be a little bit later in the evening, hopefully once this thing weakens a little bit. We do have 14 minutes naturally remaining on our tornado warning, and quite the tight couplet. I mean, really quite the impressive couplet here, looking at only 800 feet in the air. So we could easily see a tornado spat out of this storm right now, just to the south of Seneca in the west of Thedford. So this is definitely a very concerning spot here. And for reference, here's Seneca and Thedford. Jacob Doyen tuning in from Hastings, Nebraska. Welcome to our broadcast. All of our flash flood warnings, by the way, that were in Texas have now been lifted. So we have no flash flood warnings on the map any longer. Oh, that's awesome. I didn't know that you modded for Storm Runner Media. That's really cool. Yeah, there's some good guys. I haven't gotten the chance to meet them yet, but they are pretty cool. I like their work a lot. Scott talking about the county names in this area. Yeah, there are definitely some interesting ones. Hooker County is certainly a county name. It's one of the county names of all time. I can turn on the county names. We can look at them. We have ones like Sheridan, Box Butte, Sioux, Dawes, Kimball, Banner, Morrill, Cheyenne. What are some of the more interesting ones? Dundee is, of course, an interesting one. Let's see. Antelope, that's a cool one. We did just get a new tornado warning downstream here. So we do have a new tornado warning for the northernmost couplet here. It also is extended just far enough to the southeast to include the secondary couplet that does exist down there, despite the fact that it doesn't look quite as threatening as the main one. But again, this is a very tight rotating couplet here where we could easily see a tornado, and it has now been ingested within our higher DBZ value. So if we see a CC drop here, we will be looking at a tornado. Oh, maybe not. I lied. It looks like my velocities hadn't updated yet. So we are pretty close, though, to being ingested into the front of the storm where we would be able to confirm this on radar. But again, this is a very, very tight rotating couplet here with very, very strong winds that we're seeing at like 700 feet. We have measured winds for just a couple of pixels reaching about 90 miles per hour in the storm, which is unreal at 800 feet. I mean, this is a very, very strong storm. I see James Pettis in the chat. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for joining. I appreciate that. I hope you are doing all right on this fine evening. But yeah, Scott, to your point, this area of Nebraska is very beautiful. The sandhills are awesome. Yep, I can hear. Okay. All right, so what Adrian has just told me in my ear is that pretty much there's nothing that's stopping this right this second. There's no cap out ahead of it. So this storm is going to continue to last for a while, and he's going to get me some graphics to help visualize that from, I think, what did you say, the Mesonet? Something along those lines. Oh, okay, I got you. He's just going to pull some general mesoscale maps then for us to take a look at. But again, this is a very strong rotating couplet. I can't emphasize that enough. I mean, this is the type that could produce a tornado here as it's headed towards Seneca, which is I can disable radar here and show you the town of Seneca. It is a somewhat populated area. Like, it's not a big town by any stretch, but there's more than like 2 people who live there, obviously. So this is definitely a concerning situation here as we are pushing through Nebraska. And there we go. So near Seneca, we're going to see this velocity update in just a second, and hopefully our dual pole products will get an update in a second as well. Or actually, they did get an update already, so just waiting on these velocities to update. Should have it any second here. There it is. Okay, so that rotation has weakened just a little bit, which is great news. And again, we are west of Thedford here. We're heading right towards Seneca. We have a town near there that has a population of 1, and the lady is a hoot. I think I heard of that town. I think that town was kind of famous recently for this lady being the she was like the mayor, the the sheriff. She was like everything because she's the only one who lives there. I think I saw that not too long ago. She went viral or something. Again, I want to reiterate that this is, I'm going to turn the velocities on here and show this. I mean, some of these bright values are just screaming at you here. This is a very, very strong thunderstorm that is still blowing through Nebraska, bringing up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts for this entire area. I mean, very, very, very large region in Nebraska here being impacted. And again, we do still have a storm capable of producing a tornado near Seneca. Now, it's not looking super, super impressive right now in terms of how like tight this couplet is. It's not really wrapping up, but it could produce a tornado at any time here. Alexander tuning in says, greetings from Southeast Southeast Mexico. Oh, that's awesome. Congrats on the win tonight over Ecuador. Big 2-0 win for Mexico there tonight. Scott saying Manawi, Nebraska. I'm guessing that's one of the county names. Interesting. I didn't see that one. And then Jacob saying Elise Elier in Manawi, Nebraska. Oh, that's her name. Okay, that's the town. Okay. Give me a second. Where is this town? Oh, okay. It's right near the South Dakota border. You guys just have to humor me for a second here. I'm sorry. We're going to find Manawi. There it is. There she is. There's Elise. See if this will load in. Wait for it. Here it comes. Here it comes. Resolution. There we go. Boom. Wait. There it is. There she is. The town of Manawi, which is just Elise. We're doing groundbreaking research here at WillBrattonWx. Absolutely groundbreaking. There's her beautiful, humble abode, where she is the sheriff. She is the everything. All right, so our tornado warning, or our original tornado warning, has been lifted as of just a minute or two ago, as this has now moved fully into the new polygon. So near Seneca, we still have a storm capable of producing a tornado. Really, you could see a spin-up tornado anywhere along this line, to be honest with you, especially on the northern part. So around this area, that's a really bad circle. More like this. Anywhere in that region, you could still see a spin-up tornado really at any point here. So this is still a very concerning storm that could produce a tornado at any time, though it doesn't look quite as impressive as it did earlier. It's not wrapping up quite as insanely. Definitely not seeing anything that would indicate to me that we have a tornado on the ground right now via radar. And again, we're really close to the Thetford radar now, which was a problem earlier. We weren't close enough. Now we're very close. So we have a perfect view on this storm. We're looking at only 600 feet in the air. Adrian, why you attached to me transparent maps? That's kind of funny. Whoa. Oh, you sent me a bunch of these. I mean, I can open them in a browser and they'll show up with a white background. It's no big deal. All right, I'm opening all these meso-analysis maps up that Adrian has been kind enough to send me. Okay, what did you send me? 500 millibar, 700 millibar. Is this the super? Oh, okay, they're labeled at the bottom. Incredible. I'm brilliant. Okay, so this is the supercell composite parameter here. In Nebraska, essentially what this is showing is just a composite of how likely it is that you could have a supercell form. And essentially, this is not the most useful value in the world, but it does combine a bunch of other pieces of like ingredients that you need for storms, and specifically supercells, rotating updrafts. And you can see pretty high values clocking in into Nebraska, which is just trying to say that there isn't a lot that's going to stop this storm. This is, what are we looking at? Cape and Sin. Yeah, okay. I keep forgetting there's labels at the bottom. So Cape and Sin, you can see still enough Cape in this area around 2000. I'll use green. It's a little better to see, I guess. Around 2000 Cape in the area this storm is headed into. So enough instability for it to survive, especially in the overnight hours. And our 700 millibar flow. Okay. So we do have these southerly winds coming in, which is interesting at 700 millibars, and pretty powerful winds at 700 millibars. So that's intriguing. That could bring in a little bit of moisture into those lower levels there. And then what are we looking at? 500. So we're essentially looking at divergence here. And you can see there is a lot of it. We definitely have some divergence going on here. So essentially 500 millibar flow, the more flow you have at 500 millibars tends to be indicative of divergence, which is what you need for rising motion. So essentially what we're plotting here is areas where rising motion is most possible. And in Nebraska, you can see plenty of rising motion possible. And then finally, what are we looking at? Vorticity. Okay, so we're looking at our geopotential heights and vorticity out here. This I will need the pink to draw on, I guess. Where you can see out in Nebraska, kind of where the storm is. I assume this is kind of centered around the storm here. That is where we have that vorticity maxima there. So yeah, essentially all this to say that nothing's really stopping this storm in the current moment here. Now, our tornado risk might die off, but the risk for significant winds is going to be ongoing for some time here. All right, what I missed in the chat while I was looking at all that? What are you doing, Arya? Timothy saying we got to work on those drawing skills. I couldn't agree more. They're awful. Okay, our tornado warning was just shrunken down a little bit here. As we do have this notch forming. I mean, we could still easily see a tornado form just to the east or slightly northeast of Seneca. I will say our staff team has been talking about playing that Mecha Chameleon game as like a group. I don't know anything about it. My drawing skills are absolutely abysmal. I mean, like they're really bad. We do have another localized area of rotation that's trying to form up here north of Seneca now. So that's something to watch. Again, really anywhere along this line of thunderstorms here where you have the outflow, and I didn't switch back to white again, where you have the outflow mashing against your inflow. Those are the areas where you could easily see a tornado spawn in. We could get tornado genesis anywhere in that area. It doesn't take long for things to hook up and try to produce one. We are going to get an update on our velocities here in just a second. There it is. Okay, so our rotation has weakened a bit, but we are getting some interference with the radar unit here. You can see all these purple values being returned to the radar, where we are having an issue getting that data back. So it appears that our rotation has fallen apart a little bit, but it is difficult to say. And we are really, really close to the radar here. So we're also looking very low in the atmosphere. Okay, we also did just get a little bit of a shrinkage going on here on our considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which does have 13 minutes remaining. We're going to get another one downstream of this, most likely. I will say this is fired off really quickly through Brown County up here. I didn't realize this. This line of thunderstorms near Ainsworth is starting to really fire off like crazy up here. So again, more storms in this environment, taking advantage of all of that instability that's available and all of that low-level moisture. Now I can turn on METAR and see if I can get my METAR to work. Ooh, I can. As you can see, we've got winds coming out of the southeast with so much moisture. We're looking at 76 or 78, I think that is, over 71 down here in Valley County. So this is, again, this is just some very, very, very like moisture-rich airs that are being brought up right towards the path of this MCS. Okay, and I am hearing that this is actually where our warm front is directly set up. It's literally on this line of thunderstorms that's firing off. So they are literally riding that warm front. And as our MCS collides with them, we could see some really weird mesoscale magic happen. So that is something we need to watch for very, very closely. Especially over the next like 15 to 20, even 30 minutes here. As our main line of storm starts to interact with all of this. Adrian telling me that we have 7.5 mid-level lapse rates. Is that what you said? Low. Okay. At the lowest levels, we're having 6.5 Celsius per kilometer lapse rates. We are seeing 7.5 at the mid levels. And to have that this late in the evening, by the way, is pretty insane. Like that is genuinely pretty nuts. And we did just hit 70 concurrent viewers, by the way. I really appreciate that. That's a new record for us. We've broken pretty much every record tonight. And again, it's not about that at all, especially while we have a tornado warning right now. But I will say this tornado threat is definitely significantly weakening here. Even at the upper levels, it is definitely weakening. So that's good news. Now, our tornado still cannot be ruled out here. But our tornado risk has definitely decreased a bit. And we are at 111 likes on this broadcast too, which is a new record for us. And the best thing that you can do to support the work that we do is just simply like and subscribe and comment. That's it. That's really the best thing you can do. And just tune in. So again, I'm really grateful for everybody being here tonight. And I know part of that is just, of course, due to the severe weather going on. And I'm really honored that you're all trusting me with your severe weather coverage. especially the folks who are in this area being affected by this weather. So again, I really do appreciate all the likes and subscribes that we've been getting. But our number one concern is this considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning out here in Nebraska. So I'm going to go ahead and read off all the county names that are impacted by this again. We have Logan, McPherson, Thomas, Cherry, and Hooker counties in Nebraska, all impacted by considerable severe thunderstorm warnings here. And our tornado warnings for Cherry and Thomas counties. But I will say the tornado risk is entirely in Cherry County now. So if you're in Thomas County, you don't really have any kind of a tornado risk going on at this moment anyway. And in general, the tornado risk is dramatically diminishing quickly, which is really, really good. And we did just hit 750 subscribers. That is insane. I appreciate everybody so much for tuning in. It really means so much. We've been, yeah, Chukasoba in the chat saying we've been going for 5.5 hours. This is true. And I was planning to go live earlier than we did, but I will say this is nothing. We did a 10-hour or a 10.5-hour broadcast on June 17th. So this is really nothing. But I really appreciate everybody tuning in. And we are still going here. We're going to stay with this for at least a little while longer. Our tornado warning is probably going to be allowed to expire naturally in 7 minutes. And they may go ahead and condense it down pretty soon here. But it's probably going to be allowed to expire naturally in 7 minutes. But the risk is not over for tornadoes, I will say. As back into southwestern Nebraska, where some of those most favorable conditions are or were earlier, we do have some cells firing off that look like they want to notch out and establish some inflow. Adrian, definitely, if you can, keep an eye out on those storms in southwestern Nebraska. And let me know if any of those start to look like they are getting extra concerning, if you don't mind. We did just get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning downstream of our cluster of thunderstorms. So this one is now going to go all the way out for Blaine, Brown, Cherry, and Thomas counties here in Nebraska. Wow. Yeah, so we are seeing echo tops potentially reaching over 50,000 feet just north of Ainsworth here. So again, these are the cells that are firing off along our warm front, not the highlighter tool, the pen tool. So these cells are firing off along our warm front. Meanwhile, we have our MCS that's blowing towards them. So as they interact, we could see some weird mesoscale magic in areas like Brownlee and up towards Ainsworth. And we could see some weird things happen there, potentially getting tornadic activity during that time or something along those lines. Give me one second. All right. So again, this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with 70-mile-per-hour winds. And right now, all of the counties impacted in Nebraska include Blaine, Brown, Cherry, Thomas, Logan, McPherson, and I think that's it. Where's the cat cam? She wanted out of my office. She was scratching at the door, wanted in, and then scratched at the door again, wanted out a few minutes later. So so our tornado warning has been lifted. So we are without a tornado warning officially, which is a good call, as like I said, that rotation has completely diminished here. Now, our new area for concern, if we are going to get a tornado, is going to be either somewhere in this circle I'm about to draw, somewhere along this warm front whoa, that's a really bad circle. Somewhere along this warm front as the MCS and the warm front cells interact. So that's an area where we could see some tornadoes, potentially. And the other area of concern is going to be in southwestern Nebraska, where a much more favorable environment for tornadoes does exist. And we now have storms out there trying to take advantage of this environment. So again, we're not out of the woods yet. This is it is 12:30 a.m. here. And so it's especially important that if you know anyone in this area or you live in these areas, that you are making sure that you are getting yourself multiple ways to receive alerts, and make sure that you can, leave your local meteorologist on in the background on your local news station if you need to, on your TV, whatever you need to do to make sure that you get alerts in case these storms are headed your way. We don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings issued at the moment for these cells in southwestern Nebraska near Wellfleet, Hayes Center, Wallace, Imperial as well. But those could easily become severe as they try to take advantage of that environment. We are still looking at 70-mile-per-hour winds potentially, all the way from basically Stapleton to Brownlee and even north of Brownlee, potentially as far north as Valentine. So literally all the way up the highway here. I mean, this whole area could be experiencing 70-mile-per-hour winds at any point. Wind gusts, I should say, at any point with this line of thunderstorms. Really, I should cut off the bottom part of that circle. I can draw this a little better. Something like this. Anywhere in this area could really experience 70-mile-per-hour winds at any point here with this line of storms. It's like not even legible, but I'm trying my best. The fact that we have passed 750 subscribers tonight is actually insane. I'm really grateful for all the support. We hit 700 subscribers this afternoon, so I'm really grateful for all of the supports. And again, even more important than obviously any of that support that you guys are showing us, obviously, the most important thing here is that everyone's staying safe with the severe weather. That is always our number one goal. We're trying to do things the right way here. We're not doing the fear mongering. We're not doing the clickbait. We're not doing the revenue driven and revenue motivated, shadier practices. We're not doing any of that stuff. We're just trying to give good weather information and do as much good for the community as possible. And again, we do have this warm front over here. So I guess I can go ahead and use a different color. So this red line here is going to be your warm front. And then this, what color should I use? We'll just keep using the white line. This white line here is your cluster of thunderstorms that's headed towards it. So essentially right now what you have is all of these storms that are firing off of this warm front. You can see them in this white circle here. So all these storms are firing off. And as this line of thunderstorms, this cluster of storms collides with it, we could see some crazy mesoscale magic happen north of Thedford, southwest of Ainsworth. And that's the area where we could potentially see the risk for some tornadoes. And then the secondary risk is, of course, down with these slightly more discrete cells, down near Imperial and Hayes Center in southwestern Nebraska, where there is a much more favorable environment. But we don't have that weird mesoscale interaction happening. We did just get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the southern portion of this cluster of storms. And you can actually see that outflow boundary starting to kick up dust. So it is beginning to show up on radar here. And so all of these winds are just blowing through this whole area. It looks like it just went north of North Platte. So again, I can just circle this so it's easier to look at. What we're seeing here, these blue values in the middle of your screen on this white line, that is going to be your outflow boundary picking up or kicking up dust. It's just wedging up dust off the surface of the earth. The radar is contacting those lithometeors and it's returning small amounts of energy. So you can see the edge of that wind, like that wall of wind, basically. So this is a very, very powerful storm here. What's up, Adrian? Oh, what's up, Ben? Yeah, there is not a tornado warning right now. Yeah, the overlay takes a couple of minutes to update sometimes. We did just get a measured 76 mph wind gust in Thetford. So this was measured at, I believe, at the airport in Thetford. So that is a 76 mph wind gust here. So they may actually upgrade this back to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, as the current maximum wind gust it's tagged for is 70 mph. But we did just get a wind gust 12 minutes ago that was at 76 mph. Regardless, this is a very powerful thunderstorm. It doesn't, the semantics on exactly what number is going to be the peak wind gust doesn't really matter. The message here is still the exact same. This is a very powerful thunderstorm. Someone in the chat saying southwest of Mullen, they had the wind almost blow their car over. It probably was not a tornado southwest of Mullen, as the rotation was further south of. Well, it depends how far south you were, but so I guess it is possible depending on where you were. But I can show you kind of what that looked like. So it kind of does depend how far southwest you were, because if you were kind of back into this area, like pretty much due south of Mullen, all the way down here, then it's definitely possible that it was a brief tornado. If not, though, it was probably just a big wind gust. Because again, these storms are producing some significant winds, tornado or not. They're producing tornado level winds. We can see values here getting measured by the radar unit at 450 feet. Some pixels coming in at 74 knots, which is insane. It's like 85 mph almost. So, yeah, it's very possible that it could have been a tornado. Probably more likely that it was just a very strong wind gust, but this is either way, it doesn't really matter. This is a very powerful storm that is producing significant winds throughout a large portion of Nebraska right now. Again, this is including Blaine, Custer, Loop, Brown, Cherry, Thomas, Logan, and McPherson counties right now. And I appreciate that report coming in, by the way, from southwest of Mullen. You said near 30 miles near the Dismal River. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's definitely possible. It's definitely possible that it was a brief tornado, especially if you were like more due south of Mullen. It's definitely possible. I'm glad to hear that you're okay from that. That can be a very terrifying situation. One of our storm chasers, Alan, just went through a very similar situation where he was intercepted himself by a tornado. He was not meaning to do an intercept. He was meaning to get out ahead of it. And a tornado kind of quickly jumped in and dropped right on his head very briefly. So, yeah, definitely an interesting watch. If you want to go check out his documentary, you can find that on our YouTube channel, and I'll go ahead and drop the link in the chat here as well for anyone who may want to watch that. At the Dismal River Resort, was racing to get back to his apartment, and the car tilted up. Wow, that's terrifying. And I am really glad to hear that you're okay from that. North of Tryon, we do actually have some more convection firing off behind this line of thunderstorms. This environment just really won't quit. I mean, we have all sorts of convection, little bits of cumulus starting to bubble up behind our line of thunderstorms. Most of those will probably not reach any severe thresholds. But man, this environment just won't quit. There's a lot of moisture. There's a lot of instability. So things are just rolling deep and staying active here. All right, guys, bear with me for like 30 seconds. I am going to take a quick bathroom break. I will be back in like 30 seconds. Bear with me here. Okay, we're back. I apologize for that quick hiatus there. Chair stream. All right, bro. That's actually the first bathroom break I've taken all night. Okay, so we are seeing some of that mesoscale magic starting to happen here. So near Brownlee, we have another rotating couplet beginning to form. And also another one just east of Brownlee. So we have two different couplets trying to form. One of these was actually our original area of rotation from earlier. The other one is now a new area of rotation that is more powerful, but is a little bit more broad, just northeast of Brownlee. So again, we're starting to see these this line of storms collide with that warm front, and that can pose a significant threat for us here. As you can see, this merge is starting to happen as here's our warm front storms, and here's our main line of storms that's come all the way from Colorado. So we could be getting into some mesoscale magic territory here, which could be very concerning. We could see a tornado threat rapidly develop, kind of like we might be seeing right here near Brownlee. You can literally watch it just kind of spawn in here. So again, we have two different areas of rotation right now. They may issue a new, and there it is. So we just had a new tornado warning put on here. Should show up on my map in any second. Any second now. Any second. Okay, well, that's certainly something. Doesn't want to show up on my map. This is for Cherry County, Nebraska, though. It'll be there in a second. I don't know why it's taking so long to show up on my map. It does take a second. There it is. That was weird. Okay. So they did include both of these couplets in this polygon for a reason. Why does it keep using that highlighter tool? All right, so we have two different rotating couplets going on here in Nebraska. Both of these are in Cherry County. So this is a new tornado warning that's going to be headed towards areas like Wood Lake and Johnstown eventually. And yeah, we are seeing that. Okay, so this rotation has broadened out. The northernmost one that is northeast of Brownlee. This has broadened out. Now it's still there, and this could easily recycle and still produce a tornado. Same thing with our cell to the east of Brownlee. But neither of them look like they're going to put down a tornado right this second, but either of them could easily quickly recycle and put down a tornado within the next minute or two. Again, these radar scans they come in a little bit late. Because obviously, it takes some time for the radar to do the scan and then transmit that data, process that data, and then put it out for radar programs, to ingest. So this is definitely a concerning situation here with this tornado warning. And this is northeast of Brownlee. Here's a zoom out of where we're at in Nebraska here. Here's our main area of concern, of course. And again, there is that secondary tornado threat that does exist in southwestern Nebraska. We haven't had anything take advantage of that environment yet, but it's possible that we do a little bit later from now. And we do still have 2 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings for Blaine, Custer, Loop, Brown, Cherry, and Thomas counties. These are tagged with 70-mile-per-hour winds. We have seen measured winds up to 76 miles per hour very recently. And again, this tornado warning is just within the bounds of Cherry County. You can see the county line does like basically hit the edge of this polygon here. And I want to say that's Custer County, maybe. Hang on. That's Brown County. So this could eventually make its way into Brown County here. My goodness, my Zoom is like spazzing out. So yeah, we're gonna stay with this very closely here, as we do have a tornado warning on the map. So if you're in this polygon in Cherry County between Brownlee and Wood Lake, you definitely need to make sure that you're in a basement or a storm shelter, interior-most room of a sturdy building, as low to the ground as you can get. We do have a couple of possible hail cores developing near Springview. Let's take a little bit of a volumetric look at that. So you can see some of these magenta values. Those are your 60 plus dBz values, making it as high as 25,000 feet or so. So this is a pretty impressive updraft. Could see some small hail associated with this. This is just south of Springview. Something that is kind of cool that we can look at. It's not going to look super impressive here right now, as our NROT values are kind of low. But we can take a volumetric scan of our couplet here. We can look at this NROT, and you can kind of see the rotating updraft with height here. That's those blue values on the left side of your screen. This is going to be that rotating updraft with height that we're looking at here. Okay, things have tightened back up a little bit on our latest radar scan here. So again, this is, and the southernmost couplet is kind of looking a lot weaker. So hopefully this couplet is not going to do anything here. It definitely looks a lot weaker. So our main concern is northeast of Brownlee, headed towards Wood Lake. And yeah, we're seeing some rotation in there for sure. And again, this is a lot of kind of mesoscale magic, we like to call it meteorology, going on here, as we have this main MCS cluster of thunderstorms that's colliding with a warm front here, and other thunderstorms that are moving in a different direction, backed by different surface winds. So if this continues to uptrend, this could be a particularly concerning situation where we could definitely see tornado genesis. The next scan will be a pretty telling sign, though. So again, we are in Cherry County, Nebraska here, under a tornado warning. So if you're between Brownlee and Wood Lake, you need to be taking this one seriously. A little bit of a zoom out again. Here's where we're at. We're waiting on that next scan to come in. We should be getting it not too long from now. In just a minute. And again, regardless, tornado or not, this is still a considerable severe thunderstorm warning where we could be seeing some small hail and up to 70 mile per hour or maybe even 75 mile per hour wind gusts. We've already seen measured around 76 miles per hour a couple of different times tonight. And this line of thunderstorms does extend all the way down through Stapleton and on Selmo, Milburn. Of course, it already moved through Stapleton, Now, Stapleton is going to get another round of storms here, but nothing super severe. Braden, thank you so much for helping out and tuning in tonight, my friend. Much love. Sleep well and enjoy work tomorrow. Okay, we are going to get an update on this velocity couplet here in just a second, as the latest reflectivity scan is in. And there it is. Okay, so it is tighter. We do have an area of concern here. It's not looking like this is, on the verge of spitting out a tornado. Like this is definitely going to produce a tornado. That's not what I'm thinking with this. However, this is still a pretty concerning situation where tornado genesis is definitely possible in the next few minutes. And again, this is an area of rotation right here that's headed towards Wood Lake. And we're looking at it at pretty low levels here in the atmosphere. We're only about 2,000 feet or less because we're pretty close to the Thedford radar, which is just to our south. So here's that radar unit. We are not far from it up here. So we're going to continue to watch this pretty closely here, and we can show you that. Whoa, okay. Draw a better square. Man, why is it so offset? Okay. So these blue values, it's kind of faint. It's difficult to see on the left-hand side of your screen, but this is your rotating updraft where you have consistent rotation from the low levels and up through the mid levels here. And this is a situation here, especially with this combination of storms that we've got. This rotation is in the middle of this cluster of storms. So this is, if we had a tornado, it would be rain wrapped. You're not going to see it coming. So again, if you're ahead of this storm towards Wood Lake, you need to be taking this seriously, putting yourself in the most safe situation that you can. I'm out of toilet paper. Well, that's not good. The good news is I think like Uber Eats will deliver groceries for you. They did just update our polygon here. So our tornado warning has been shrunken down a little bit, and the direction and speed at which this storm is moving has been slightly updated here. So again, regardless, this is still a pretty strong rotating couplet here. And you can see that rotation really falls off at around 6,000 feet, but at the low and like the lower mid levels, it's still very much there at around 4,000 feet. And that translates all the way down to about just under 2,000 feet. So this is still a very strong storm here, and we are going to get the next velocity scan in just a second, or a couple of seconds here. And that will help tell the story a little bit about this, if we're going to continue to uptrend and try to put down a tornado or not. And it looks like we have downtrended just a little bit. That rotation is still very much there. And again, I'm not seeing anything that would indicate we have a tornado on the ground right this second, but we could get a tornado at any point. And if we do, it would be pretty rain wrapped. And again, one thing worth mentioning is that we are in the middle of the sand hills. There's really nothing here for it to hit. So if this tornado is on the ground, we're not going to really see that CC drop on radar because, again, there's nothing for it to hit. There's no structures out there for it to loft debris into the air outside of sand, of course. Now, as it gets towards areas like Wood Lake, that's when things could get dicier. So we don't know if this tornado is on the ground or not. So you need to be taking it seriously if you're in its path. And our other area of rotation towards the south, this one down here, has completely fallen apart and died off. So that's good news. We just have one area of rotation here right now. And it's southwest of Wood Lake and headed right that direction. Okay. We can go ahead and play forward in time here and just watch this radar loop as this cluster of thunderstorms just looks absolutely insane. Oh, I can even go ahead and disable the polygons here in a minute for the next loop if you want. Disable those. Oh, okay. The destructive one's still there, but I mean, man, this thing is crazy. I didn't know I could do that. Cool. Say again, Adrian? Yeah, you're not kidding about this comma head shape, by the way. I mean, this is just a very, very, very powerful cluster of thunderstorms here. And again, it is interacting with this warm front. And it looks like a lot of these cells along the warm front might be becoming hail producers here. Someone in the chat saying, what's the best weather app for storms? I would probably say Radar Scope if you're on your phone. That is my unbiased opinion. I don't have any kind of sponsorship. This is a pretty towering hail core here, so we could definitely, a pretty towering updraft, I should say, that could produce some hail. With multiple of these storms along our warm front here, you can see all these updrafts bubbling up. I know it's pretty faint to see here, but I'll try to outline it to the best of my ability. You can see all these different areas bubbling up where you have these different cumulus towers that could be producing some hail. Especially this one on the left-hand side of your screen. So that one is going to be out, what is that? East of Springview. So the cell to the east of Springview looks the most concerning. That's near Burton and Mills. That's the most concerning one in terms of maybe producing some small hail that can deal some damage. 6 hours is not too crazy for a broadcast for me. I mean, I did 10 and a half hours on June 17th. I know that broadcast, so early in that broadcast, like 35 minutes in, my power went out. And so I had to restart the broadcast. But I was live from like 2:30 p.m. until 1:30 a.m. or something like that. It was insane. It was about 10 and a half total hours of broadcast. It does look like our rotation here has really fallen off, which is great news. So this tornado warning will probably be lifted or allowed to expire here not too terribly long from now. Is the Kmart going to get hit by the storm? I don't know what Kmart you're talking about. If you can give me a better geographic location, I can help you with that for sure. Is hail related with high echo tops? It can be. So when you look at your echo tops, what you're looking at is just how tall is the storm, right? How high are these cumulus clouds bubbling up? These are in these darker yellows are getting to around 48,000 feet. So you need tall cumulus clouds if you're going to get hail, but you also need a powerful updraft and plenty of moisture at the mid and upper levels in order to grow that hail. So it is related. It's not the only thing you look at when looking at hail. You can also look at the vertically integrated liquid, which is, and that tornado warning has just been lifted, by the way. So we no longer have a tornado warning on the map. So you can look at the vertically integrated liquid density, which will help give you an idea of how much liquid is available in a vertical column of air for you to have hail develop. So because you need that moisture in order for your hailstones to grow. There's all sorts of things that you can look at for hail. I like to use my volumetric visualization tool here on GR Analyst to look at exactly the morphology of these storms and get a 3D view of them. I find that I can make better judgment with that. It does require a lot of training. Of course, I am a degreed meteorologist, and it does require a lot of time looking at this stuff to be able to identify it effectively all the time. But even I will still make mistakes frequently. Comment in the chat saying, what does the outlook for Butte, Nebraska look like over the next few hours? Remind me where Butte is. Am I losing my mind? I thought it was in northwest Nebraska, but I am obviously wrong on that. Oh, there's Butte. Duh. Butte is definitely going to get some storms, though it might not be for a couple of hours. It might not be till, almost maybe 3 or 4 in the morning, as we still have quite a ways to go. And these storms along the warm front are probably not going to hit Butte. They are just to your west. Question saying, anything you're looking at for tomorrow? Yeah, so tomorrow is definitely going to be another severe weather day. As you can see, our day 2 categorical outlook from the Storm Prediction Center, which you can visualize yourself on our website. And you can easily download these images and share them with your friends and family so that they can all stay weather aware. This is definitely a concerning area up into the Northeast and into the Northern Midwest. So essentially what we're looking at is a 5% tornado risk, including Minnesota and Wisconsin, which will include the Twin Cities. So a pretty populated area. We're also seeing a pretty big wind event possible with the same areas we had today out in Western Kansas, and then also more significant concern back into the Midwest. And then in the Northeast, a wind risk as well, a hail risk as well in all of those areas. Wind is expected to be our primary concern tomorrow, though, but I definitely wouldn't rule out a couple of tornadoes back through Minnesota and Wisconsin, maybe even into the UP of Michigan. And it wouldn't shock me to see an isolated tornado spawn in somewhere in like Iowa, for example, like northern Iowa. That definitely would not shock me. I definitely wouldn't rule that out. We're not going to have a forecast video tomorrow because of how late this broadcast is running. But we might go live tomorrow night. It just depends on the World Cup. If I'm on the toilet and the tornado sirens start, do I finish or head for the basement? Okay, well, it depends where your bathroom is. A lot of times, the bathroom might be the safest place in the house. As we did just get this rotation once again recycle. Now, keep in mind, this is the same pocket of rotation that is recycled like 4 times that came from near Seneca earlier on. Yep. And you can see those NROT values jumping back up as a result. And yeah, so we could see a new tornado warning issued for this one here. It's possible. It's not the most tight couplet and strong couplet in the world, but we could definitely see the potential for a new tornado warning there. Someone in the chat saying, Happy Shark Guy, saying, what is your biggest need to support you right now? Really loving your work and wanting to support you. Well, there's actually the number one thing you can do genuinely is just tune into the broadcast, tune into our forecast videos, like, comment, share, all the things that YouTube allows you to do for free. That's probably the number one thing you can do. We also do have a merch store. You can visit our website and check that out if you're interested in that. That's obviously not going to be for everyone, and I don't really try to sell merch. I want to have it there. 20% of our merch proceeds do go to disaster relief associated with severe weather. And then the other thing, eventually we will have the ability for donations to come in directly as well. That's always a direct way that you can support us. That is never requested, never required, but would be appreciated in the future. But that doesn't exist right now. So you don't, the number one thing you can do right now is just tune into our broadcasts, like, comment, and share, because it helps us hit the algorithm. We want to reach as many people as possible so that we can make as much of a positive impact on the community as we can. Saying, yep, doing all those. I boosted your Discord a few days ago. Just curious what else would support you are currently needing. Well, I appreciate the Discord server boost, by the way. Those are actually really helpful. We're trying to get to tier 2 in our Discord server boost so that we can unlock like server banners and a couple of like other things that just help make the server better and more interactive. We have a lot of meteorologists in our server collaborating on stuff, so it is very helpful. This southern severe thunderstorm, considerable severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, is probably going to be allowed to expire in 14 minutes. We do have very strong winds associated with this outflow boundary still rolling through areas like Anselmo and Milburn. Not a lot of precipitation there. Sticky cat. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Alexander, thank you for subscribing, dude. I really appreciate that. What were you saying, Adrian? Nah. We'll have it through YouTube soon enough. Possibly within a few days, the way things are going. I mean, this is crazy. Blake in the chat, dude. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we were talking in here earlier about how I want to go to Italy for my honeymoon. That's what I've always wanted to do. First, I got to find a wife, though. So I don't know. You never know. Maybe she will be in meteorology. Looking at some of these hail cores, again, we are east of Springview here. Still seeing the 60 dBz values lofted around 25,000 feet in the air, reaching 40,000 feet in the air at 50 dBz values, which is still pretty impressive. So possibly seeing some severe hail just southeast of Mills, east of Springview. And again, it does look like our general severe weather threat is going to start to fall off tonight. Or I'm sorry, our general tornado threat is going to begin to fall off tonight here pretty soon. Yeah. These storms in southwestern Nebraska aren't really flipping my switch here. Have you ever seen a tornado in real life? Yes, I have. I also do storm chase. Wife cam when? But yeah, I have done a good bit of storm chasing and will be doing more. But yeah, again, none of these storms particularly flipping my switch in terms of a tornado threat for this evening. I think our tornado threat is going to wean off a lot. We are still going to have a very significant threat for damaging winds. I mean, you can see these velocities coming in at some crazy values. We do have another little area of rotation, by the way, way to the south of Ainsworth. So a lot further south than we've been. This is only looking at around 2,000 feet, so pretty low in the atmosphere here. This actually was even much better one scan ago. I don't know how I missed this. So it has weakened a little bit. So it's probably weakening as well. Again, there is the potential anywhere along this line of thunderstorms that we could see a spin up tornado. My pen tool has stopped working. Let me just restart it. See if I can't get this thing to work. There we go. So anywhere along this line of thunderstorms, it is possible that we see a brief, weak, embedded tornado that gets spun up. I heard there are too many chasers out there and they clog the roads. Dangerous? Question mark. It definitely can be. One of the greatest hazards on the road is other chasers, genuinely, when you're storm chasing. We call that chaser convergence, is what we call that in the community. Yeah, in storm chasing, the drive home and other chasers on the road can be two of the most dangerous things. Because on the drive home, the adrenaline goes away and you're just driving and it's dark out and mistakes happen and people get hurt. And usually a storm chasing day is a very long day and a lot of driving, so people are just exhausted. Have you ever met Reed Timmer? No, I have not. However, my advisor for grad school, who I'm doing my thesis with, Reed Timmer was in his wedding and they're good buddies. They went to college together back at OU, Oklahoma University. So I will meet Reed at some point. I just have not yet. I am doing my master's at Mississippi State University, though. And yeah, it does look like all of our areas of rotation have died down. Oh yeah, Reed is fearless. He has an insatiable thirst to do as much research inside of tornadoes as humanly possible. And he pushes the bounds of what is humanly possible. I have a lot of respect for the work that Reed does. Unfortunately, one of the realities of the work that Reed does is that a lot of people think it's really cool and then they want to go try and do it. And they're just doing it for adrenaline and because they think it's cool and they can get clout and attention online, and they're not doing it for the right reasons. Whereas Reed is, of course, trying to do that research that could be potentially life-saving. The more we learn about these storms, the better. And people stopping under overpasses. Yeah, stopping under overpasses is a big no-no. My rotation has died down, so no toilet paper rotation. That's good news. Happy to hear that your toilet is safe from your wrath. All right, we did just get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which is going to include the convection that's firing, or that did fire off along our warm front. So now we are seeing just this giant congealed mess of storms rolling through areas like Ainsworth, Bassett, Springview, and Burton. At the top of your screen, you're going to see that new warning is going to include Brown, Keapaha, and Rock counties here in Nebraska. I'm probably saying that wrong. Keapaha? How do you say that? Kippahaw? It's pronounced Kippahaw? Wow. Okay, so Kippahaw County. All right, then. Kippahaw County up here in Nebraska as well. So we have, to go through that again, we have Brown, Kippahaw, and Rock counties in Nebraska here. Also still in considerable severe thunderstorm warnings are Blaine, Custer, Loop, Cherry, and Thomas counties. So for a zoom out on the map, this is what we're looking at here. We do have all sorts of convection firing off all the way from O'Neill to Sioux City. Like Octibaha. It's Keapaha? Okay, so kind of like how I was saying it the first time. Interesting. So the internet has done me wrong because I typed it into Google and it said Kippahaw. So Keapaha. Or Keapaha. Did you ever storm chase at night? I think it is crazy and not worth it. No, I'm kind of against storm chasing at night, to be honest with you. I think if you're an amateur, you should never be storm chasing at night. And if you do professional work and you really know what you're doing, you shouldn't be doing it for any purpose other than getting good weather information to the National Weather Service. So if you're out there, you should be reporting. If you're out there at night, you need to be reporting everything that you're seeing to the National Weather Service. There's no reason to be out there trying to get content or anything like that at night. It's just never worth it. I think sometimes certain storm chasers will lose sight of why we do what we do. Why do we chase? We chase because we love weather and we want to help people stay safe from it. Like the reality is meteorologists, love clouds. We love the weather. We're in awe by Mother Nature's power. And most meteorologists, if not all meteorologists, will get into it for the right reasons. But a lot of them can sometimes, and especially more recently, have really started to lose their way and lose the why. Like, why are we doing this? Do you think drones will take over the chasing one day? It's possible. They won't take it over entirely, but it is possible. The main issue is regulations will be put in place. You can't just have tons of drones flying around at Mach 10, around these storms. They're just going to crash into each other and all sorts of issues will be had. So our southernmost severe thunderstorm warning was lifted, the one that included Blaine, Loop, and Custer counties. So we are down to just 2 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. The original one, which does only have 3 minutes on it, so it's going to be allowed to expire in just a moment here. And then we have our new one that's going to include Brown, Kiapaha, and Rock. Or Kiapaha, and Rock counties in Nebraska. Seeing more and more drone footage. Yeah, there is definitely an influx of drone footage, and there should be. Drone footage is really helpful. It's good for surveying the damage. It's good for helping in search and rescue. It's good for so many different things. And like Tim said in the chat, it can be especially useful in heavily wooded areas where you have very low visibility on the horizon because there's so many trees. So the drones can be a very useful tool. And again, we do have a lot of convection firing off all around Sioux City from Nebraska into Iowa here. And this is just more convection draped along that warm front. Most of this is going to stay below severe thresholds, but I will turn on lightning here. And you can see a lot of these storms are very electrically active. So regardless of whether or not you're seeing 60 plus mile per hour wind gusts or severe threshold hail, you are definitely going to see plenty of lightning that could be dangerous. Super electrically active in northern Nebraska, by the way. This is just really impressive. Some very, very powerful storms up here. What about AI technology? AI is changing meteorology pretty quickly in real time. I mean, the models, the AI models are solid. They've got a long ways to go, but they're solid. The Otis project, that is basically just drones. It's capturing tornadoes with drones is what it is. I forget exactly what the acronym stands for. It's like observation of tornadoes. Observation of tornadoes of UAV systems, maybe? Is that what it is? I'm looking it up. It is the observation of tornadoes by UAV systems. So I was very close. Yeah, what Adrian said in the chat is very true. The number one way you can support us is by following us on all platforms and liking, commenting, subscribing here on YouTube. We are probably going to end off the broadcast pretty soon as our severe weather risk is definitely going to die down a bit. We are about to see one of our considerable severe thunderstorm warnings get lifted. So we will effectively have one severe thunderstorm warning on the whole map. And it's going to be including Brown, Kiapaha, and Rock counties in Nebraska. It's also getting late. It is, of course, 1:15 in the morning. Now, I don't mind staying up late by any stretch, but I do have a meeting with a prospective storm chaser at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and I also have work after that, and then a possible broadcast tomorrow night. Every day is a busy, busy day. Sticky Cat saying it is pizza time, man. I would kill some pizza right now. I would love some pizza. Watch World Cup, USA, USA. Oh, you have no idea. This is my Super Bowl. I got the luxury of watching Bosnia play Panama here in St. Louis on June 6th, which was a lot of fun. That was their last tune-up match before the World Cup. It was literally a few days before the World Cup started. And so it was a lot of fun. So this is two teams that I actually like. Obviously, USA all the way. But there is a massive Bosnian population in St. Louis. It's the largest in the world that isn't in Europe. So, yeah, and there we go. So our considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been lifted. So we are down to just one severe thunderstorm warning on the map, which is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Brown, Keapaha, and Rock counties. Oh, you're in St. Peters. That's awesome. I am out in West County, down in the Chesterfield, Wildwood type of area. And yeah, so there we have it. So all of these winds look like they are still pretty strong here in the upper levels anyway, at around 3,000 feet. So still very concerning in terms of the wind threat tonight. Not really much of a hail threat this evening. But we are going to watch these thunderstorms continue to push all the way through Nebraska and even potentially clipping into South Dakota. Now, I will say that warm front that is draped through here will probably limit how far north these go, at least a little bit. And yes, go Blues. You have no idea. I'm such a huge Blues and City fan, especially. I do media coverage with St. Louis City. I just played at Energizer Park yesterday in a media match, which was so cool to get to play on the pitch out there. And man, the Blues press conference with Alex Steen this morning, taking over as GM. And then we got Jonathan Berggren back. So that's good. I was hoping they would re-sign him. He's a great play driver. Handles the puck really well. Brings a lot of speed. Man, I love it. I could talk about St. Louis sports all day. And I used to. That's where I have my radio and broadcast experience. It's actually not in meteorology before doing this. It was in sports broadcast because I actually did not do the broadcast track in meteorology at Mississippi State. St. Louis or Mississippi? Well, I live in St. Louis, but I go to college at Mississippi State in Starkville. So I just finished undergrad there, so I've been there for about 4 years. And of course, I live in St. Louis in the summers and winters. So for about 4 months of the year, I'm in St. Louis, and 8 months of the year, I'm in Starkville, Mississippi. And I got 2 years now where I'm doing my master's here down in Starkville. So I'll be headed back there in about a month and a couple days. I'll be headed down to Mississippi again. And I don't mind chasing out in Dixie. So it'll be nice to go back there. I spent a lot of time chasing in the Plains last month. And the Plains is incredible. Don't get me wrong. Chasing in the Plains is probably better, but chasing in Dixie has its own charm to it because it's different, it's more technical. There's less chasers out there because it's a lot more difficult. So it can be better in some ways. Yeah, we are probably going to go ahead and end the broadcast here in a couple of minutes. I'm going to stay with things just a few minutes longer here. I do want to say for anyone who may be heading out and going to bed, thank you so much for tuning in and trusting us to keep you safe and aware with all this weather tonight. Definitely make sure that you are liking, subscribing, and commenting if you enjoy the coverage that we're doing here. We're trying to do things the right way. So none of that fear mongering, none of that AI generated slop, nothing, no like AI robots in our ears or anything like that. We're doing things the right way, the way they should be done, with the public in mind at all times. We're not doing any of that revenue driven garbage. That's just, it goes against everything I stand for. And I think it's really bad for meteorology. It's bad for the general public trying to trust meteorologists. And it's just not good for the public. People get hurt when we do things like that. It's just not good. So we're doing this, trying to do things the right way. So I'm very grateful for everyone tuning in tonight. Definitely make sure, if you like what we're doing and you like our mission, if it resonates with you, like, comment, subscribe. It would be very grateful or greatly appreciated. Excuse me. But we are going to stay with things for just a few minutes longer here. Make sure that we don't get any random tornado threats that begin to develop with any of these storms. But we'll most likely be ending the broadcast here in just a couple minutes. Lorian in the chat, one of our great meteorologists and our director of operations. She's basically my right-hand woman. She does a phenomenal job with us, and we're super excited to have her back. She's been in Europe for a little while, and she just got back to Mississippi. Derek saying, great stream, Will. Have a good night, everyone. See you next stream. Derek, thank you so much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. And yeah, I will see you soon. Happy Shark Guy saying, great stream. Hope to see you tomorrow night. Good night. Yeah, tomorrow night is and good night, by the way. Tomorrow night is a maybe just because of the World Cup. I don't know if I can bring myself to miss it. You know, it's a once every 4 years deal, and this is the best team that the U.S. has ever had. So I really want to watch that match, but we might go live like before the World Cup match, which is at 7, I believe, and then maybe go live after it as well. So we might have 2 different broadcasts. Excuse me, tomorrow night. We'll see. We'll figure it out. But yeah, for those heading to bed, stay safe tonight. Make sure if you're in the path of any of these storms in Nebraska that you have multiple ways to receive alerts. The overnight hours are the most dangerous storms by far. And before you head out, if you could drop a like, comment, and subscribe, I would be incredibly grateful for that. But it is not required. It is not necessary. But it would help us out a lot. We are sitting at 767 subscribers, which is insane. And we're at like 130 likes on this video, which is also insane. Or on this broadcast, I should say. We peaked out at like 70 viewers. Just unreal. I mean, the amount of support is overwhelming. I'm just incredibly grateful for it. It's genuinely, it's a really big honor to be trusted in the community to bring weather coverage that affects what people do in their day-to-day life. And could, in theory, potentially save lives one day. We are going to have storm chasers out there a lot of the time when we do have tornadic events, you know, more robust tornado outbreak style events. Like on June 17th, we had 3 different storm chasers out there. We had the Midwest weather folks, we had Norman Smith, and then we had Mark Sudduth and CJ Morgan together, who are, you know, Mark is very well known, of course. He's a Hurricane Track, has, you know, a couple 100,000 followers across all platforms. He's been in more U.S.-based hurricanes than any living human in history, as far as we know, anyway. He's an absolute beast. Super, super honored to have him on the team. And of course, Norman is a phenomenal storm chaser. Adrian is a phenomenal storm chaser. The guys with Midwest Weather are phenomenal chasers. We have such a great team. So big things are coming here at WillBrattonWx, and you can stay up to date with it by subscribing to us. And you can also read more about what we're doing and meet our team on our website. I can go ahead and link that in the chat. And if you see Norman's picture, make sure to post it on Twitter and flame him, because he's saying 6'7" in the chat. So you got to flame him. Same with Tim. You got to go flame Tim and Norman for saying 6'7" in my chat. Yeah, the link to our website is in the chat. And the most useful thing, and I'll show this again. Of course, like there is our About Us. You can meet our entire team. We have such a large team, so many talented folks. You can also, on the homepage, you can see our live broadcast. You can see when we're live, of course. And then when we're not live, it'll show you our forecast videos. You can get in touch with us. The most important thing, though, that is genuinely worth showing you is the forecast. You can view the current conditions at your location or enter the zip code of anywhere you want. For example, the zip code for Minneapolis is 55419. So I can plug in Minneapolis, and you can see that they have an enhanced risk today and an enhanced risk tomorrow, with a slight risk on both Thursday and Friday. So if you click, and you can also see the current conditions, but if you click on this, it'll take you to our Outlook page directly, where you can see like when they're in this enhanced risk and why. As our day 2 Outlook. Okay, so we have had a 5% tornado risk introduced for Thursday. This is brand new news. This was literally uploaded 24 minutes ago. So our day 1 outlook is not actually fully out yet, I believe. You can see the tornado outlook though for the day 1. Still up to 5% up in Minnesota, but they are in an enhanced risk. And then they're in a slight risk for the next couple of days after that as well. And that's why this is so important. You can easily copy these images and paste them wherever you want. You can zoom in and see all the counties, and you can copy those images once it's zoomed in. And if you want to download the whole map, you can just click the download button and easily get it to share with your friends and family so that they can stay weather aware. This isn't a tool we profit off of. This is entirely here so that folks can stay safe and stay weather aware and ensure that their friends and family also stay safe and stay weather aware. So it's a really cool visualization tool. Our website designer, Josh, has done an incredible job bringing my visions to life with that. It's been so cool to work with him. He's also a very good friend of mine. He's unbelievably talented. Shout out Josh Britt. He is the GOAT. All right, jumping back into what's going on in Nebraska, we do still have very strong winds with these storms. We are seeing at around 3,500 feet, we're getting winds blowing at upwards of around 80 miles per hour. So at the surface, we could be seeing around 60 miles per hour, which is, this is tagged for 70 mile per hour wind gusts here. So around 60 miles per hour, most likely coming through here. And you could easily have gusts getting up to 70 miles per hour with these storms. And these are rolling through Ainsworth, Bassett, Rose, Springview, eventually towards Atkinson, Butte, O'Neill. So some of these areas in the next few hours, as we get into the AM here, are going to be experiencing some of these extremely strong winds. Oh, and one thing I didn't mention about the website really quick is that you can read the entire discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. And it gets all formatted nicely, because if you go to the Storm Prediction Center and go to their website, for example, Disable Cities, it looks like garbage. What you'll notice here is that it's kind of hard to read, and it's kind of like decoded, and it's just not a very digestible website. So our own visualization tool gives you all of that, and also tells you, you can see, you can zoom in a little bit here. You can see areas like the total area and square mileage that is within each risk level, and then also the population and different population centers in that area as well. So for example, for tonight or maybe tomorrow, whatever this is for, you can see Minneapolis and Sioux Falls are in there, and you can see these estimated populations and square mileages. And then you can read all about what that is about. And you can even see which forecaster at the Storm Prediction Center posted the forecast. This was Weinman in this case. You can see when the next outlook is scheduled. And if you scroll up here, it'll also tell you when the next update is coming, which is at 6Z. The current time, of course, is 6:28Z. So that update already has come out. It just, the 1 a.m. updates take some time. The 6Z updates, they take some time because they have to migrate all of the old stuff forward. And you can see the exact time that the update was issued, or the most recent update was issued. So prior to the 1 a.m. update, the last time was at 8:06 p.m. Central Time. And then on the graphic, you also get when it was posted, when it's valid for. I mean, you get so much valuable information here. It's just such a great tool. I can't hype it up enough because Josh has done such an incredible job with it. So definitely check it out if you haven't already. NATO Aaron saying, are you a Cardinals fan? Yes, I am. And the Cardinals are actually watchable this year. They were not last year. We did just get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for some of these storms that are extending north. So these are going to be tagged for some smaller hail around an inch that could produce some very small damage. And then wind gusts of up to 70 miles per hour. But yeah, I am a big time St. Louis sports fan in general. So this new considerable severe thunderstorm warning is for Tripp County, South Dakota. It's going to include areas like Colomi, Wewala, and Millboro in South Dakota. By the way, just north of there, shout out Ideal, South Dakota, which is where I saw one of the most interesting tornadoes I've ever seen. What's up, Adrian? Oh, yeah. Good catch. Yeah, I haven't been looking at the radar enough. So thankfully, Adrian's told me in my ear. So we are seeing the outflow. Where'd my pen tool go? What in the world? There it is. So we are seeing this outflow boundary beginning to push out from the storm a little bit here, and some of those echo tops are beginning to fall. You can see not very many values getting into the yellows and oranges anymore. So the storm is likely becoming, especially in the southern parts of it, south of Ainsworth, it's becoming a little more outflow dominant. So we could see the storm begin to weaken, but as it weakens, that outflow could bring those very strong wind gusts, maybe even higher than 70 miles per hour in some areas. So this will include areas like Bassett, Atkinson, O'Neill, Chambers, and Rose over the next 30 minutes or so as our system finally begins to die down and weaken here. So we are looking at things beginning to finally weaken. That being said, we are probably going to go ahead and end the broadcast at this point. So again, I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in tonight. I want to thank Adrian for helping out, as well as Timothy. Two of our storm chasers here at WillBrattonWx. Definitely give them follows on all social platforms. And the number one thing you can do to support us is, before you leave tonight, drop a like and subscribe and a comment if you can. So it would greatly help us, and I would be incredibly thankful for it. So again, thank you guys so much. Stay safe tonight if you're out there in Nebraska and South Dakota. And we will possibly be live tomorrow night covering a more robust tornado event. And we will definitely be live on Thursday night covering a more robust tornado event. So thank you guys very much for tuning in. We will see you guys next time. Stay safe out there.